The battle for the final playoff spot is on. We've got 5 teams already confirmed for playoffs, but today is all about figuring out who our 6th and final team is going to be. Welcome back to the NAL. It is day 2 of the Super Week, play day number 8. So glad that you're with us. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxay and Laxing as we dive into yet another day of NAL action. It's a big one. Playoff implications, Laxing, are all over today from the start.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were talking about how it's do or die for some of these teams. Granted, they do have a couple more lifelines here, but today we are going to be seeing teams be eliminated, possibly 2 teams being eliminated from one game decider if it goes overtime. But again, that top 6, the race is on.
Yeah, every single game matters up until the last one is going to be the decider that makes or breaks essentially the whole bracket on if they're worth it. But the games we had so far have been amazing from yesterday. I mean, Dark Zero absolutely turned turn Cruelty inside out, hoping to see a little bit more life out of Cruelty, but Dark Zero, they've just been so good the whole time.
They've been dominant. But I mean, even for the Orgless Envy game, we talked this game up being the close in terms of how well these teams have played together so far. Familiarity, but really Orgless came out on top. We saw a completely different look out of them, hoping we can see that going into today.
I mean, talking about different looks, Oxygen looked like a brand new beast. They were so fast, so electric. Wildcard just was stuck in their ways.
Yeah, and then Shopify Cloud9. Now, Shopify, we were saying that this was just going to be a landslide from them. Were we dead wrong? We saw that beginning half, Cloud9 going up 3-0 as then the overtime came. I mean, not the overtime. The timeout was called, and that's where we kind of saw Shopify really bounce back, ended in a 7-5. But again, Cloud9 looked to be far better than what we've seen previous.
And the game of the day, M80 SSG. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a better one to close the day out. Obviously, back and forth. It was just a bare-knuckle brawl, and M80 came out on top. No real loser in that matchup, to be honest. M80 just deserved it at the end.
And after everything was said and done yesterday, the big update of the day was this. Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, who were undefeated coming into the day, already locked in for playoffs, are now joined by M80, Space Station, and Oxygen as confirmed for top 6. No matter what happens today, no matter what happens tomorrow, you're going to see those teams in the playoffs. It's all about that 6th playoff spot. Now, Orgless currently holding that Laxing, but very quickly that could slip away.
That could definitely slip away. And the nice thing is, for all of us and everyone at home, that game is at the end to see if Orgless can decide their fate, move into the next day. And as for the other teams, if they get their wins today, they really are going to be looking at that last game. And honestly, player hating at that point, they're going to be looking for LFO to lose that game going against M80.
I mean, it's the perfect way to set up the day because every single other team that's playing has to give it their all. They have to be able to play, assuming that Orgless won't beat M80 at the end of the day. And then, you know, we've seen greater upsets with the M80 Orgless game. I mean, Cruelty did it, so obviously there's still potential for Orgless to take that win away.
A lot can happen today, and it starts with Envy and Wildcard, but you look at some heavy-hitting matchups coming down the line later. Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. This is a match that we have been waiting for a long time, and we're finally going to get it.
Yeah, me and Fox have been talking up how well these two teams have been. I mean, they've been extremely dominant in their own right, seeing the opponents that they've played, very similar opponents. Now, today, we're going to see who is the best within the region, who is going to be the reigning dominant one in the NAL, and again, that will be implications for who's going to be walking away with first.
I mean, every game is so impactful. Envy Wildcard, obviously, to see if they can, get the points to be able to get that 6th spot. Cloud9 Cruelty, and then obviously for the race for top 2, if M80 can win today, they still have the opportunity, assuming Shopify Rebellion loses today, to be able to claim a top 2 spot as well.
Yeah, so still a bit of a race for that 2nd spot, but it's all about that 6th spot on the standings, and our very first match starts to get at that. It's Wildcard and Envy. That's where we begin. And Fox, this one has stakes. I think the first time we can say elimination is on the line for one of these teams. If Envy lose this game, they will not have a chance to make the playoffs.
Not at all. I mean, same thing for Wildcard too. If they lose it, they're out as well. And that's not something that we thought we were going to be talking about at the start of the stage. Wildcard had such a great performance at Reload, but we've been talking about it as if it's former glory, and the hope for Wildcard's slowly dwindling away, whereas Envy, I mean, in my opinion, they've slowly been getting better. They're going through their trials and tribulations of being that new team in the league. They still have some, issues, some bumps to get over themselves.
Well, Laxing, this Envy team, I feel like had some fanfare coming in. T2 team, you've got JJ bringing all that energy, but despite all that, they have been struggling. They have been lacking, especially on the attacking side. They've had some struggles there.
Yeah, the attacking side definitely has not been their best friend. I tried going into yesterday talking about, the positives of this team, but we have to reinforce the attacks. This is where they are struggling the most. They are the lowest rated team currently on attacks. We saw yesterday they could not find a single attack, and not just a single attack. Jonah, in the past 3 games, Envy has only won 2 rounds on attack. That is an insane stat, but it does speak into existence that already when you're looking at that, they are the lowest rated team on their attacks. And really, it comes down to win conditions that they just aren't identifying in these rounds.
Well, talk to me a little bit more about that for the people at home. A win condition, right? A moment in the round where you kind of realize, okay, this is what we have to do to win, and taking advantage of that. Are you telling me that Envy are a team that are not finding those or are not taking advantage of those?
I think it's a little bit of both. I don't think in many situations in some of these rounds that we have to be shown that they don't understand the win condition right out the gate when it's presented in front of them. And here already in round 4, we see them get the initial pick on a basement site defensive hold. Already, to me, when you get that first pick, as we know, Fox, you need to just turtle at that point. It is so hard to attack basement. You're already doing the hard part, getting that first kill. You just need to realize that that is the win condition. Then we fast forward into round 6. This is another area where all of Envy, you have the map control. You don't need to be playing anything here outside of playing top cash, playing inside red. But what do? They get the down on the player in Rafter, and then they try to follow up with tagging damage. You know that you got the damage. You know the player's down. You have the man advantage here. You just need to play the power position. The win condition is already you having the man advantage and having all of the control. And what does Envy decide to do? They decide to get aggressive and go for this pick into Rafters to try to clean the round up, get it over with faster. And at the end of the day, you're just giving away a round that was in your favor. And we're talking about implications of getting top 6. You need every single round.
Yeah.
You need every single game. And these are the reasons as to why Envy is not finding success, not only on their attacks, but also in just these win conditions where these rounds really should be theirs at the end.
Yeah, it wasn't necessary for them to go for a retake. We see it time and time again, especially on a map like Clubhouse. It's very simplistic, very easy to understand. You have a minute on the clock. If you fall back, play cash, even if you trade a body and leave it to 30 seconds when you're going to the site execute, it makes things so much worse for everybody on the attacking side. So obviously just making it that much easier, even if you do get a pick, why risk it in the first place? It's just rookie mistakes, but it's from a rookie team, so.
Well, their opponents today, wildcard, Fox, this is a team that if they lose today are in a very bad spot because then their fate is completely in the hands of Orgless at the end of the day. But yesterday, we hoped that this team would come out swinging. It just felt like they got stunned into submission by OXG.
Well, I'm glad you said stunned because it really was that. Every single time that OXG had a response, Wildcard, a team that we pretty much praised for being so adaptive heavy, they weren't doing it. Time and time again that OXG went for those rushes, it just looked like Wildcard was stuck. They weren't moving. They would just bleed and hemorrhage kills. And on this round, you'll be able to see all of that outplay in front of you. OXG goes for a very fast, aggressive bakery side take. And when they do it, look at Wildcard. Nobody's moving. They lose the first man, and immediately everybody else follows down in their own sides of the map. Essentially, they let OXG set up for the execute, go for the execute, and there was no response. Maybe they had some understanding of denying plant, but if you're going to deny the plant, you shouldn't be letting OXG inside of the area to get all those picks in the first place. So clearly there's a miscommunication, there's no adaptation, there's no problem solving from Wildcard. And it's just really unfortunate because, like we said, it's a team that we thought would be that adaptive heavy team.
Well, they've been forced to make those adaptations in part because their inability to get in the building early has really been rearing its ugly head. I mean, we've seen this problem throughout, but against OXG yesterday, it was much of the same.
Oh yeah, I mean, their opening kills were atrocious. I believe they only had 3 opening kills to OXG's 8 opening deaths. And, you know, we talked about it in the first week. It was Kansan and Bay popping off. And then week 3, it was Dash and Baby Shark popping off. And they needed to get everybody on sync. But now the only sync that they're all finding is really bad. They're not syncing. They're all synced on the worst possible side of the spectrum. Not getting kills at all, constantly losing that opening kill, and then they don't try to trade it out. They don't try to team up to get that kill back. They just go one after the other, throwing bodies at the problem to find a solution. It's not going to happen, and it didn't happen against OXG.
Well, let's talk Battleground here for a moment, Laxing, because we go into this one. As we've said, Envy need a win, so they've got to go to somewhere favorable to them, you'd think, trying to manipulate this ban phase somehow.
I think if you're Envy, you're going to try to go back to Skyscraper, where you won it all, where everything came together, not on the attacks, thankfully on the defense. And if you're Wildcard, I think we actually possibly do end up on a Skyscraper because they haven't shown it yet, and they can exploit Envy on it. And where it's going is Skyscraper. So yeah, this definitely makes sense coming out of that side of things. I mean, I think Wildcard, again, they need the points here and take advantage of Envy, knowing that their attacks aren't that strong and exploiting their defenses here. Granted, this is a very defender-sided map. You had this point yesterday speaking how Skyscraper is the most defender-sided map, but it goes without say, when Envy did it, it was against Cloud9, and Cloud9 hasn't looked too impressive on attacks either. So I'm definitely looking for Wildcard to exploit the defenses of Envy and then right their wrongs on a defensive half and close it out. So again, this map makes perfect sense. There's no VODs on Wildcard, where Wildcard is everything going against Envy.
Yeah, Envy already had that matchup against Cloud9, but for Wildcard, a team that's been struggling with making plays and they're very individualistic, on a map like Skyscraper, we talked about it. It forces you to play off of each other. It forces you to play very defender-sided. Because it's so small and confined, you're pretty much forced to be next to your teammate because there's not much space to play around, essentially. So it's a good map to be able to eliminate some of the problems for Wildcard right at the get-go, just to be able to put them off on the best foot possible. Obviously, though, I mean, we've seen Wildcard, you know, struggle when it comes to their own sides of attacks and getting in that building. So that's going to be the biggest question, is the attacks for both teams, because it is so small and they've had difficulties getting opening kills and entry.
But that's the thing, and that's more so what I'm looking at is, sure, both teams are in very dire situations, but at least Wildcard, they can look promising on attacks, they can look promising on defense. Envy has only looked promising on defense. So sure, they might go 6-0 flawless here, but they can't get a single attack. And again, to reiterate, they have only won 2 attacking rounds out of the 3 games that they have recently played. And they're going to be going on Skyscraper once they swap out of their defense. I just can't see it coming out of Envy.
Right, this is not a map that's going to help them with that problem. As former players, though, and I'm curious as to your thoughts on this, you allow Envy to go to a map, the only map that they've won. Like, if you're Wildcard here, are you thinking about that in the ban phase, or do you really not mind that they have that win under their belt?
If you're Wildcard, you're thinking about it in the way of, we are struggling getting opening kills, and when we're going for gunfights, we're losing 1v1s. I mean, we saw it in the OXG clip. Constantly, they would lose one player and then try to send another one to try and solve the problem. But that wouldn't be a fix. It wouldn't be a solution. On a map like Skyscraper, most gunfights that you're taking, at least on attack, into a Wildcard defense, there's going to be 2 people there forcefully just because of how the map is smaller. So I believe Wildcard's just looking at it as comfortability, and they know what their issues are coming into it. So they're just removing that out the gate so that they can have the best possible defense forward. Attacks is still going to be a different question altogether, but I think we can both agree, both of these teams, the win condition is going to be their defenses. We have to see something new from their attacks.
Okay, with that in mind, where do you fall here?
I'm going to have to go, again, with Wildcard, just for the simple fact is Envy hasn't mustered anything or shown anything on their attacks, where at least Wildcard, we've seen something on attack, we've seen something on defense. So there is a lot more tangibleness to be able to hold on to for Wildcard, where again, for Envy, sure, you might go 6-0 flawless here. I don't really see that happening, even with it being the most defender-sided map. It's really about the attacks for me with Envy, which again, we just haven't simply seen. So again, for that reason alone, it has to go to Wildcard.
I agree. We have to be proven on Envy's count to be able to believe in them, see a little bit more passion, I guess, from their attacking side. I mean,
you see more depth.
Two attacking round wins is not, in 3 games is not something to hold on to have much faith in, especially on a map like Skyscraper that's so difficult to attack on. So, in my opinion, Wildcard is the easy candidate, but you know, they've had their ups and downs too.
All right, we will just find out in a moment. Envy try to stay alive. Wildcard try to keep some amount of control over their fate. We go down to the casters. It is Intero and Jesse standing by.
Well, thank you so very much. A very pivotal day for... Why are you wearing a cowboy hat?
Because, Parker, we got a good old-fashioned Lone Star Showdown to start things off for the North American League. The Houston-based wildcard game and going against Team Envy, built in Dallas. And one thing's for certain between these 2 teams, this town is not big enough for the both of them. There's only 1 playoff spot remaining, and one of these 2 teams could be able to grab it. But winning today is going to be massively important to achieve that goal.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting for that very final playoff spot. If you did not tune into yesterday's matches, you would maybe be a bit in the dark about what the playoff format and picture looks like here in the North American League. The top 5 teams have all clinched their spots and are in no jeopardy of falling out of the playoffs. Atop the standings, Dark Zero sits in first place, a single point ahead of Shopify Rebellion. 5 points down, you've got M80 in third. Just a couple points back will be Space Station in 4th, and then a point back of them is OXG. LFO at the moment sits in 6th overall, which is certainly a surprise based on what we expected coming into this stage, but it will be a dogfight for that final spot. No team has been mathematically eliminated yet, which means the bottom 5 will all be fighting for this spot. The team right behind LFO is Wildcard, sitting at 5 points. Envy, 1 point back in 9th at 4 points. And boy, oh boy, what a showdown this will be. You could say, Jesse, based on your hat, that we're looking at a real rodeo inside the server.
Oh, Parker, I think we just might be, especially on a map like Skyscraper, maybe Envy's best chance because it's the only map that they have ever won as an organization. So hopefully they can turn their luck around in this game up against Wildcard. We just had the operator bands on your screen go by, and nothing too out of the ordinary. I will say this will be the first time that we see Skyscraper in the North America League where Clash is unbanned. So keep an eye out for Clash. Admittedly, it's not an operator that Envy have really leaned on this season. They've only played her a small handful of times, so I don't know if Envy even will lean into that, but most other teams in the league have expected Clash to be very strong on this map. We'll have to just wait and see if that ends up being true through this first quarter, and then if that gets banned later on. The double electricity ban coming out from Wildcard instead, which will make getting those walls much easier on their side, and then no shields being allowed from Envy. Only Blitz is going to be remaining up, and that very well could be our third operator banned out. The desk kind of touched on this as well for Team Envy. While they did win this map, they won it by winning 6 defensive rounds up against Cloud9. Didn't get a single, or only got 1 attacking round win as well. So when we get to that second half, it might be very difficult for Envy to close out the game. They need to rack up the points early on in this matchup. And starting off with some big roam plays coming out from Rival could be just the trick.
I'll watch a couple of these players that we'll talk about in regards to their ratings, as right now there's a bit of a different look between these two teams. Yes, Envy is in 9th place, as you see on the top of your screen, and their stats show that. All 5 of these players in the bottom 20 rated players at the moment through the North America League, and 2 of them are actually tied in dead last. Both Emilio and JJ Blast sit as the 2 lowest rated players. Speaking of JJ Blast, he's going to battle above that rating, finding his 37th kill. A nice shotgun blast onto Bay, the 2nd highest rated player on Wildcard. There's Kansan, 6th highest rated in the entire league. The highest rated player who doesn't play for DZ or Shopify. But it doesn't matter who you are on the side of Wildcard. You're just going to keep feeding yourself to JJ Blast as he picks up his 2nd kill over by backstairs. Right now being watched on drone. Emilio also on the board. It's the 2 bottom players getting kills, Jesse. But there's Kansan to the rescue, walking in and asserting himself. Still over a minute to go. His position inside of the bomb site dropped from below. That leaves Spiker as the only one standing against 4 players on the side of Envy.
The youngest captain in the league going into the 1v4. This is not looking easy. He sees 1 player up above him, but again, it's Emilio, and Emilio wisely backs off. They know they don't need to bleed out bodies. Cleaning up Kansan's important because he was revivable if they played that a little bit more passive on the side of Envy. Back to the original angle that Spiker first had. Sees more players up above. I mean, he's got time to play with, admittedly, but this just doesn't seem like it's going to go his way. Finally, Rival from down below. I talked to him at the start of the round and how he might have an impact on the roam game, and he eventually does shine through. Big round from JJ Blast. Obviously starting us off with a double entry pick on the smoke. That's something that he's done throughout this league so far on defense. He typically takes the most amount of opening engagements for Envy, and he stands strong in this one as well, playing that smoke shotgun beautifully at the top of Black Stairs.
Yeah, they really struggled to make their way through that position. It was just him playing with the Zoto canisters and a deployable shield a little bit farther back. It is a bit rare to see a shotgun that far forward on that doorway, but Wildcard were not particularly ready for it. We talk about lowest rated players, by the way. There's never an intention to call them out or embarrass them on the broadcast. I know that we've received criticism in the past where we've said, oh, you know, the lowest rated player in the league. And people say, you need to say that. Well, it's context. I mean, we also reference app stats. We also reference overall standings. It was a great shot by Kansan for the record. But both Emilio and JJ Blast lack serious experience at this level. Of course, there's always going to be players who are at the very bottom of the standings. Just above JJ Blast and Emilio, it's Dream, Skimzy, and Baby Shark as the bottom 5. And most of these players in the bottom half of the standings right now, in terms of their ratings, are on lower place teams. The one standout is actually Canadian, who is far and away the lowest on his team and sits in like 8th or 9th lowest rated player. But on his role, as we've said before, that's pretty normal, but still, sure, he'd love to have higher numbers than that. Doesn't really matter much to him. His team's in 2nd place. They're actually going to be playing DZ later today in what will be a thrilling showdown of the top 2 teams. But with these squads, even Wildcard, Jesse, lacks a lot of experience as a team, and there's going to be missteps along the way. Second round in a row that JJ Blast, whose minimal experience doesn't seem to matter at this current point in time, as he's got the first kill in both rounds.
Yeah, I told you, Parker. JJ loves to get active early on the defense. 30% entry participation on the defensive side. He loves to get active and swinging 2 for 2 so far, so he's not going to stop. There's a good pickoff by Baby Shark, though. Twist roaming down below. That's the second round where Envy have had a solo player on the bottom floor. In the first round, they failed to capitalize on that for Wildcard. They couldn't clean him out. This time, though, they were aware. Baby Shark playing that Dokkaebi, doing what Dokkaebi does best, finding that isolated player away from the rest of the team. So that's a big momentum swing back. The Desk talked about how Envy sometimes would get opening picks on Clubhouse, but then ended up tossing those bodies away, throwing that man advantage. They need to be sure they don't do that again today against Wildcard, because you see the impact it has, not only just with the man count going down, but now Baby Shark gathering that information, hacking those cameras so Kansan can get on all of them.
It's really a hallmark of an inexperienced team as well, as there's a vault out from Snake. He had the right read, but I didn't think he would collide with a shield of Dash, who absorbed most of those bullets, and Bay getting the kill gives Wildcard the advantage. But when you're a younger team, whether it be because of your age or inexperience, whatever, there tends to be, well, nice shot by Rival, there tends to be that inexperience showing through in a way that is sloppy. How many times do we see teams that are newer, that are younger, that go for kills when they're in advantageous positions? They have 4 players left, their opponent has 1, and they give 3 separate gunfights, and suddenly they lose them all. The round is now much harder than it needs to be. Teams will learn and improve, but both of these squads are young enough that they're going to make mistakes as they improve.
Dash and Spiker, the 2 lowest rated players on a wild card. Can they make something happen in the 2v3? They've got Dash on the shield, which is nice, but it's not a role he's super familiar with. Here he goes, though. Gets the opener.
Dash finding Emilio. Envy down to JJ and Rival, both of whom fighting for 6 kills. Quite the tally. Dash sees 1, and down goes JJ Blast. Unsure if he was blinded or what, but Spiker's there to take out Rival, and Wildcard battle back to win the round.
Yeah, brilliant coordination coming out from the support duo of Wildcard. It is incredibly difficult to win a 2v3 on Skyscraper of all maps, so you've got to give credit to Spiker and Dash. I said that Dash isn't super familiar with shields. That's because when he was on W7M, that wasn't really his role. That was more Dots' role on the team, where he was bringing all of the shields back when shields were at their strongest. Now he has been playing more for Wildcard, and I think he's found some success, some struggles as well. This whole Wildcard team had been rather inconsistent across the board, but that time they played together. They had good coordination. Even with that first pick, it looked like Dash got it. It was actually Spiker that got the initial down, and then it was cleaned up by the Blitz instead. So just being able to play together, right? Work as a unit, find those isolated players on Envy was super important, and you got to give credit to Wildcard. That's that teamwork they're going to need if they want to be winning attacks on Skyscraper here.
Yeah, far, far, far better coordinated that we saw from them than that, you know, I guess getting stuck in the mud on the previous round, attacking that backstairs where you're going to see Snake setting up. And again, if you're playing in Kitchen Barbecue down below, which is exactly where Envy's going to go, then you're going to extend upwards and outwards. Bay has zoomed in quite a lot on his camera. That is a big Bay. It's just the full scope of the camera, just boom.
I'm very interested what he wants to do. These barricades are pretty annoying as a Nook player, but this is the exact same lineup that Envy were running previously, so Bay just knows the angle, and he finds an opening pick on a JJ in the bomb site. He's already got full site control, Parker.
JJ will be overjoyed that he's involved in the very first pick yet again. This time, though, on the wrong side. Snake is there to have his teammates back, and, well, with Kansan down, he's always one of the most consistently impactful players on the side of Wildcard. He's a dangerous, dangerous force who can easily take over a game. And heading into this match, Kansan sat with 80 kills, tied with Ambi for most overall in the league. With his 1 kill, he'll now taken over fully. Diffuser goes down into a 3v2. Rival and Snake, the last 2 standing from Envy. They know one's out on Repel. Snake swings on to Spiker, and now it's all up to Rival upstairs, miles away from the action. He'll have to drop, which is a dangerous thing to do, as there will be 6 eyes, 3 sets of them from Wildcard trained in this direction. Baby Shark still has that shield up. They'll assess the options as there's an upside down rappel as well, looking towards the window. Rival seems to be aware of that, but he's got to pick his poison. Either way, it's still poison, and it'll still kill him if Baby Shark doesn't get there first. 2 in a row for Wildcard.
And that's really good homework coming out from Wildcard. That defensive lineup with the Miro, Warden, Wamai, Castle, Mute, that was identical to what we saw from Envy in their last match against Cloud9. So that's a setup that Wildcard have clearly seen before. They've done their homework, and so what did they do? They came up with a specific counter strat to make sure that they could exploit the weaknesses in that setup, walking in through bathroom on the Nook, walking straight past the camera inside of restaurant. And they had barricades set up on the side of Envy. They might have anticipated that that would be a response from Wildcard. They might have thought that that could happen, but despite the barricades being there, it didn't seem like JJ was aware of the space that they was making. And then from that point, you saw Dash, excellent work on the Nomad, taking care of the Geisha player up top. You saw Baby Shark on the Blitz, working his way in through Pantry to get the defuse, get down inside the site. Just a really well put together strategy from Wildcard. And you can tell that's when they specifically prepped to take down Envy.
Well, last operator ban now for this first half has been added. Castle and Dokkaebi taken off of the board. Dokkaebi a nuisance op, whose global ability is very strong. Excellent for the bigger maps, and also excellent if you're having some trouble roam clearing, which Wildcard didn't have that problem in round number 1. They didn't really need to roam clear. They knew where Envy was. They just lost those engagements. Rounds 2 and 3, Wildcard far more proficient on their entry. That second round in particular, Wildcard looking much more formidable. Envy kept it closer in round number 3, but still, unfortunately, struggling through it. Skyscraper is a bit of a funny map here, where right now we're looking at pretty much every single map being defender-sided. Skyscraper would not surprise me were it to be in that same boat. I haven't seen very much from all the regions that we've watched. That would lead me to believe that the attackers have an upper hand on any real map at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even when you just go back to Envy's last time, again, when they played this against C9, they went 6-0 on defense and they went 1-5 on offense. The fact that they're now going down at least 2-1 on D is very concerning for their end. They needed to start strong. Now they try to answer with a Dokkaebi ban to maybe turn around their fortunes, and that might let them roam a little bit better on that bottom floor. We see Rival playing that position downstairs, so that might allow him to get a little bit more value, but I mean, Baby Shark is still down there with the Deimos. Being watched from above could be a cheeky angle from Emilio to help out his teammate, but there are other answers that Wildcard can use to hunt down these solo players.
Numbers on Skyscraper, when we were talking about defender-sided or not, by the way, Skyscraper seeing the least amount of rounds played of any map in the NAL heading into today with 19, just behind Nighthaven Labs and Chalet. Skyscraper does hold the distinction of being defender-sided, but, I mean, you've only had 2 games played on it for a total of 19 rounds. It's kind of hard for us to say the absolute authority that it's defender-sided. That said, I mean, it is, right now, at 63% in favor of the defenders. Envy is behind those numbers, as you can see, and that's not ideal on their side of things. Dash is off to the races, and JJ Blast is isolated again. Wildcard will sweep through Envy. 3 players taken out of action on the side of Envy very quick. Now it's Snake having damage done as his eyes are towards Geisha, but the bullets emerging from over in the hallway. Emilio last one standing as Snake now bleeds out on the ground. And a flawless round as Baby Shark had been dropped on the side of Wildcard, but was not secured. 3 in a row for the attackers on Skyscraper is abnormal at this current point in time. I would be a little concerned if I was Envy.
Yeah, and I mean, you go back to that Dokkaebi ban, right? You're starting to think, well, maybe we should have banned that Nomad because it had massive impact on the last 2 rounds, of course, being used in Geisha in round 3, and then right there, taking down the smoke. It was JJ that caused so many problems in round 1 on this bomb site, so they brought out the air jabs, they brought out Spiker on his favorite attacking operator. The Nomad is his most played op throughout the stage so far. 88% win rate when Spiker is on that Nomad. Ridiculous stats being put up by him, and they're using it now. They got away without seeing the Nomad ban on this map, and because they went for the Dokkaebi instead, he's able to use it. So are the rest of the players on this team, as we saw in round number 3. So just more good adaptations coming out from Wildcard. They have really strong answers. You got to give credit to Dash as well. I believe a 4K in that round. Just finding the gap, rappelling into the bomb site, using the Grim to make sure he knew which areas of the map were clear and which ones were not. Working off his teammates' information, finding that space. Dash has not been a player who's had very many kills so far this stage, I have to say it. So starting off 6-1 against Envy is big for him.
I mean, Dash has been having a rough season by just about every single metric. You know, I think expectations were a little high after seeing him at Reload, but I think expectations should have been high for this entire wildcard squad after seeing them at Reload. They finished in the top 4, but not that he want to downplay the results there, but is CAG a top 2 team? Is Wildcard a top 4 team in the world? I think most people would say no. So you have to take those results with a grain of salt. Furio winning, though, is really not much of a surprise, and it's the rest of the rankings that you kind of need to raise an eyebrow at.
Well, I mean, round 5, we've got the Clash coming out. I mentioned at the start of the game, just seeing it now here for the first time. Baby Shark back on the Nomads, a good Clash counter to try to get that operator down onto her back instead so that you can get the easy pick off, but Emilio has been droned out at this point. Constant yellow pings. He is not long for this world. Easy opening pick from Kansan to clean up the lone roamer on the side of Envy. They need a response on this. Rival actually out with the SMG to try to find it, but instead it's Kansan who just keeps on racking them up. That's a 2-piece and forces Rival to run all the way back to site.
Kansan is in a position where he could break 100 kills today. I think it's unlikely. He'd need to drop a 20 bomb, but tomorrow's definitely more doable. It also really comes down to what Envy is able to accomplish here. If Wildcard just wins every single round, it's unlikely Kansan hits that number. He would need some assistance, Jesse, from his opponents.
Yeah, hunting for it now, obviously. They need to do something aggressive on the side of Envy, right? I think that's what JJ's trying to do, getting aggressive inside of Dragon. They know if they let these guys push 5v3, they don't have a chance at all, but it doesn't matter. They can't find any picks. JJ gets droned, and so he's got to fall back, hit the reinforcements. Snake now on Bs as well. Can't do anything sneaky, can't try to make a play. The one good thing is it looks like almost all their players, yeah, there's no backside pressure coming in from the other side of the map, so they don't have to worry about the main breach, but still, a 5v3 feels really rough for Envy.
Not really much to hang your hat on here through these previous 3, now 4 rounds for Envy as they are fighting to turn back the time on this very first stage. They're finding nothing, though. Vaulting their way towards the freedom of round number 5, but freedom to play round number 6 at an even greater deficit. Snake knocked over by an air jab and blinded. It's the second flawless round by Wildcard in a row. Nothing really slowing them down. It looked like Envy had a good read in round number 1 of how to deal with this wildcard squad, put them in a bottleneck over on that backstairs doorway. But since then, Wildcard has avoided stalling out, avoided a very single-minded focus and single-minded push, and they've dominated Envy the entire way. We've seen really nothing good out of Envy for the last 6, 7, 8 minutes, Jesse.
You're not wrong, Parker. I mean, this has been really tough. Envy, they started off strong with some big opening picks from JJ Blast, but since then, it's been a lot of entries that have gone the way of Wildcard. It feels like they're always getting droned out, getting spotted out. Doesn't matter if they ban the Dokkaebi, they're still being cleaned up very much in these early rounds. JJ had a good tweet last night after midnight about how tough this season has been. Obviously, Envy's still a brand new squad inside of Tier 1. Very inexperienced roster. We always talk about that, but when you're going up against the big dogs, Wildcard, maybe they're not the biggest of dogs in the North American League, but I mean, it's still top 4 at Reload. Some really talented players like Kansan and Bay on this team, and Dash as well, that nobody is going to doubt their mechanical abilities. This is by no means an easy game, and Envy, I think they're finding this out, that this has just really been tough on the stage, and it's not over yet, but we're really going to need to see a miracle come out from them if they want to come back and win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be this guy again, but you've dropped so many rounds as defenders on Skyscraper. Now, it is entirely possible that these teams just match up better as attackers on this map. Maybe when the operator bans come in the second half, which is about 2.5 minutes away, we'll see something that continues to allow these attackers so much carte blanche to get into the site and kill off these roamers. But I mean, if Envy's only able to muster a single round as the defenders on Skyscraper, again, historically a very defender-sided map, then they are in serious trouble. We've assessed situations like this before. You and I have, and other casters have too, and it turns out that it is just an attacker-sided map and that the second half is more in favor of Envy. Who knows? Dash starting off strong in round number 6. Down goes another player on Envy. Twist still searching for his first kill. He's about 1 HP away from certain death. Bay taking out Snake as Emilio had died earlier. Now it's Rival firing back over in Geisha, doing serious damage. Dash at the 911 scoreline, and if anybody's calling the ambulance at this point, it's Envy for themselves. Rival picked off. Twist still very low on HP. JJ Blast fighting for his life. He and Twist will have to put in some serious work, and Twist finds his very first kill. A minute and a half to go, Jesse.
Dash is having such a good time this game. Running in on the Grim earlier. Now it's the Blitz where he's finding the space. It's up to JJ and Twist now. Trying to make something happen. There goes Twist. It's all going to be on the captain in the 1v3 up against a Blitz. Places I wouldn't want to be, Parker, but at least he's got a shotgun close range.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's exactly there. You just have to, again, pick your poison, but you're going to die no matter what. And that's exactly what happens. JJ Blast trying his damnedest. The round number 1, the first half started in that position with JJ at the top of those back stairs, and it will end in the exact same spot. Wildcard, a stunning 5-1 first half, an attacking half on Skyscraper. Oh boy, this second half could get real rough for Envy.
Yeah, and I mean, I like what you said earlier, that sometimes a map, even though it's historically defender-sided, sometimes we get the rare attacker-sided map, and this could be that. And, you know, I agree with that. I think in theory, in practice, as the desk touched on, Envy have been the worst attacking team throughout the North America League. They have just a 25% win rate on their attacks so far. History has shown they can't attack this map very well in particular as well. So I don't know. It's going to be difficult. Everybody kind of knows that at this point. For me, it's feeling like one of the most dominating games that we have had all season long in the North America League. We talk a lot about Envy. I do think we need to give Wildcard their flowers. Again, I think their adaptations in the second quarter were really strong that first half. I think their pre-predicted strats, the stuff that they brought into Barbecue Kitchen, for example, was really cool. And their work with the Nomad, with the Dokkaebi in round 2, with Dash in general, just finding so much space for this team, finding those gaps, has been really incredible. I expect we'll see more of that on the defensive side. Again, this is the first time Wildcard have played Skyscraper since they assembled this roster with Baby Shark and Dash, but I can't imagine defensive side on Skyscraper is going to be a weak point for them.
10 seconds to go.
I'd like to remind everybody of what's on the line at the moment. We have today and tomorrow as the final days here of the group stages, and that would set us up for playoffs, where the top 6 teams will duke it out for glory. 5 of those 6 spots are locked in. DZ, Shopify Rebellion, M80, Space Station, and OXG have made the playoffs. No matter what happens today and what happens tomorrow, they are guaranteed to be in the top 6. There is a gulf between the top teams of NA and the bottom teams of NA. You could even say there's a gulf between the top 2, then down to the next 4, and then the final 4. Really comes down to how you choose to see the standings. LFO right now sits in that 6th and final spot. Wildcard are 3 points back of that LFO Orgless squad. If Wildcard wins all 3 today, or wins in regulation today and gets all 3 of those points, their round differential is looking pretty good, Jesse. If they win 7-1 or 7-2, they'll vault over LFO for that final 6th spot. But again, LFO will be in action later today against M80, and then both of these teams will play tomorrow against each other. Wildcard and LFO will be in the second last match of group stages. Things start off strong in this round for Envy now, as let's focus on round number 7. They get the leadoff pick. They did that in the very first round of the first half. It was their only real good round. They need to replicate that success here to close this gap between them and Wildcard.
When this is tough at the hard breach, they can't walk through with the Monty. With a crouch, he will get through no problem, so it doesn't end up biting them. But now they've got to still work some more picks, and Panza inside of Dragon's going to be in a difficult spot to clear out. Kiba barriers continue to be put up too. They've got a lot of pressure down below with both Rival on the Buck and then Snake on the Nomad main stairs. They start off by losing JJ, though. That is not what you wanted to see.
Now Snake is down for the count. Twist took some damage too. Emilio finds 2 very quickly. Rival and Twist are the last 2 standing for Envy, and Baby Shark and Dash on the other side of things. Dash now with 12 kills, a real Herculean effort on his part. His numbers have not been particularly good. He's the second worst rated player on this team, just escaping the bottom 10 rated players in the NAL. You wouldn't know it from the way that he's played today. Final 40 seconds, and we find ourselves in a 2v2, a very crucial round for Envy.
It's just the imports, Dash and Baby Shark trying to hold on for Wildcard, force that match point. 30 seconds is all they have to stall. And Dash, he knows where they are, but he just can't find the shot.
Oh, Dash with one before getting traded out. Baby Shark and Rival in a 1v1. 20 seconds to go for the Buck, who's just on about 15 points of HP. If Envy lose this, if Rival loses this, Wildcard will secure themselves a single point. And that's exactly what will happen. A vault up and Baby Shark swings right as Rival tries to enter the bomb site. Wildcard 6-1, and they've guaranteed themselves one of 3 points. A win in regulation looks incredibly likely, Jesse. It would take an awful lot for Wildcard to bottle this, and it's not even really about Envy at this point. It's more about Wildcards seemingly losing their stride, which would allow Envy to close that gap. Envy have not looked particularly good today, and it's a very critical match for them.
Yeah, big round from the Baby Shark out from the south of France, being able to win that 1v1. Forcing the attack time out from Envy feels a little late, frankly. I mean, they still need to now go flawless on their attacks. Otherwise, they are going to be the first team eliminated from playoff contention here in the North America League. Archer Omix will be getting the microphone now for Envy, a player, a person who's been around the tier 2 scene, tier 1 scene as well, quite a bit. Now coaching Envy in a big role. Hasn't had the success that they've maybe wanted this stage, but he's been around the block. Obviously somebody who knows the game of Siege very well. It's one thing to be able to identify problems, though. It's a completely different thing to be able to address them and fix them in real time. That's going to be the real challenge coming out from Envy. Came so close in that last round that, I mean, you kind of said it, Parker. The fact that now the maximum amount of points Envy can get is just 2 is going to be really awkward for them, and even that's going to require going all the way to overtime. They won't be mathematically eliminated if they win this in overtime, but because Orgless are so far ahead in the race, every single point matters, which makes it really awkward for Envy and quite good for Wildcard. I mean, if Wildcard are going to step up and steal that final playoff spot away from Envy, or sorry, I should say away from Orgless, this is how it starts. A dominating win today over Envy, and then as you said, winning that all-important game tomorrow, which could be the key thing that determines who gets that 6th and final spot.
It will be a dogfight. And I'm excited for tomorrow's matches. You and I are just here for the day. We're almost like visitors to the NA League over the last couple weeks. It has been Lynx and Lynx's new duo, XR Troika, carrying a lot of the action here. And honestly, most of that was due to scheduling issues on the side of Lynx and XR Troika. They had some conflicts when the schedule first came out, so you and I ended up working like the first 3 days or something in a row. That's okay. It's given us time to watch as viewers and assess the situation with a bit more objectivity than if we were actually casting it. When you're casting a match, you're not really taking stock the same way if you're just sitting at home watching, and I think a lot of other casters would echo that sentiment. I find it's weird. It's a lot easier for me to get into the matches when I'm watching than when I'm casting.
I feel like I retain less if I'm casting, because I'm focused more on casting, whereas like I can take good notes and stuff if I'm just watching. I can't really take the same good notes if I'm trying to cast, so it is an interesting dynamic. You and I will be back for playoffs for a lot of those days as well, so we still have plenty of NA action to watch, and we've been down in South America as well, which has had some great games.
Not more
physically. For Envy.
Not physically. But
no, we're not traveling to Brazil.
Is visually.
Yes.
Well, we didn't make reload, so we definitely didn't travel to Brazil. They say come to Brazil, and we said no, not today. Timeout, by the way, for Envy was called in the previous round. I'm always a bit skeptical when they happen this late, but I think the idea was, why don't we wait to see what happens on that second side? Dash almost had a kill. He gets the drop on Emilio, who's been down. Twist is now down 2. Snake is ensuring nobody can get over there on the side of Wildcard to secure that downed player. Right now, the advantage for Envy just based on pure numbers, but until Emilio gets picked back up, Jesse, it's a 3v3.
Baby Shark hungry for a pick. He might actually just be baiting because Kansan's down below. If he can distract this Monty and open things up for Kansan, that could be big. He dies in the meantime, so now it's really important that Kansan finds a frag, but he will do so. Snake from down below, finished off as he sprays through the floorboards. Still a man advantage for Envy. They picked up Emilio, and they have JJ on the Monty, so they have all the tools to win this, but Wildcard still control the bottom floor.
I mean, the Monty is the real issue here, right? JJ's going to breathe down the neck of Spiker, who's already got his hands full, and JJ will secure the final kill, which leaves Kansan in a do-or-die situation. Of course, there's plenty of time for Wildcard to put a round in the win column and ultimately take this match, but Envy need to start a comeback at some point. JJ Blast, relatively well-healed rival, and Emilio, you cannot say the same for them, and if there are goo mines in their path, that just might be enough. Kansan's tucked into this spot right now in barbecue. There's the pop-up, and Kansan misses the opportunity onto JJ as he gets leveled and shot away by the Monty. That could have been so bad for Envy, but Kansan, he thought he had it. You saw him instinctively turn away. That muscle memory is the sort of thing that you just cannot teach, but most of those bullets went into the shield. And an opportunity slips through the fingers of Wildcard. Don't worry, they still have 4 more chances to close this one out before overtime.
He got the down onto Rival, too, so that was straight up a 1v1 at the end there. Kansan versus JJ on the shield. Unfortunately, close range with the shield bash coming in. Usually the 1v1s against shields, you know, since they nerfed them a little bit, are a little bit more winnable for the defenders, but Kansan just had too much to handle in that round, and the 1v3 did his best and almost stole it away from Envy, but the Dallas-based team stays alive in our Lone Star Showdown. They had a really good entry, right? Finding a lot of those opening picks. While it was Emilio the first one to get downed, he was able to get picked back up because it was outside the building where he ended up dying. And then, yeah, maybe a little sloppy to not drone out Kansan before they got the plant down. But sometimes in a low time situation, you've got to take those risks. And eventually, it didn't come back to bite them. So they get their second on the board. First attacking round win as well in quite a long time. Still going to be a difficult task to snowball this, but one is always how it starts, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, every comeback starts with one round, as cliched as it sounds. And if you're playing a drinking game of water, of course, you can take your drink of water at that exact moment for us having to say it. I think what we're overlooking here, though, is just how attacker-sided this matchup is at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if a Monty ban from Wildcard comes out after next round once we get through round number 9.
I would expect it.
Sure. I would too. That would be 4 shields banned as Blackbeard, Blitz, and Clash are currently unavailable.
This could be a quick rush, Parker. They've already got the Lion Charge used, but no, it doesn't seem like it will be. Aurora is usually used on this window to block off the drum door. That's exactly what they'll do once again, closing things out. But a C4 gets through it, pops the door, and finds a smoke. Beautiful play by Dash.
Wow, they crush Envy as they try to break on in. A good idea. Snake prevents a flawless round, but not the end of the match. One singular kill for Envy that time around, and Wildcard doesn't look very happy with the fact that they just won 7-2. This matchup is over. Huge victory for Wildcard as they pick up all 3 points in regulation.
I mean, they know the real test will be tomorrow. This was a must-win for them to set themselves up to steal that final playoff spot tomorrow. So they should be feeling really good about how this has gone, but the job is not done for Wildcard. Unfortunately, it is for Envy. They will be the first team eliminated from playoff contention here in the North America League. They are not in last at the moment, but of course, Cruelty still has a game in hand where they could bounce back and grab that final playoff spot mathematically. So tough one to come out from Envy today.
Still 4 more games to go, Jesse. Up next, Space Station versus OXG. But before that, a short break. I'll be right back.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the past.
did you see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got these. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
No. Okay. Hold it. Nice. In VIP. Good done.
One outside of his
In office, guys.
Starting up. Let's go, boys. Good job, guys. Good shit.
Go, guys.
Good job, boys. Clean. Good job.
Well, with that fairly one-sided affair, wildcard, they keep control of their fate in their own hands, and now it will come down to the matchup tomorrow against Orgless to decide if they can make playoffs or not. To talk a bit more about that, we'll welcome in Spiker, our victors here as they close things out. Spiker, first of all, I want to say congrats on the win. You guys are now in a good spot to play for playoffs tomorrow, but I gotta ask right away, we saw all your faces right after that game ended. It seemed like you were all business, didn't see a lot of smiles. Did you understand that this was just a stepping stone to that game tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that we had to win today. You know, it was just kind of that simple for us, to be honest. Like, we haven't been playing to the standard and the level that we know we can, and so honestly, most of it is like frustration with ourselves. And so when we win, we play a good game, and it's like a lot of like relief on us, I guess. And you know, we know we have to win tomorrow regardless. So you know, today winning just puts us in a spot where we, like you said, we control our own fate now. So that was the most important thing for us, just getting the dub, and then you know, we control what happens next.
Well, Spiker, to follow up with the dub, you guys going to Skyscraper, was that kind of more of a mental warfare? You guys understood their game against Cloud9 was kind of, you know, they won it off their defense, and it looked like in those attacks you did a really good job at exploiting. I kind of just wanted the breakdown of as to why you guys did allow Skyscraper in the end.
Honestly, it's been like one of the best maps for us ever since like before Reload. It's just we never got to play it at Reload, and then through the stage we didn't. I think we only banned it like once or twice because we just didn't like the matchup for the team that we were going to play. So Sky's always been a very good map for us. We just kind of had it, you know, hidden in our back pocket until now, I guess. But we felt like the way that we attacked the map would just exploit the
defenses.
Not the way they defend the map, but just kind of exploit like the way they are as a team. Like the way we attack is kind of more like split, and we kind of like just identify gaps like for where they are, and then we can just pick, we can work picks around the map. And you know, for a young, unexperienced team like them, we just thought it would be a really good like matchup for us, and we weren't worried about starting to attack.
Yeah, definitely noticed you guys exploiting their gaps. I mean, there was one round on Kitchen where you guys did an amazing counter strat. You took, I believe it was Pantry, and then went through Kitchen. The next round, Dash jumps in purple, takes top black. You guys get the 2 picks. I felt like round after round, you guys kept finding gaps. Do you feel like you just did a really good job at finding those gaps, or did you expect more of an adaptation from Envy? It didn't really look like Envy had those adaptations. How did it feel in the matchup for you?
No, it felt like we were just kind of like every time that we looked at, we were running in prep, we saw they were just doing the same defenses we saw like in the prep.
Previous.
So like we knew they weren't changing anything, so we knew we didn't really have to adapt our game plan mid-game like at all. You know, if they started to like change their setups, change ops, change spots and stuff, then I would have like called more like adaptations like mid-game, and then we would have like switched up how we were playing. But since they weren't changing anything, like there was no reason to really change the way we were doing anything, just because I mean it was working and they weren't really doing anything. They were just like they were running different setups than the first time, but it didn't change the fact that, you know, we could still attack the same way.
Right. Yeah, and for you specifically, I guess this question is more for, as a younger IGL to the scene, obviously going up against JJ Blast, first season inside of the NAL. You know, I may have heard something from behind the scenes before we just got live in this interview, but how do you feel about JJ Blast as an IGL for his team, Envy as a whole throughout this stage? How do you feel personally?
I mean, I've known JJ for like 5 years at this point. I know how he likes to call. Like, I think I've lost him like once in a game that like actually mattered. So like I just understand the way he likes to call a lot, and so I just understand how to play against him. I think the first stage of Pro League for anybody is very difficult, and since they have what, 4 rookies, I think, right? Snake's the only one who's played.
Yeah.
And Pro 4, yeah. So they have 4 rookies. Like the first stage is always hard for most people, especially if it's a full team. Like the first stage is going to be difficult. You know, they got to win under their belt. You know, I know they're struggling, you know, a lot, but like their first stage is hard, and I think they'll probably get better with time. I do say they troll in scrims, so I think they got to fix that if they want to actually elevate their gameplay more, and they, you know, they can improve more. But I'm pretty sure JJ's changing that. I think I saw him tweet that they were, you know, that he wasn't happy with how they were scrimming anymore. So if they can change that, I think they have a decent future ahead of them.
Well, thank you for that insight, Spiker. That's very good to know. And, you know, we appreciate you looking out for your fellow team, saying it'll be a tough first stage and maybe they can bounce back next stage. But for you guys tomorrow, any thoughts about that match before we let you go? It's going to be playoffs on the line against Orgless. How you feeling about going into that one?
I got nothing to say. We just got to win. If we play how we played today, I'm confident we'll win. If we play how we did against OXG, we may not win. I don't know.
You said this last time. You said this last time when we talked like that almost exact same quote, and we haven't seen you back up here in a while. So let's hope it lives true for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope we don't suck.
All right, Spiker, we'll end it on that. Thank you so much. Congrats again on the win, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
All right, Wildcard closing it out and doing it in dominant fashion. It felt like they shut the door on Envy before this one could really get underway.
Yeah, it was an amazing set of attacks. I mean, he really broke it down for us, obviously. Same things that Envy were doing in their matchup against Cloud9. They took advantage of the gaps when they saw it. There wasn't really a response for Envy, but honestly, for Wildcard to be able to identify those gaps, it's like those glimmers of hope.
I'm not saying reload. We're not saying reload.
I know, but those glimmers of hope in the team that they could become more consistently. We see it in their matches against weaker teams. It just needs to be done more consistently against higher and better quality level of teams. You know, when a team switches something up or adapts the way you do, what do you do then? So obviously, you know, still in their hands to be able to make it to playoffs. And I think at the end of the day, that's what Wildcard played for today. And it was a statement. And now, you know, they'll go in tomorrow with a little bit more confidence.
Well, we talked about this yesterday a lot, today a little bit. Skyscraper attacks, so difficult to do. And the first half on those attacks is where Wildcard were thriving.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it. When it comes to defense on Skyscraper, it's the most defender-sided map throughout every single stage, every single region as a whole. So to be able to pretty much almost have a flawless attack, so to say, and constantly do it round after round, throwing different looks, constantly coming in from different entryways. Wildcard had a great game plan, but a lot of their game plan was finding the gap in the moment, find the openings for them. So to be able to accomplish that, I mean, we thought it was impressive when M80 was able to do that against OXG on Skyscraper. It's just equally as impressive, not because of the different level of caliber of teams, but still to do it on a map like that is so difficult. So to find that, I mean, that is huge props to Wildcard for consistently finding that opening.
Well, unfortunately, Wildcard, this win means that we have to say goodbye to our very first team who gets now knocked out of playoff contention. Envy, the first team eliminated here in NAL Stage 1, and they just could not put it together. It was, I would say, a long road, a long time coming. They just could not make it happen.
Laxley's like a disappointed dad. Like, he's just
I mean, I don't want to rag on them anymore. I mean, they're obviously in the dumps. We saw JJ posting on Twitter, you know, he's not happy with the performance. I mean, it's a tough situation you find yourself in. The most important thing is you use the time off to reflect and try to see, you know, where problems happen, how you can fix them, and how you can make scrims connect those dots once you get into pro matches. And Spiker said it best. You know, his first Pro League season was actually with me when we were in Parabellum.
You guys
and we
suck.
were awful. Yeah, we sucked. We whooped you guys, though.
Beat us,
it was the only win.
Beat.
But, I mean, it does go to show, you know, sometimes nerves, everything's get to you when you first join the T1 League. It doesn't mean you're horrible. It doesn't mean that you aren't going to be able to improve. But that is the most important thing, is that the next time we see them, are they going to be improved? Whether that's a roster change, whether they stick together, I don't know what that's going to be in the end, but the most important thing is that we do see improvement going into the next stage.
Yeah, I think Spiker put it best. Hopefully they can get to that next stage.
Correct.
And have a little bit of a bounce back. But that's it for our first game here on day 2 of the Super Week. Our next one, it may not be for playoff contention, but 2 players facing their former team. We've got some drama, some intrigue. It's SSG and OXG coming up next.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Hi, I'm GMZ, and this is the Art of Siege with Oxygen.
So.
Force, we're timed, bro.
Well, I just made like some funky ass like monkey ear.
What is this, bro?
What?
Bro, what?
Oh, blood shield. Some thick lines.
Whoa.
What is this? A bento box? Like, what?
Frost
gotta be a
yeah, that's a frost. What is that? On the top left.
Welcome.
Oh. Alright. Is this a flag? What is this?
Sledge.
Dude, like,
that's a good drawing, bro. Oh my god, bro, how do I draw this?
That's a guy, right?
on top? Yeah, what is that? Dude,
Like,
what the fuck is
Five?
this?
What is this?
Oh,
What's the word for it?
Who
What
was
is
supposed to be on the
this?
left? Is that no? Like, or who?
Yeah, what operator is
what
that?
is this?
Why do you have 3 arms?
You know, I'm the best artist.
Hell no. Nah.
Nah.
The way some of y'all were drawing was pretty questionable.
The sun is shining here in Philadelphia as we dive into day 2 of the Super Week. 1 match down, our second game upon us, and this one, it may not have all the playoff implications in the world, but what it does have is some emotional toll. We've got Laxing, we've got Foxay, I'm Jonas Rillinger. This matchup here between SSG and OXG, Newers and Forest playing against their former teams. You guys have been in a position like this before on either side of it. What's this like for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it means a lot for the teams involved because we always talk about it. When you make a roster change, a player goes on to a different team, there's some type of phenomenon where that player that joins the new team will always beat the previous team.
Speaking
so,
from experience?
Yeah, I am speaking from experience. When I dropped Lax and Vert, both of their new teams beat OXG, and now OXG finds himself in a situation where Newers has now joined SSG, but Force is on OXG now. So you're in a situation where they're going to play each other.
Okay, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty funny. That's a good shout. Anyways, back to what you were saying. Newers is going to play Oxygen. I'm sure Newers wants to get the win. Although I think it was Newers, he wanted to make that change to SSG, so maybe it's a little different. But as for Forrest, I think Forrest definitely wants to get the win over SSG, kind of showing, like, why did you do it?
Well, as we said, both of these teams locked in for playoffs, so they don't have to worry about that. More about getting those reps in and getting prepared for playoffs in just 1 week's time. But you talk about some success that this Oxygen roster have had yesterday. Felt like a major turning point, not just in terms of the standings laxing, but the way we saw them play. Some serious innovation on the attacking side.
Absolutely. It's a breath of fresh air in terms of this brand new Oxygen that we're seeing. You're getting new air in the lungs because we talk about Oxygen in the beginning of the stage where it was very default. They were trying to find their footing. But then this game versus Wildcard where everything really came to fruition. We're really seeing their attacks be far more cohesive than we've seen it before. I mean, this attack in general, just using the Aurora to block off small bakery, rush the player in bake, take that control, force this pressure, force this map control, and then just solidify that round. And then going in even to the last round that got them the win over Wildcard. This was a beautiful rush, causing mass chaos for all of Wildcard to figure out what they needed to do. And what does Oxygen do? They realize, let's just fall back. Let's hit the reset button. But in Wildcard's mind, there's so much chaos. Comms are chaotic. You can tell just by Spiker just running around with his head cut off. But because of that and the mass hysteria that they're causing, they're then allowed to reset, understand the next win condition, which is to force the player out of bathroom, push back into bar, and then collapse on this player into the 1v3. And again, this is the new life that we're seeing out of Oxygen that we've been wanting to see, because again, it's been very lackluster, I'd say, throughout the stage. But if that's what we're going forward, especially into playoffs, they're looking damn good.
Yeah, no, that last round was so smart. Obviously, they take the site, they realize they can't plant, we need to relax, they drop, understand somebody's downstairs, go for a pinch, immediately get another advantage. They fall back to the site, take their time. And honestly, since they've gotten this team house, it's really been a helping hand for them, because we talked about the coaches needing to really step in. Now you're in person, you can see their Kizzy behind. To be way more involved when the coaches are in person with you. They can fix an issue as soon as they see it. Everyone's able to talk about it immediately. I mean, so far, getting that team house may have just saved Oxygen, making it to playoffs, but we need to see the consistency into playoffs.
Absolutely.
Well, the team play and the synergy is clearly so much better the way we saw that game play out yesterday. But we also saw in the bottom right of our screen a moment ago, Yaga with 15 kills to his name. He has been performing better and better by the day.
If you're still invested in the Yag stonks, you're looking at higher and higher as it keeps on going. I mean, Yaga had such a pivotal performance yesterday. He was really stepping up. He was making, there was one play in particular where he snuck into Train and just laid prone there and then almost brought it back. It almost brought me back to when we were in Sweden and he had that pistol clutch that he ended up pulling off. He almost did it here. Yeah, in this round in particular, he pulls it off with a pistol, but unfortunately can't get the 4K. But again, Yaga has been performing. It does also bring me back to when we first picked him up back on Oxygen. He was just a nightmare. He was one of the best players in the league. And if he can keep up this performance alongside Oxygen, just playing as a unit and playing more cohesive, this is a scary Oxygen going into playoffs.
Well, it's a scary Oxygen, but the team they have to face today and will eventually in the playoffs is SSG. Similarly, have improved chemistry-wise. This roster is really coming together right now.
I mean, you'd like to think so, obviously. Since picking up Newers at Reload, we talked about how the team was accommodating for Newers. And then at the start of the stage, it was all about making Newers accommodate to the team. And we saw Reload, Ashen was struggling. Now he's been doing better. At the start of the season, Benja was struggling. Now he's been doing better. So all around, their entries have finally been able to find comfortability with assimilating Newers into their entry strategy. And now that front has looked so much better.
Well, you talk about Ashen, Newers, Benja, some of the newer players on this team. What about the vets? Have they made any sort of corrections, improvements that have also made this team get better as a whole?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you can't talk about SSG without talking about the veterans, and I think a big player who obviously stepped up yesterday was J90. He was so pivotal for their win, for keeping it close against M80. They did not win, but they kept it very close. And to see him also find comfortability in these new roles since picking up Newers, it really paints the picture of everything has a struggle at first, but SSG fix it and it gets better. And then there's always a new struggle in front of it. And I feel it's comfortable to say after seeing the new light from SSG of them also playing passive against M80, that they're depthening their pool in essentially how to play the game. And now they're in a position where SSG classically finds themselves in, where they're plateauing. And this is the position where can they break the ceiling and be a top team that is making those main stage events consistently? Or will they still get stuck on that plateau that SSG finds themselves in and have to do the whole, well, you know, we struggled, we'll make another roster change and then we'll break the ceiling?
I can argue that they're already attempting to break that ceiling just in regards of adopting a new playstyle of being a little more passive, which we did see in that last game against M80. Because what we've always known and always talked about with SSG is, yes, they are great on their aggression. They're one of the best with aggression, but at the same time, their aggression is also where they trip up over themselves. So the fact that they can adopt a new playstyle, they can now mesh players to get back into their comfort, find that comfort. I do really believe this is one of the best iterations that we are seeing out of SSG, and also in terms of just adapting and adopting a new playstyle.
Yeah, we're in a situation for SSG where, yes, this game is a little bit for drama, a little bit for respect, which team got the best pickup. But at the end of the day, I'm really looking forward to SSG's playoff performance because it will be a pop-off SSG or SSG crumbling, just like, you know, we've seen SSGs in the past do.
Well, take a look at this. We're going all the way to Chalet. Surprisingly, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Laxing, I think this is a map we have not seen from SSG so far this stage. I think they've only played 3 maps. Going into playoffs, would you show a new map?
I actually don't mind that. I think for both of these teams, I think you're either looking at old maps to possibly go back to, right your wrongs, see if you can maybe pull out a best 3, or you pull out something just brand new. Maybe tease it a little bit. Should not show off anything too intricate, but you allow yourself to just test the waters before you get into a best 3, where you can really know if you want to show that, if you really also want to give a false pretense for a team to be like, let's not bring them to this. So it kind of goes in your way of both bands. So both these teams playing Chalet, showing something a little different. I actually do enjoy that. I think there's a lot that you can get from it and that you can apply into a best of 3, and then a lot you can also take away from and just avoid going into a best of 3.
I know what to expect from Chalet for SSG. Obviously, hyper-aggressive map, hyper-aggressive team. It makes a lot of sense. I'm really interested to see what OXG brings to the table, especially incorporating Forest, being able to play the Blitz, being able to play those shields on a map like Chalet. And we haven't necessarily seen OXG play too many aggressive maps when it comes to being comfortable in aggressive play. That's also something OXG has not necessarily shown in they are a little bit more of like a hybrid of team. When you look for entries on the team, there's not necessarily one player that's standing out as that headhunter on OXG.
Well, I know where your heart in both cases here may truly lie as far as predictions go. What is your brain telling you? Who's going to win this game?
You know what? I think I am going to switch my prediction. I am going to switch to Oxygen just to go against the grain here. I do think, again, when it goes back to righting your wrongs, I think Oxygen wants to reattempt Chalet, fix their mistakes prior, because one of their biggest mistakes in their previous Chalet was Forrest was dying first on that entry on those shields. And I do believe if they can just fix those mistakes, we can see a lot cleaner rounds, at least on the attacking side.
You're going to go against the grain?
I am going to go.
Well, maybe we shouldn't put all of our eggs in one basket, maybe circle back. You know, the business jargon.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with that.
I was like, where's he going?
I'm gonna go with SSG.
All right, sticking with it, going SSG, OXG. We're split here on the desk. We'll see what our casters think. Intero and Jesse, it's all you.
Well, two very long tenured teams here in the North America League right now sitting dead smack in the middle of NAL. Some would even say the meat of the NAL sandwich. What would you say about that, Jesse?
Wow, real curveball question to start things off here, Parker.
What do you think about the meat of Space Station and OXG, Jesse?
I would say that we're in for a really interesting game because not only, as the desk said, is this not a game that matters too much for playoffs, more so for deciding who maybe had the better swap, but it's also a preview of what is likely to be the first round playoff matchup, with these two teams are likely to finish 4th and 5th seed in some order. Not locked in, we could see some different matchups, but there's a high probability these two will be facing off in a best of 3 in the very first round of playoffs. So it's always kind of an interesting dynamic in those situations where how much do you give away? How much are you trying to show off to the enemy team? That's going to kind of be the big question. And we go here to a map like Chalet, which Auctions played once so far this stage. SSG have a long history on it, even though they haven't played it so much historically. Nothing crazy with the bans. I say that. Bravo's maybe a bit of a weird ban coming out, but we have seen it before here on Chalet. Both Blackbird and Azami have been perma-banned on Chalet through the North America League so far, so not surprised to see them gone. And then Azami and Castle, really two operators that can do much of the same job. So to take both of them out is going to really make those windows dangerous for SSG.
Said earlier when we were looking at Skyscraper in our very first match of the day, Jesse, that there were 3 maps that were well below all the others in terms of play rates. And that was Skyscraper, then Nighthaven Labs, then Chalet. Well, because we saw Skyscraper earlier and it went a decent distance, still wasn't enough, by the way, to tilt it away from being defender favored based on what we saw. So still a defender sided map. Chalet is now the 2nd least played map in the map pool. Just 9 rounds won by attacking teams, 13 by defending teams. So a very small sample size here. Typically this map has been friendlier to attackers than a great deal of maps in the map pool. But as it stands right now, we are looking at, with the exception of Cafe, and I guess the 30 rounds played a border, we are looking at defender-sided maps all across the board. So the expectation should be whenever we load in, defenders will do well. That means for Space Station, they start on that favorable side. Look for them to rack up rounds quickly. If they cannot get 2 to 3 rounds on the board in the first 3 to 4 rounds, and things will be going in the wrong direction for them. Oxygen will start with their hands full on the discovery phase, and Gomez has already taken some damage.
It was an interesting start from Newers deciding to play over by games at the start of the round. He's still kind of around the kind of blue stairs area of the map. Not really being contested early by OXG, so nothing to worry about too much, but keep an eye on it later on. A little bit of a run out too from Ashen, who always is eager to start things off quickly on the defense for SSG, but not forward enough on the side of Oxygen to really fall for that. So this is going to be a pretty slow push up as the Monty starts to make his way up Solar Stairs, but Ben just got a nasty surprise for him.
Yeah, if he goes undroned and unspotted, which seems to be the case for the moment. And there we go. Benja pops up, gets not just the shield, but also the repel. And a Nitro Cell goes out looking for Gomez, but he evades it for the time being. An excellent start for Space Station.
Tough to lose that, especially when you've got the Deimos below, who could have done so much damage if you got that drone. Here's another fight for Benja, a triple kill to start things off. He's hunting for the ace, Parker. You know that he wants it. Last 2 remaining attackers are both outside, and one of them is on this trophy window.
It'd be great to see the Dane bounce back, as he'd had some struggles on his teams. He's right now the lowest rated player on Space Station. He's just outside of the top 15, or he might actually be 15th lowest rated, but still numbers quite underwater, and doing it on roles where we expect more killing from him. Play this flex position as now the two remaining players from OXG, Gomez and Grixer, look down the stairs and now towards lobby, but they're not really finding anything. SSG has shown in times past that they can be very patient when in such an advantageous position.
Then just run up to Mezzanine. He might still complete this ace in a very aggressive position over towards Gomez. Does find the fourth. The last one's pretty far though, Parker.
And Newers will get it. A flawless round. No ace to be had for Benja Master. A North American will collect the final kill on Space Station. Blasting off flawlessly. Not a single kill on the side of OXG to start things off.
Yeah, nice to see Benja stepping up for a big round. As you said, obviously hasn't been the greatest of start for him to the 2025 season. This is actually his worst stage since coming to North America. And I think part of that is due to the role changes that have happened on SSG. He used to be part of that entry duo alongside of Ashen. Now Noors has kind of taken that role. We talked about how to reload. Ashen kind of had to take a bit of a backseat. This stage has been Benja, who's not maybe taking a backseat, but is in a bit more of like a flex position, right? He's kind of playing that lurker flex role for Space Station. So it makes sense maybe if he's not having quite as much of the star fragging power that we've seen from him in the past, but still good to see that he does have it when he needs to, and so can step up big for a little rat play to start things off. You might want to criticize Auction and say, well, that probably should have gone droned out, and again, with the Damos below, could have been a free pick, but end of the day, sometimes those mistakes do just get caught off. And when you've got a Monty, sometimes like that's what you do, right? You're bringing the Monty so you can skip steps on droning, so you can speed your push up. But Monty the Forest just couldn't quite see it.
That's a real tough entry for the Monty, and you have to imagine that the entire execute fell apart because of Benja going undroned in that particular position. And sometimes you have all the strategy in the world, and then you just run into a brick wall. And this particular instance, that brick wall was assembled by Lego bricks, one of the greatest exports of Denmark.
Well, this time around, Benj is going to be playing up on the Aruni inside the defense, playing Library at the moment, quite extended over towards the top of the floor with Newers and kind of a duo roam up above the site. Ashen over by Piano as well, so they're extending quite far through this top floor. With the Surrey Gate, it's going to be quite difficult to get Benja out of the top floor position. They will start burning that now. Grixer playing on the striker is going to make it a lot easier with the nades and the flashes. He can do a lot of solo work to clear out this position.
There goes Benja. So he won't have the same impact on this round that he had back in round number one. Gomez leading things off, and down goes those Surya Gates. Now out will go the nade, as Gomez still holding position right now outside on that balcony. It's a bit of a reposition now from Space Station as they've lost one of their players. Not uncommon for a team to lose a defender and then scramble to plug those holes. Gomez gets dropped. He has an Adrenal Surge in pocket, but he couldn't use it in time. Fultz dies as well at the hands of Adam. Now a swing across as Ashen and Forest will trade perfectly, but these numbers benefiting the attackers, at least for the moment. Next one up is Newers, who takes the head off of Adam. J90 will slaughter Grixer, who's down for the count, and Yaga on a single point of HP, holding on to that case with no utility whatsoever. Will have to go for the revive on Grixer. Both of these players sitting at about 20 HP. Newers not a single point of damage, and he's yet to die. Same with J90, but J90's worse for wear. Still searching for his first kill. Upstairs controlled from OXG with about a minute to go, Jesse.
Watch out for that Nitro in the pocket of J90. With these last two players so low on HP, it could be really problematic. Just a tickle from that Nitro could kill both Yaga and Grixer in one fell swoop.
They're going fishing right now. Yaga's been dropped. I'm curious from what as Newers finds his third kill, fourth so far of the match. And Grixer will be upstairs going fishing. You know, they say, Jesse, that a bad day's fishing is better than a good day in the office. I don't know if Grixer will feel the same, but he's got all the patience that you see from anglers who are hoping for the big one, and that's exactly what OXG is going to need. Grixer will need to land the big one as two players still remain from Space Station. Newers will pick up his quad kill. 2 rounds in a row now. One by Space Station, and both won by quad kills. Round one, it was Benja to get 4 kills. Newers the very final frag. This time, Newers with a quad kill of his own, and the final kill to end the round. Space Station in excellent shape through 2.
I don't know if it's really a fishing metaphor, but the bear trap from Newers got that pick onto Yaga as he walked down the fireplace stairs. So it ended up being a 4K overall from Newers on the Frost. Beautifully done by him. I love the way we didn't quite catch it on the primary observer feed, but he pushed down through fireplace with Faults beside him so that they could get kills onto those players inside a mezzanine. They pushed up together so they could find some of those early picks because the early round didn't go super well for Oxygen. They started bleeding a couple bodies. Gomez ended up going down early. SSG as well lost a couple of bodies early, and then moving into that kind of later part of the map where they were pushing through fireplace was really smart.
Reloading! I'm on guard. 10 seconds left before insertion.
Look on the side of OXG when it comes to kills, by the way. Only 3 kills through 2 rounds, which is really not exceptionally good. Again, Chalet does not have a ton of play, so it is hard for us to judge where it stands in the current meta. Safe to say that this is a friendlier map for the attackers, just based on previous numbers. We'll wait to see if those numbers change at all. Ashen going for full Skinergy with the Uzi charm and the Plasma Pink. Uzi right now climbing his way up the Twitch standings. One of the most subscribed to Twitch streamers in the world at the moment. And if you have that pink gun on your gun, a little Uzi charm, well, congratulations, you are in good company.
J9O with the opener finds Adam, makes Ashen maybe a little bit less interested in getting aggressive to find a pick. They've already got that opener, which is maybe a bit of a boon for SSG now. OXG's early round continues to struggle in this matchup, losing out on the Dokkaebi, but they've got a pocket strat, Parker. It's going to be a smoke grenade through the drone hole, and then Yaga, he's holding the drone hole at the moment. I expect he's going to jump in. Here it comes.
J9O is prepped and ready for this. Benjamaster on the Warden will be uniquely positioned to deal with this smoke, as Yaga can see through the smoke too, but right now coming out empty-handed. J9O taking some damage, but everybody's still very much alive. This push that went out didn't net much for either player, except for Yaga, who's on the ground. J9O, no awareness whatsoever, and Yaga is still in a very terrifying spot for SSG.
Not how the textbook says to do it, but that's how the glass play works, I guess. Does get traded 1 for 1, not looking the right place. Benja in an awkward spot, though. He is pinned down from the window. With the drone hole, too, they see his feet. Gets out, though. All the way back to kitchen. Now it's really awkward. Gomez is going to try to swing in, but hits an Elamine, too. Doesn't know where players are at. There's one in bathroom, but can he find it, Parker?
Jeez Louise, this is a very slow-moving execute as Gomez finds Newers. He's very limited on HP. He'll follow up and take care of Ashen. Over top of the bomb site right now. A very quick execute will need to come out. 40 seconds left. Grixer and Gomez now on a single point of HP. Fultz from above as Gomez takes care of him. Forrest with Diffuser as he and Gomez will link up. Benjamaster sitting inside the bomb site. Trying to flush him out. I don't think they have full info on him. They will drone him. You know exactly where to go, and Gomez is lined up right now, finding the shot. Benja takes care of Forrest right as Gomez gets the final kill. If Gomez is even a second slower, I fear what that round does for OXG. But they're on the board, Jesse, and they prevent SSG from going on a 3-round sweep.
Beautiful round from the Brazilian. Gomez, when he swings into Solar, he knows to look towards bathroom where he finds the first player, and then that flashbang perfectly thrown so that he can then walk in with the pistol to get that second frag, then using information from his teammates, gathering those picks from up above. Big round, gets Oxygen into the game, something that they desperately needed. It was another kind of weird pocket strat kind of round from OXG. It didn't find what they wanted it to. You know, that play with the glass opening trophy should have gone a lot better, even though Yogg did get 1 for his troubles. But Gomez bailing them out. Just a sliver of HP, but it didn't seem to matter as he hit every head that was presented to him.
Again, just as we said with the comeback that could have been in the previous matchup. Even if you are a single point of HP, Jesse, you still hold a gun. You can still be just 5 bullets away from winning the round. 1 bullet per head, and that is it. And Gomez obviously showing that while he was effectively with one foot in the grave, still with the other foot stomping down those SSG players as he found them. And honestly, what a reprieve it is for OXG here, and they can take a bit of a pause and just sigh. As not only do they win that round, but then you go into the operator ban phase, and you have a little bit more time just to talk to each other and try to right the ship. I don't even know if right the ship, though, is the right terminology here, because we are on track for the exact scoreline that we expect on Chalet, which is SSG taking 4 of the 6 rounds as defenders and OXG taking 2. We'll see if that trend line holds.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think Oxygen will be super happy with only 2 attacks. They're definitely looking for 3 at this point, but regardless, they're still not too far off from that either. Bit of an interesting operator ban from SSG. Oxygen haven't played a single blitz all game long, but they still feel the need to remove it. Gomez at the same time is trying to make an entry over towards Office, but was clearly spotted by J9O. He takes about 80% damage and then backs off for his troubles. The clash was only brought by SSG once in the first quarter, and that was by fault on this very bomb site. So he'll swap over to the Warden instead. But it's a very different hold in general from SSG, so it's not exactly going to be them trying to replicate the same strategy, even if that clash was left unbanned.
Oh, what a blow from Fultz. Forrest and Yaga get destroyed on rappel. Fultz tosses out that nitro cell, and what great value do you have there? Case also surrendered. Adam will have to retrieve it, as now down goes Gomez. He was the player that they tried so desperately to ice in the previous round, could not do it. This time, make no mistake about it, they will succeed. And with that, SSG has next to nothing working against them. Grixer takes down Newers. It's Grixer's very first kill, and down goes Ashen as well. And just sees the Lion outside as Adam manages to get away. He's holding that case, and now he and Grixer both have a kill in this round. But while they've been able to get these picks from outside, Jesse, now the harder challenge is to get closer to the bomb site. If they want to pull off an execute, that means Adam will be vulnerable for 7 seconds, as about 20 HP that remains in Grixer will be all that they can count on. Not even that, though, as Benja guns him down. And now it's Adam in a 1v3. He's in the building, so the hard job, I guess, is done, but spotted by a camera, and they know exactly where he's coming from.
Loads to do. I mean, full information, full pings, though.
He'll play this one out. SSG's given him next to nothing. Fultz will swing when given the all clear, as J9O and Benjamaster are keeping him busy for the time being, but J9O beats him to the punch, and SSG answers back with a victory of their own. They have split the first half, 3 rounds, 2 more still to go, but SSG must be pretty comfortable with the way that they're playing this Chalet.
And good to rein it in the 3v1. Don't have to keep swinging when it gets very favorable in that situation. Big start from Fultz, obviously, with the Nitro player. Obviously, as the world champion, Fultz gets a lot of praise. People praise him for his positioning and where he puts himself on the map. People praise him for his aim and his ability to win gunfights that few other could. They praise him for his IGLing ability to be the leader of this SSG team, as he has been for the last couple of years. Doesn't get enough praise, I think, for his throwing arm, all right? When he needs to chuck out a Nitro, he's really got some good distance on that thing. So credit to Fultz starting things off with that last round. Getting into Solar has proven to be a massive issue for OXG, and that might be part of what this tag timeout is about. Thankfully, they won't have to play the top floor until they get to overtime, if that does come the direction of this game, but still, stuff to work out for Oxygen, and that's why they call their tag time.
Difference between philosophies with teams when we saw that there you go. We saw in the previous matchup that the timeout was taken maybe just a bit too late. This time it will provide Oxygen a bit more breathing room to sort through some of these things. You know that the next 2 rounds you're going to be playing as attackers, but then Oxygen will be going on to the, if you're Oxygen, hopefully the better side. Numbers suggest it's the better side as well. A timeout this early, I think, is more focused on settling the team down than anything else, right? You get timeouts that are designed more for strategy and then more for players and their mindset, and I think that's something that you hit on, that it was very much worth mentioning. But again, I do miss hearing the coaches talk to the teams. It's something that I do wish would come back. I know that the teams obviously fight against it. I understand why. If I was a competitor, I'd probably fight against it too. But there's a lot that can be learned from just listening to the coaches talk to the team.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll get it back at LAN events, hopefully at least this year. SSG have been playing very SSG style Siege. You know, they're not playing this passive. They're doing exactly what it says on the tin. They like to get aggro in these early rounds. We've seen that a couple of different times in a couple of different ways, right? Sometimes it's a spawn peek, sometimes it's a nitro, sometimes it's a rat play from Benja. I'm sure that was talked about in OXG's timeout, talking about how we can start to play against these aggressive moves that SSG like to pull out. I thought it was countered quite well by M80 the other day in that very close back and forth game. Really high level matchup that showed just what the top of NA is really capable of. I was hoping this would be a similar style of game. I actually haven't really lived up to the build just yet. But they'll have an opportunity now. They've fully cleared through Office. They'll clear through Piano. This is all for free. Ashen should find a shield and shouldn't get away with any kills, but he's sticking around for a long time, Parker. He should not survive this position.
I just don't know how he's managed to fall so far under their radar. They'll drone him now, and he had an opportunity just for one. That's all he can really hit, as the Monty will be next up. He needs to get out of there alive, and there's just a bit of reluctance on the side of Adam as he missed a golden opportunity to take down Ashen. Ashen lives because of the hesitation, and I think OXG was more worried about not just Ashen, but another player from SSG who could have been hiding somewhere in the shadows. Still an early pick that favors Space Station, and things don't go according to plan for OXG.
Yeah, that's so tough. There's no way Ashen should be alive, but you said it. Hesitation just reins things in a little bit. Sen's wall will go down as it was up for a little bit. Didn't find them much value. They still haven't really gained any ground. Grixer's making some moves over on the other side of the map over towards Library as they're still trying to waste time with these Sen's walls. They might be rotating their entire push, actually. Grixer is coming over their direction and Forced on the ground floor. It doesn't feel like they've got a good way to clear out Library, so they might just need to pivot, go towards the front door, go towards the backside of the site as well. Monty makes his way up the stairs now.
Throws those logic bombs just to get under the skin of SSG, but give very valuable intel to OXG. Benja takes down Adam before Forrest trades him right back. That's Library clear at the moment for OXG, but they're in a bit of turmoil, a bit of a pickle, some could say. Grixer will watch as Forrest drops in front of him. It's not the Monty holding on to that defuse kit. It's Yaga. Ashen now torn to strips by Grixer as there goes Yaga. Case dropped. Forrest finished off, and Grixer is all on his lonesome. Inside the lobby doing some serious damage. What remains of Ashen is found by the secondary sidearm, but Newer says, not this time. 4 rounds to be had for Space Station as they are putting on a clinic and doing what you need to do when you start as defenders on Chalet.
It was a really critical kill from J90 playing in the back bar. He had that vertical angle up into Library where he killed Yaga. As you mentioned, that was defuse kit on the ground, top floor. Once that kit goes down, it all devolves into chaos. Of course, then we saw Forrest go down right after that too. Faults, sorry, I should say. Faults got the pickup on that player. So really good to see from SSG. Again, you kind of come back to Adam on that initial hesitation. Felt like Ashen's attention was fully being placed on Forrest at the Monty. It could have been a free swing, a big pick for Adam to equalize that man count, maybe get that opportunity to grab space on the top floor to hold control of Library, which they never really had full control over on the side of OXG. Adam then died a little bit later in that round too, not really able to have much impact in that previous round. So just feels like OXG are struggling to put things together. You know, they've got good ideas, they've got good plans, but SSG do something aggressive, as they always do, and it disrupts things just enough that OXG don't really know exactly how to respond.
5 seconds remaining.
And especially after you call your timeout as well. Like, I mean, if you're trying to do it just to if you're doing it just to settle everybody down and settle things down, then maybe you'll find some success as this match goes on. I mean, you pointed it out before we even played a single moment between these two teams. This is very likely a preview of what will happen in the playoffs. Now, there is a funny thing that tends to happen in a lot of sports and in traditional sports, and that it's the team that wins the first time does not always have that same success the second time. In fact, most teams that lose do get their revenge. That's a bit worrisome if you're SSG, but the playoffs are a very different beast and anything can happen. Both of these teams have shown us, though, that they are evenly matched. Yes, Space Station is ahead in the standings by a single point, and their round differential does look a lot better, too. But both of these teams, on a good day, are capable of beating one another. It just really depends on the map that you're going to play on, which in a best of 3 doesn't become as important as a best of 1. And it also depends on whether the players are locked in. In a best of 1, you just get a single 45 to 60 minutes to compete. That is pretty much it. If you are having a bad day, there are no other maps for you to wake up on. And we've seen lots of teams that struggle in map number 1, whether it's their map or their opponents, and are able to claw it back with maps 2 and 3 to give us one hell of a series. OXG strikes me as a team that could do that. But SSG does have a new look with Newers on the squad, so they too will keep us on our toes.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Tachanka on this bomb site, but Faults has some fun lineups from back inside of Piano. Won't stop him from being the opening death as Gomez finds that pick, but J90 answers with 2 back, playing inside a trophy on that Oryx, finds some massive kills in response. I do think Faults did a decent job stalling things out towards the library entrance. Felt like he was able to use some of those fire grenades well, but end of the day, didn't really find much for the top floor. That is the one area that Auction have found some success. Forrest and Yaga still holding up above. They've got still 2 more players to find. Ashen and Benja are playing inside of Master and Piano. But if they can get those picks, they can start to work a plant down into the bottom floor. That's where Forrest is going now. There's a game plan for Auction despite the man disadvantage.
Yaga's just creeping up. The only kill he's had at all in this match was when he was thrown inside a trophy on that glass. And he had a second to his tally, or dare I say even more. Ninja Master, should any smokes arise, playing that Warden will be very well suited to deal with it, and he'll be looking to break double digits. The first player in the lobby to do so, should he hit that mark. He's a single kill away. It's Ashen right now, tasked with dealing with Yaga. And 2 ships in the night, right as they peak at completely different opportunities. That's information, though, for both of these squads. Down goes Newers in the hands of Forrest. Forrest desperate for more. He'll now attempt the plan as he's running out of time. That leaves just Adam to cover, but he's slaughtered by Ashen. As it's Forrest alone, one of these players on SSG will drop. J90 does so. Forrest, a former teammate, eliminates him, and Ashen will hit the triple to secure the round. Well, you said OXG wouldn't be happy with just 2 rounds, Jesse. How much more dismayed do you think they'll be with a single round? As it's a 5-1 first half for the Astronauts.
Can't imagine they're going to be happy with that, Parker, especially when it's Ashen on the other side of things. There's almost no other player in the world you would rather be going up against and having a big game against, because Ashen loves to get in your head when he's playing well, and he's playing well in that round. Sometimes Ashen gets talked about as a guy who is all aim, no brain. I don't think that's very justified, but sometimes people say it about Ashen, right? I thought it was a really smart way that he played that last round. You know, they were in the 4v3. He had man advantage. So as he was playing top floor, what did he do? Well, he didn't swing Piano. He didn't swing inside of Master. He waited out the clock. He didn't actually take any chances with the glass until there was like 10 seconds left on the clock. And then he took it in such a way that he had the advantage. He found the early headshot to be able to find that early pickup. So I really like the way Ashen played that round. He played it so exceptionally well, both in terms of his positioning and in terms of the shots he was able to hit. We got a great replay of it now. Yeah, just waiting for the swing to come out from Yaga. Super well done. And then, of course, playing the vert perfectly too. Good chance from Forrest. He kind of got stylish with it at the end in the 1vx, but at that situation, even against your former team, there's just too much to handle.
Yeah, right now SSG is just there, a ball rolling down the hill, and no amount of obstacles were slowing them. The thing is that the hill slows down a bit, and now it becomes an incline as SSG will fight their way upwards, dealing with OXG on defense. Now, if you're a team that is able to swallow your emotions and keep your head in the game, you'll look at the fact that you are still quite a well-performing team of good players. You've got players who've competed at live events. You've got lots of experience. And a lot of these players have played together before, so there is synergy to be had here, even if the addition of Adam and Grixer, and you could even argue Forrest, has changed up some of this squad. OXG needs to, if they are in their own head, get out of it, because you are now on the better side. Just shake that off. You don't have a timeout to assist you, but you can do it in game. These players have been around long enough. There's a lot of collective experience on the side of OXG here. They can easily battle back against SSG, but I do think this round will set the tempo. If SSG just rushes the bomb site and takes care of OXG, I don't know if they'll have the ability to claw back such a deficit.
SSG bum rushing the bomb site? Surely not. I don't think we'll actually get it this round, the way they position so far, but definitely get ready for it later. Faltz has worked a lot of space down up through the fireplace stairs. He's got a pinch coming in from Ashen as well, trying to make this guy move so Ashen can get the pick, but it's going to be Newers instead that strikes first. Managed to find that opening pick, and here comes Ashen now. Finds just the backside. No! Shut down by Grixer. That should have been a freebie. He at least got the down onto Adam.
Depending on where Adam is, though, now he's no longer retrievable. This could have been winnable, but SSG will just continue to be pushed over by OXG. It's all up to Newers, who for a moment needs to take some time to pull the goo out of his foot, but he's so low that pretty much anybody on the side of OXG can take him down. Just as Newers was trash talking earlier and is well known for doing that, OXG will return the favor. They deny Space Station match point on a very confident defense that was admittedly aided by a very quick and very linear hit by SSG that just went in favor of Oxygen. The gap closes, but is still a yawning chasm between these two. Space Station only one round away from guaranteeing themselves a point by taking 6 of the available rounds. Now it's incumbent upon OXG again without a timeout, Jesse, to close this gap.
There's a lot of chaos over by Mezzanine in that last round, but there were a couple of big picks that happened outside the building as well. The initial one from Gomez on the bathroom window found Benja that was just standing outside of the map, not expecting that aggressive swing, and then J9 as well ended up dying before he got into the building. I believe it was Grixer that found the angle onto him to be able to find that pick. So couple of players in SSG struggling to even get in, and then the one place where they did enter in through Library, in through Mez, well, they got really cleaned up as everybody on OXG seemingly was focused on that side of the map, was able to do a lot of chaos, a lot of damage. I like the play by Adam. I mean, he didn't really get a kill from that position over inside of Mezzanine, but was distracting and wasted a lot of time, didn't ever overswing, didn't want to do anything crazy, and got some good value for it. Failed the spawn peak this time, though.
We'll see Afinka now with the spear in hand as Benjamaster's still searching for double digits. Gomez is catching up in a hurry in terms of total kills. Benja leading the way with 9. He is the lowest rated player on Space Station, so Benja topping the charts at the moment for SSG is excellent. Ashen seemingly pleading with his team about either patience or strategy. Look at the lineup. Sens, Amaru, Finka. It's gonna be a hectic crash into the bomb site on the side of Space Station. OXG was prepared for the rush in the previous round. They have some pretty good tools on their own. Goyo canisters to slow things down, Toxic Babes in the pocket of Forest on smoke. You'll have goo mines from Yaga too. It necessitates an adrenal surge as Ashen gets picked off. He slingshots into the building. He's gone. J90 will be in the afterlife shortly thereafter. Both at the hands of Gomez, who bafflingly is now the first player to break double digits. He snuck up out of nowhere, but it's his. Gomez has had some big moments so far. More of those, and SSG will start to sweat.
Yeah, massive from Gomez, and now this push really just gets stopped in its tracks. You do still have the Monty. Usually that's going to be the main spearhead. That's going to be the guy that makes space and starts the push off, but nobody inside the map. The only person who got in was Ashen, and that did not last very long. So they are really hunting for an opening, hoping somebody on OXG will make an ill-advised swing that will make a mistake to get over-aggressive. Still goo mines in the foot of fault as well. So there's plenty of utility that's going to make pushing with this Monty so awkward and so difficult. Not even really close to the bomb site. It is all the way over by Master, and they're dealing with a guy in Library Corner. So the time is just going to keep on going down.
They're throwing drones at the problem, but very quickly, OXG is taking care of 2 of them. And Yaga inside this position is so strong. Look at that. Newer's dispatched to cure him, but Grixer was there for the coverage. Now it's Foltz. 2 losses in a row, and 2 devastating losses, let's be frank, on the side of SSG. What might be the 2 worst rounds from Space Station. Would not surprise me to see Call Out calling a timeout, but maybe trusts the guys and says it's not terrible just yet. Again, this was a ball that was rolling down the hill, seemingly unstoppable, but now that hill becomes an incline. They're the ones battling against the defenders. OXG are well positioned for the remainder of regulation. Can SSG troubleshoot their way out of this? Will they call a timeout? Right now, we're being told no. It looks like we're just launching right now into the next round. So notes being done by the coaching staff of OXG in the background as when SSG does call their timeout, Jesse, OXG will get a chance to talk as well. People often forget that coaching timeouts cut both ways.
Certainly, and I'm a little bit concerned about how Library has been looking so far for SSG. In both of those previous rounds, they tried to get into Library. They got in the building at least a little bit, but then there was really strong crossfires from players that was over towards Piano, over towards the hallway, and they were always able to get picks that didn't seem like SSG were really expecting. It felt like consistently OXG will have one guy playing around Library, whether that was Yaga in the corner or Adam on top of Mezzanine, and then they'd have somebody else finding a longer angle, and that other player was always able to get some good value. It's not going to get any easier. You can't ignore Library when the bomb site is right below it. So this is, again, going to be a challenge that SSG will have to face. They've tried it twice now with the Monty. Didn't find much success either time, so Faltz has moved over to the Ace. Got to get something else going. I like Benja on the Capitao here, too. Could start to deny some of those positions in and around Library if they choose to push that side of the map. But at the moment, it's looking like they might go Master over instead.
The drone work hasn't been bad from SSG, by the way. Have you been watching how those drones have been used and the numbers that they still have available? They're getting them in and getting information off of it. It's just they're not able to drone out the entirety of the surrounding areas. That's where we see these crossfires come into play a couple times. Through those 2 rounds, OXG have done an excellent job of defending each other from the SSG hordes. See if they can isolate Gomez right now as he was looking at that library window the trophy window that had just been smoked off. He could have netted a kill if somebody vaulted in, but SSG just seems to be buying time. A very sluggish effort at the moment from Space Station, but sluggishness might just appear like that for us, but it might be them doing their due diligence to get into a very comfortable position.
Well, I mean, this is going to happen when you start your push over towards the solar side and then you decide, you know what, never mind, we need to pivot. This isn't the side of the map we actually want to push. So the first 90 seconds of this round kind of wasted as they didn't get too much over there. Now they pivot over towards solar as well. They're trying to make something happen over this side. The one thing I will say, they've created a lot of ghost pressure. They've opened up so many of these windows that OXG might not really be able to tell where SSG is pushing from. We can see from the top-down view that they are going to be going over towards the library side, maybe front door as well as Newer starts to make a move, maybe to the basement too. There's going to be a lot of options for SSG late into this round, and OXG, they're going to have their heads on a swivel as they might not know where these pushes are coming from. It's all going to come in the last 60 seconds with 10 players still alive.
I haven't lost any drones since we started talking about that intel either, so it should be there for Space Station as Ashen takes quite a bit of damage and is followed up on by Yaga. Finally, SSG getting on the board. It's been so long since they were able to find one of these OXG players. And what a target it is, it's Gomez who's down for the count. A 4v4, but the clock will be the big adversary at the moment for Space Station as they are running out of time very quickly, Jesse. Only 25 seconds left. And OXG are very well situated to handle this push.
Again, though, do they know where this push is really coming from? Full library control, and a lot of the players on OXG aren't near the bomb site.
Well, they found Benjamaster, and if SSG trickles in one by one, which seems to be happening, this will only benefit Oxygen. Time continuing to go down. Fultz with absolutely nothing at this point in time. Miles away from the diffuser. Newers with 1, but they just simply run out of time, and you can see the frustration on the faces of SSG. OXG are doing I would argue, a better job right now at defending than what we saw at a Space Station.
Yeah, I really want to give credit for Auction, the way that they're playing quite passively on these defenses. They're not giving anything up in the early game. Again, it was over 2 minutes before the first kill went down in that round, and that's rare on Chalet, where the attackers can have so many strong angles, especially with an Azami ban, yet it didn't seem to matter. OXG weren't getting antsy. They weren't moving when they didn't have to. They offered nothing up for SSG to try to exploit. So yeah, this defensive-sided Chalet, it's really starting to roll back in the way of OXG. And I mean, we get a bit of a look at Newers now. This might be the start of attack timeout after we just got through the operator bans. It was Newers who was saying not too long ago, they need me. Well, Now it seems like he might need them. The comeback has been very strong from Oxygen, and yes, it will indeed prompt the tack timeout from SSG.
Doesn't really surprise me any at all. Space Station have had struggles in the past with keeping their head in the game, as people will recall. SSG do have a better record across the board, but again, with the way that NA has shaken out, it's hard to know which teams are the more competitive outside of the top two, right? Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion have just been so good that every other team by comparison looks quite bad when you stack them up to them, right? DZ is a perfect 7-0. We're not talking like 5 overtime wins, 2 overtime losses, etc. No, 7 regulation victories for Dark Zero, sitting at 21 points. Shopify Rebellion's only black mark on their score so far in the standings was that overtime that they beat Envy at. Envy's one of their best showings that we saw out of Envy, which is in was it week 2, if memory serves correctly, against Shopify Rebellion, where you know SR
Week
went
1,
to OT and won. Go ahead.
Week 1, I think, second game.
No, that was M80 Envy. Shopify Rebellion was game 1 of day 2.
Yes.
Where we saw the comeback from Envy, which put the potential win in regulation for Shopify Rebellion on ice. Beyond that, those two teams have dominated in every step of the way. 21 points for Dark Zero out of a possible 21. 20 points for Shopify Rebellion out of a possible 21. Then it's a drop down to M80, 15 points, right? They have 2 losses. So things become a bit less clear cut. Where do M80, Space Station, and OXG stack up, and which will be that 6th team that qualifies for the playoffs? Because right now it looks like all 4 of those teams are going to be relatively well balanced. SSG, after calling their timeout, seemingly finding their footing here, Jesse, they get the opening pick as Ashen is now back on his
I mean, I was just talking about OXG have done a good job not giving up picks early in the round. That's not going to continue, though, for the 4th quarter. Big pickup by Ashton. I want to quickly touch on the op bans too. OXG banning the Brava is scary. Not an operator that SSG brought at all through the first 3 attacks, but it signals maybe a shift in the defense coming in from Oxygen, where they're going to be playing a lot of these electrical gadgets. We see that in this round. Yaga playing on the Ella, the Malusi, the Mute, the Wamai, all of these operators, great targets for a Brava, but not going to be possible for SSG to flex to these options. Might mean that we see some newer defenses from Oxygen in the last quarter of this game.
There's high expectations for Adam when he first made his pro debut, and he's having a bit of a rough go of it right now, playing utility roles, but fragging roles as well, or at least roles that you are able to frag in if required, and he's at the bottom of his team standings at the moment. Gomez, the next one being looked at, as there goes Yaga at the hands of a nade tossed out. Gomez is not long for this earth either. SSG are just hoping for 2 rounds. It's a 4-2 half that they need, them being the 2. Let Oxygen take 4 rounds. That's fine, Jesse. They're going to finish farther back. SSG wins 2 rounds as attackers. They win the whole shebang-a-bang, and right now they're very well positioned. A minute to go, and it's a 5v2 favoring Space Station.
Grixer needs to be a hero, and he knows that. In the 2v5, the only player top floor immediately cleaned up by Ashen. No clue where he was. Now it's a 1v5 for Forrest against his former team, but he can't find anything. Benja from the vert angle will shut him down. A flawless response. After the tactical timeout, every single player on SSG working as a unit, they got those opening picks. Ashen then landed a nade to get a second frag. They continued to clear through that top floor, eventually then looking southwards through the floorboards. Beautifully done by Space Station. And I think that might have been a little bit on OXG as well, getting a bit more active, getting a bit more aggressive. I thought maybe with that Brava ban, they could play behind their utility, but they died to a lot of players that were just outside the building. And it doesn't matter if you've got a million Banshees and a million Ella Mines, they're not going to be outside the building. Those aren't going to have any effect if you're dying to players on windows or outside the map, just as OXG were. So I'm hoping they take that round as a learning experience for these next 2, rein things in a little bit, play like you were through the first 3, because that was not the response that you wanted. SSG looked really good in that round.
No, certainly. SSG has looked, I don't want to say bad, because these are top tier players. They don't look bad, even when they're not at their best. They're still better than most, and they're still competing at a high level, but SSG were playing OXG's game. They looked like they had very limited agency those first 2 rounds, and because of that, OXG bodied them. It was a flawless round, won in the second round of this second half. Now, SSG has turned the tables, and SSG is, like OXG often is, a momentum-based team. If SSG can get the ball rolling yet again, even if it is rolling it uphill, that's still rolling, baby. That's still moving, and look at that. Yaga, I'm not sure if he was just repositioning up there, but Benja gets his 10th kill, and SSG has quite a big lead with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
And is that going to spiral like it did last time? I mean, it was an outside pick really early on from Ashen that started round number 10. Now in round 11, they do the exact same start. They clear Yaga, who I think was still just setting up those ADSs. I think he got them all down, but that's still an important player that you wanted to have up late in the round if you're Oxygen. Again, does it become the situation where somebody needs to be a hero? Adam might feel that way playing inside a Fireplace, 2 and 8. Not a great game so far from him. The entry point could be the basement on the side of SSG, although as they set up Claymores, I think they just want to be safe as they get onto that solar rappel. Answer back from Grixer. That's an important one. If somebody's got to be a hero, it's often Grixer who's going to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, you need to keep these numbers close. Grixer pays quite a heavy price for that as he loses most of his HP, and he's just a gun and a single nade now left. But as we saw from Gomez when he was on a single point of HP, you don't need much to keep things close, and you don't need much to kill your opponents. SSG now still out on Repel. Fultz holding on to that diffuser on Sens, despite the walloping that OXG's been giving them on the second half. Look at the deaths on the side of Space Station. Yeah, Ashen's leading the way with 8. That's pretty normal. But Fultz only dying 5 times, same with J90 and Newers, is really quite incredible given that we are 10 rounds in. It shows the dominance that SSG had when they were winning their rounds on the first half. They're in a very precarious position right now as they'll need to go for the rappel. Gomez is sitting there watching it as the Warden, as the smokes and the flames linger. Bombset is downstairs. All this attention paid from above, and Fultz just might have found his opportunities. Now he wanders on in. Down goes Grixer. Fultz taking some damage. Worried about playing from above. It's the Warden. Fultz wins the duel. He could go for yet another as Newers cleans out Forest. And it's all on the shoulders of Adam. 2 kills so far through this match. 4 players remaining from SSG. And an opportunity for Adam to be a hero in this round. A vault in, J90 dies at Adam's hands, and he immediately pivots to look over towards bathroom. He knows the Capitao of Benja's nearby. Fultz getting the plant down. Adam trying his damnedest, but Benja secures the final kill, and Space Station survive a bit of a scare. They win 2 rounds in a row, and that's enough to close this one out in regulation, securing SSG all 3 points.
Much better clock management from Space Station, aware of what the timer was at. They managed to move to that bottom floor. Didn't get caught up on the fact they couldn't find Pick's top floor, right? They were spending a lot of time on Rappel. They didn't let that stop them. They eventually said, screw it, we got to go find the site. Falls to just that beautiful vertical shot, and then the Dane out-duels Adam at the very end of it. Perfectly played.
SSG showing why they entered the day in 4th place and why they've got such a good round differential that will only continue to grow. And with those 3 points, they'll vault over M80 for 3rd place. Again, playoff implications for all of these matches, and it's entirely possible we see OXG and SSG crack some skulls together in our playoffs coming up next week. We've got 3 more matches for you, and M80, who just lost 3rd place, will be in the final game of the day, so there's tons of time for them to sit and wait and watch what happens with the standings. C9 and Cruelty are up next, but first, as we did after our very first match, a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got these. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
SSG prevail over OXG on Chalet, and a little bit of a playoff preview matchup as we look ahead to the playoffs to see exactly what we're going to expect from these two. For now, though, we'll welcome in Newers as this SSG victory is secured. Mr. Newers, prevailing against your former team. How does that feel?
I mean, just a win's a win, but I love those guys, and they played a pretty good game. They almost came back on us, so.
Right, well, let's take a look at, I guess, your stage as a whole since joining SSG. I mean, obviously you just played OXG, so a good comparison would be, what has it been like getting yourself situated with SSG as opposed to the previous stage run that you had with OXG?
I mean, like, I love this team just because of the environment and like the discipline I have to do every day. Just makes me like a better person overall. So I'd say like this stage has been like just me like growing up in a sense. So,
have you put your own bed sheets on the bed yet?
Yeah, I do, and I do make food, dishes.
It's a bunch he probably goes to bed early. No more 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
I like to see that.
I definitely want to follow up Fox's question. Obviously, you're finding your footing here now on SSG. You're liking how everything's been going. I kind of want to ask you, I mean, how does it feel to then now make playoffs, whereas obviously back on Oxygen, you guys were struggling to even get to playoffs, struggling to find success during the stage. Now you're finding that success. Now you're in playoffs. Again, from a personal point, how does that feel for you?
I mean, it's nice. I have a great team. Everyone on my team is just great players overall. We have a great fundamental. We have great staff, great everything. And I mean, on OXG too, like they're all great players as well. But like here, it's just more like a in sync, coordinated, just like environment. And I'm in love with it. So.
Well, I mean, my final question is just, who do you think won the trade-off? You know, they got Forrest, SSG got you.
I can't answer that. Sorry.
Wow, you really have changed.
Can't do that. Sorry.
Wow. What are we going to see next?
It was a good one, though. You almost got me.
No more trash talk in the game? Is that where this is headed?
It stays in the game, doesn't continue out of the game.
All right.
He's growing up.
I like it. He's growing up. Newers, congrats on the win. We'll see you down the lineup. Playoffs ahead.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right. Thanks, Newers. Nice and brief, but good to see him growing up a little bit. I know you guys knew him quite well. When I
first met Newers, the first day he showed up at the team house, we made a couple exchanges with one another, but totally different personality from what it was back on Oxygen, from where it is on SSG. But I think it goes without saying, everybody within this league knows how SSG and their brotherhood just goes. I mean, that entire SSG boot camp is pretty intense.
And it does change a bit of these players' focus.
Yeah.
We've seen that over time, Fox.
Yeah, mentality for SSG, I mean, you can see it in-game and out-of-game. The discipline that they practice in-game, because when you play this hyper-aggressive play style that SSG always brings to the table, you have to be coordinated. You have to be disciplined because, yes, you're going fast, but in the snap of a fingers, you have to be able to stop it, slow it down, coordinate it with your team. So there's a lot of ups and downs to this play style. It's very hit or miss, essentially. And so you need to have that discipline to be able to make something like that work. They also preach that outside of the server, or outside of the server. And essentially you could see it. Newer's personality, not only in-game has he been thriving and having that confidence that SSG wanted him for, some type of confidence that you could say may have some affected him with OXG where the confidence was lacking, but with SSG has been confident all the way through since picking up. And obviously, you know, the better his outside of life habits are, the better inside game will be.
And I think finally, of course, we talked about OXG and their innovative attacks yesterday. Of course, not what we saw from them now, but there is something to be said about Chalet not wanting to show too much going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they're in a good spot. Obviously, ending on Chalet to try to right their wrongs, see if maybe they can pull it out in the best of three. I think given their performance, sure, it wasn't the worst performance by any means, but I think just given how different it was from the other, I would still not recommend Oxygen bring this into a best of three. I think you just completely eliminate it from your pool, maybe work on another map in the meantime, because realistically, I don't believe you are going to try to fix all of Chalet going into playoffs and risk that chance.
I think the biggest struggle for OXG looking ahead for playoffs would be just identifying a clear entry, because I feel like we see so many times they're bouncing off, and it really affects the type of maps that they can play. Maps like Border, maps like Chalet, it's really hard to find success on those maps when you just don't have one specific spearhead. So they're still bouncing around with the idea of who's going to be that entry-focused player. I mean, you could look at Gomez to be that entry or force on the shields, but if there's no shields or if somebody else needs to do it besides Gomez, then who will be that response?
Well, a nice palate cleanser before we get into back-to-back-to-back matches that are going to be pretty big deal. The next one, Cloud9 against Cruelty. It is very simple. You lose, you go home. Both teams need a regulation win if they want to have any chance at making the playoffs next week. We'll have that and all so much more coming up next.
Donas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
play day 8 Super Week day 2, and unfortunately we've already said goodbye to one team, and now a second in just a moment's time. I said before the break, Cruelty and Cloud9, they go toe-to-toe, and it's you lose, you go home. In this case, Cruelty are actually already eliminated on points. If you do the math, with tomorrow being that wild card Orgless matchup, no matter what, one of those teams, even if it's an overtime win, ends up with just 10 points. Cruelty at 3 points right now. They just cannot overcome that deficit, even with 2 regulation wins.
Yeah, I mean, now it's on Cruelty to either gatekeep Cloud9 here, not give them a chance, because realistically, Cloud9 needs best case scenario is getting a 7-0 and dropping their round differential currently to catch up. But again, for Cruelty, it can be the decision of whether they want to gatekeep and try to improve, or they just throw the game, which I don't think that's going to be the case, and I certainly don't want to see that. I want to see improvement.
Yeah, and Cloud9, as you said, it's very difficult. It's an uphill battle from here. They very slim margins, but they have a chance, Foxe. And yesterday, starting to show us maybe what this team is capable of, a good sign going forward against Shopify.
Yeah, it's the Cloud9 that we wish we saw in week 3, because if they were there and got those 2 quote-unquote easier wins, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. They would already be close in the top 6 to competing. Obviously, every round matters now. So they did it to themselves. They had great prep against SR, and that's what made it so close. But the issues really came down to the mid to late round, because Cloud9 looked like they were constantly doing too much. There were so many rounds that we put all together to show you guys doing too much. I mean, this is an amazing E-box hold. Packers here with the shotgun. He gets it down. The trade's supposed to be coming through, but if you look, the time keeps ticking. Where is the trade? He's a mile. He's a couple seconds too late. There's no real reason for that trade to happen. If it's not going to be immediately, there's no reason to commit to it once Packer goes down. Then we go into their time management. This is one of their second attacks, and they go for this rush with 20 seconds left. They had all the situation that they needed, the positioning, but the smokes come out. They get closed out. There's a couple consolation kills, but the time management wasn't there in the mid to late. This was a round that they actually ended up winning, but I want you to pay attention here. They have the diffuser down. They have Packer outside of the window. Giddy is shoving his face in the floor holes for no reason. And this round easily could have been winnable, because as you see later on, the Blackbeard ended up going down. It could have gone either way. And this round really had me scratching my head, because clearly everyone can see they're going for a Garage Aqua take. Amazing shot from Ambi to get Garage control back. But there was 2 players in Garage that Cloud9 were peeking, overextending, and they end up losing it to Ambi. Ambi shouldn't necessarily have been able to get those kills. Amazing shot. You can't really...
you can't fault Dream for that one. He got pre-fired.
But there's no real reason in a perfect world that both C9 players, Dream and Silent, should be shoving their faces in Garage until the Aqua players are ready to go. And that is the biggest issue with their mid to late round, is they just over-peak. They do too much that you don't need to be doing. You have everything you need.
We're harping on these late round mistakes because they were especially glaring given the early round success almost. The entry game from C9 yesterday was actually fairly impressive.
It was amazing. I mean, that's Cloud9's strength. We talked about wanting to see their brain capacity as opposed to just trying to shoot their way through it, because they don't have the firepower. But you can see up on the screen, 9 opening kills to SR's 3. Constantly getting that opening kill. You're doing the hard part first very easily, and then you're putting yourself in a situation to not close those rounds out. That is just very big mistakes. Blunder after blunder that Cloud9 should not be doing. If they're able to get that first kill, just tighten up. You don't need to be peeking. Wait for your teammates to set up and then go for the execute.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just speaks into, you know, we were giving them praise yesterday, but it was once Shopify really started to understand and pick apart at what Cloud9 was doing, there was no response to it. And regardless if you are getting the first kill, it does obviously attest to a trade that immediately follows up, but it still shows the lack of preparation and planning and being able to adapt that we aren't seeing. And now in a situation where they need every single round, every single point matters here, they need it more than ever.
Yeah, it looks like they have the great idea going into it, and then they just, again, kind of throw it away. They just throw it away. They do too much, get in their own heads. They want to landslide. They don't need a landslide.
Well, Cruelty, as we said, have the opportunity to play spoiler against Cloud9, and they'll look to do that here. They've always had a chip on their shoulder, looking to prove themselves in North America. Hasn't really happened, though, yet this stage.
It hasn't. And, you know, I talked about them. There's a chance that they throw. I don't mean in the sense they actually throw the game, but the game that we saw against Dark Zero, I was hoping to see some life. They didn't show Consulate in their map pool, and yesterday was the first time we saw it. But what we saw was just, they didn't look like they knew what they were doing. So it made me feel like they were just throwing, because it just seemed like you just wanted to show up on attack. You wanted to get it over with. You wanted to just get to that defense. But to highlight the attacks, what was super perplexing for me was the fact that you're individually going for these 1v1s when you have an entire team. You could go for a 4v1. You could go for the pinch, and you aren't working together. And then on top of it, something that is even more perplexing is you know that Dark Zero was running that Caveira and being an absolute menace. And what do you do instead? I would say in any sane person, including someone like myself, you're going to immediately identify, I don't want to go roaming off being alone when there's a Caveira on the map. But instead, what do? They continue to play solo, play individual, which all of DZ, all of Spirits, I should really say, was just picking them one by one with that Caveira. And again, the alarm bell should have been going off already in that second round when they were getting picked apart. But then especially when the Caveira was on the board, they should have then backed each other up, played a more structured, solid attack, and then we saw life in that defense. But again, now we're finding them here today. Points don't matter for them. It's just a matter of actual improvement, and I really want to see it on their attacks just be more of a unit and less playing individually.
I don't know what your comms are like in ranked games, but even in mine, which are not all that great, you see a Cav on the board and you go, somebody deal with this. Like, we have to drone every single corner. We're all going to get absolutely destroyed.
Yes, absolutely. You certainly don't want to go against Caveira, and I think Spirits broke some sort of record with the amount of interrogations he got within a single game. So when it comes to the map pool, I think Cruelty is going to let anything slip through at this point. It's really going to be on Cloud9. Yeah, okay, you're going to go Cloud9. You're going to find yourself on Skyscraper. You have to right your wrongs here. And what we talked about yesterday was those entry kills. Those were very important. We talked about the ban phase, removing that shield from Shopify, alleviating that pressure and that annoyance that those shields bring, which I don't really expect Cruelty to bring that much pressure in terms of from a shield. But still, it's about doubling up, playing those positions, not getting overzealous. This is something that Cloud9 is really going to have to nip in the butt if they want to get this win here. And again, every round counts.
Absolutely. I mean, if we see the Cloud9 that we saw against SR, I feel confident in saying that Cloud9 would be able to just sweep Cruelty just because they look so good against SR. They were constantly getting the opening kills, and Cruelty is not at the level of SR where they can manage from a man-down deficit. But I really want to see Cloud9 focus on not only getting those opening kills, but limiting the amount of trade potential that they give back before the execute is ready. That's what I need to see, because yes, Cruelty does not have a player like Ambi. Cruelty does not have the level of players that can one-tap you off of a door if you just stick your head out. So there's a lot more room for error. I just want to see Cloud9 really close it out and focus on those gaps. And then if they do that, then they can also achieve a really good round count that puts them in better standings going into tomorrow.
If you're C9 here, could you have asked for a better map to go to? You just played this yesterday against a very strong team. With that in mind, Laxing, does that make you think that they are going to absolutely run the table here? Instead of just a flat-out prediction, give me a round count prediction.
For round count, if they can just, like I said, double up, stick to what they were doing right against SR, I can definitely see it possibly being like a 7-3, 7-4 maybe. But as you see, I'm obviously picking Cruelty here.
See that.
I do want to go against the grain here. I don't want to give up on Cruelty just yet. But again, I think Cloud9 just has to right their wrongs and pay attention to what Fox just said.
They could upset. I'm going to be confident with Cruelty starting on attack. I think it's a 7-1 for Cloud9. I think they'll go 5-1 on defense.
All right, Cruelty have the chance to play spoiler, but every single round matters for Cloud9. They need it in a big way to make playoffs, and we'll find out just how this one plays out on Nighthaven Labs when we come back.
We march ever closer to the playoffs here in the North America League, and even with teams yet to play, we are starting to see some results that have kind of boiled over from earlier in the stage, Jesse. One of the two teams doing battle, the team on the right side of your screen, Team Cruelty, finds themselves dead last here in North America. Now they're from Mexico. They're not one of the original US/Canadian-based teams, but last I checked on a map, Mexico is still part of North America. Unfortunately, while Mexico is part of North America, Team Cruelty will not be a part of the playoffs because they, by virtue of results of other matches, are mathematically eliminated from making the top 6. Only 3 teams remain in the hunt, and one of them is playing Team Cruelty right now. Cloud9 has a shot, admittedly an outside shot, but a shot of being that 6th and final team. Jesse, what are your expectations for today's match?
I'm hoping that we get, and I don't mean this to be taken the wrong way, but I'm hoping we get a dominant win for Cloud9. Not because I dislike Cruelty or because I want to see Cruelty fail, but because that's really the only way Cloud9 are going to get set up. They need 3 points in this game, and round differential is going to be important for Cloud9 to make it into playoffs. So if we want a tight race for playoffs tomorrow, we need a strong game from Cloud9. I will also say it would be refreshing to have a strong game from Cloud9 because they are currently in on a 6-game losing streak. They haven't won a match since the very first game of the stage. It is the longest losing streak in the world outside of APAC. So we're hoping that we can see Cloud9 turn their fortunes around. It's obviously been a tough season for them. They've had some bright spots. I think their game yesterday against Shopify Rebellion showed they can be a good team even if they can't push it all the way in to get the win. They're going to need to really lock in for this game against Team Cruelty. While it should be an opponent that they can beat, just given the result they've had so far in the stage, and given how important it is to start off strong, to get a high round count in this game, I really want to see them locked in and playing the best siege that we've seen from them all stage.
I think for some of these teams, especially the newer teams, and I consider this Cloud9 squad to be a newer team. Cloud9 as an organization has been here before, but not with this squad and not with these players. Of course, Cruelty is new to this level of gameplay. The first stage is largely, for some of these teams, not about making the playoffs. It's about improvement. And if you're a lower team, you're also very likely expected to make some roster moves. So you figure out what does and doesn't work. You figure out which players do and do work. And then you try to hit stage 2 to qualify for the major in much better position. For some of these teams, we saw Envy in action earlier today. They played Wildcard. Wildcard still has a chance at a playoff spot. Right now, they are in that 6th and final spot, but even they will likely do some woodshedding in the offseason should they not make it into that top 6. Cloud9 is a team of guys who've been around a long time. Some of them, Giddy and Packer, don't have a ton of experience, but I think if you look at them, they have room to grow. Cruelty as a squad's been around a while. They are hoping to grow, but they have had the least success so far. Though, don't let their record betray you. Their round differential is not as bad as Envy's.
A lot of fights going on over towards the meeting side of the map. Opportunity for Giddy, but he lets it slip. Pyrox down below avoids most of those bullets and so will survive. This wall, it's probably not going to get reinforced at this point, so they're going to have to play with it already open for the attackers. Probably not part of the game plan. Ivan down below as well. So 2 different operators for Cruelty trying to play this vert. Did he get some value onto this clash? This Dream is going to really be facing pressure with all of this vert play.
First kill comes in the hands of Cruelty as 2 players drop. Packer, the only one on the board for C9 at this point. Packer, Dream, and Amen, by the way, who is silent. I don't really know why he changed his name, but here we are. Packer, who was strong enough with a shotgun one time, tries for more, but it's Dream to do his own work, taking down 2 separate players on the side of Cruelty. Pyrox and Ivan, the last 2 that remain. And now it's Dream being harassed and finished off by Pyrox, who's traded out by Silent. And it's him in a 1v2. 1v, or rather, yeah. Never mind. He gets it. I was going to say 1v2. If Dream had been picked back up, it would have been 2. But no, it was a straight up 1v1. And Silent, who goes by the name Amen, will say his prayers and end the round for C9.
Important clutch from Silent and Dream. Obviously, that was a big man count advantage for Team Cruelty. It felt like they were going to roll over with how much strong pressure they had over in towards jungle and towards electrical. They were making a lot of space. They got a couple of those early picks, and then Dream stepping up so big on the clash. MVP for me in the round, being able to just put down that shield, say, I can bring out the SMG, show exactly why the clash rework is so strong. And even though he eventually got down by Pyrox, Amen. Silent got there eventually, helped them out, cleaned up the 1v2 in the end. Good teamwork, honestly, in the end there. It was a little bit concerning when Dream looked to be all alone inside of electrical, but eventually Silent got there, managed to find Pyrox, who was too distracted with the shield, and then won his one as well. Well played by both of those late round players.
Just a bit of a messy round inside of electrical. Silent went by Amen yesterday, by the way. I don't know if this is a broader change or not. I've actually received no information as to whether or not this is a permanent change or if this is just
not.
Yeah, I mean, he's still listed as Silent on his player cam. And the other thing too is that there are pretty strict rules about players playing under different names. So I'm not sure if this is a permanent change. I think Amen is a pretty badass name. I think if you're asking me between Amen and Silent, I think Amen is actually a cooler name, but I'm also not in charge of Silent's branding.
No, that'll be his publicist. That'll be his publicist who's in charge of those decisions.
I wasn't aware he had a publicist. I didn't know C9 and had that kind of budget, but I mean, I'm very glad for him.
Well, that's the type of money you put down for big players.
It's very slow for Cruelty at the moment as they work their way inside of the building. One shield in their hands, and that's Matumbo. Ivan, some sloppy gun work up against Giddy. This is the type of things that I understand you're playing at a tier 1 level, and I understand you came from a maybe lesser polished league, but I see something like that from Ivan, and I'm just like, what is the thinking here behind this? It just seems like a very suboptimal move.
I like this move. Now Mutombo is actually distracting on the Blackbeard, hoping for Pyrox to then be able to get a pick. They just fall down the stairs, though. Cruelty hoping to catch somebody off guard for Cloud9, but they're too wise for it. Now Kobe has rotated top floor. He has been completely undroned in this position. He should get a freebie kill up the top floor. It'll be Skimzy on the Lion who will likely face him, but as he drops down, it actually opens up Kobe. If he moves over to Rafters, as long as his timing is good, he could get a couple of kills in this flank.
There's Pyrox now assessing the openings above him. Kobe's on the move. Over towards Aqua, out-dueled by Pyrox, who had doing double duty over on those fish stairs, and now he'll go back to a very familiar position. He can look above, he can look below. Will C9 be poised to greet these players now on this bottom floor execute? Nades going in, Packer flushed out of his position, Skimzy the kill. Cloud9, a great swing to read off of that. Everything that was used to dislodge Packer now finding no more success. The C9 still have 3 players well equipped to deal with these final moments. Small opening being created above. Pyrox has been a power player up here. He needs to rely on Skimzy and Fatal to get to the bomb site. Skimzy was juggling that diffuser around. He's dropped it at this point with 10 seconds left. Nitro goes out from Silent. And down goes Skimzy. Pyrox had picked that one back up, and it'll be Fatal watching. Giddy needs to come to the rescue. You cannot have Silent do all of this by himself. Giddy finally shows up at the last second, and Silent will be in a position where he has to outduel Fatal. Fatal knew where he was, and it was a missed opportunity, but one he corrects. Seconds later, with the sidearm out, Team Cruelty gets on the board as they watched over top of the diffuser, the timer running away.
Feels like it's Silent versus the world at the moment. In that second round in particular, all by himself in the bottom floor. Giddy was alive. I thought he might go for a flank because he was playing over towards Exo. Probably wouldn't have had time to deny the plant, but maybe if he'd acted a little bit sooner, could have gone up above, maybe had some impact there. Didn't end up finding any value as an anchor, so it was all left on Silent once again. Came really close, but Fatal was good enough in the 1v1. Fatal has so far been the only player on Team Cruelty to go positive, rocking a 58 and 55 +3 heading into this game. And he's been doing it on tough roles. He's playing Hibana that round. He's played a lot of Hibana. It's his most played attacking operator so far through the stage, playing a lot of kind of smoke and these support-focused operators on the defense side too. He is their support flex or second support. So good to see Fatal stepping up and continuing his strong play that we've seen so far from Team Cruelty. He's been the one, I would say, bright spot on this roster so far. Compared to how they've kind of been throughout the stage. But all these rounds going down to the wire, getting very, very close. Not sure that's exactly what you were looking for if you're Cloud9. I would like these rounds to be a bit more decisive.
I think between these two teams, and I say this with all due respect, I think this is going to be a long match. And I think it's going to be a long match, and I think it's going to really show off why these teams are where they are in the standings, Jesse. Nighthaven Labs is a very technical map where your fundamentals need to be very good to open things up, to work on the roam clear, to stay coordinated. If your fundamentals aren't quite as sound, what ends up happening is the gunfights tend to be quite sloppy. You'll see a lot of rushes, you'll see a lot of pushes, being killed from angles that you weren't expecting. And again, it's because this Nighthaven Labs map is deceptively big. When we talk about big maps in Siege, this isn't usually one of those maps that comes to mind. We talk about Cafe, we talk about Clubhouse, we talk about Lair. So not only is it a big map, which means a lot of additional steps, better droning. You need to pin down those roamers. You need to punish isolated players. You need to figure out where you're going to go for your defaults. Are you going to directly attack the wall? How are you going to go about this on the top floor, bottom floor, etc.? But you've also got, for the defenders, a golden opportunity to roam. And you know, just as everybody else knows, that if you are not the most experienced team, you're going to get punished on a late roam unless you have a numbers advantage. And this is what I've been looking out for on the side of Cruelty is, do they allow Cloud9 to retake the sites? Should Cruelty get the upper hand there? So far, not really, but we're only 2 rounds in.
Cruelty going for an exo plant this round. They haven't bothered with the roam game at all. They just took control of vending. They're now going to push in and try to plant just on this doorway to the left. Never mind, but Tumbo's in. Looks like he wants to get in deeper to the site, maybe cause some chaos before he goes for that plant. This is a bit unorthodox. If he dies, that's huge, but Dream finds a different kill. Instead, it's Ivan who goes down just behind his Blackbeard.
And look at this. What did I say about Messi? A minute left in the round, and the server has completely cleared out. Giddy trying to get his way back on over there, and Skimzy greets him at the barrel of a gun, and it's 2 rounds in a row now for Team Cruelty. It really just does exemplify what I said earlier. If your fundamentals are not particularly sound, you will continue to clash over and over, and Cruelty on attack have taken 2 rounds of the first 3. It'll necessitate new bans coming in, and would you believe it? More shield bans, Jesse.
Yeah, not super surprising here on Nighthaven, of course. Weird push in round number 3. I gotta say, there's a lot of action top floor that was strongly going the way of Team Cruelty. Skimzy got a pick top floor onto Kobe, and then Fatal got another one onto Silence. So those top floor players really kind of got slammed on the top floor, trying to hold things down, hold down the vert. Loved Dream's site play, thought he was doing really well, but it didn't matter when his whole team was dying around him. We did see Matumbo pick up one with the nade as well, answering back onto Dream. So good to have pressure all around the map from Cruelty. I think Cloud9, after they saw the push, they were expecting a lot of pressure over inside of EXO, over towards vending, and that's where I expected a lot of the pressure to come as well. But instead, there was still quite a strong presence over inside of Garage, maybe coming down from Raptors, some players in Cargo as well. There was a lot of this control of the map from Team Cruelty that got them a lot of big picks in the chaos of that execute. So not, I would say, typical from Team Cruelty, not what you'd expect to see, but still comes out really strong from them. It catches Cloud9 off guard, and it actually forces attack time out. Again, I like how early this attack comes out from Cloud9, because rounds are going to matter drastically. They need as many as they can get, so they can't let this game get close. They can't let it spiral out to 10, 11, 12 rounds.
Nighthaven Labs is, well, I feel like through these 3 maps, I'm going to stop myself just for a second, because I feel like through these first 3 maps, we have seen the 3 least played maps in games 1, 2, and 3 now. We started the day going to the least played map, which was Skyscraper. Then we went to the 2nd least played map, which was Chalet. Now we're on the 3rd least played map, which is Nighthaven Labs. I actually think Nighthaven Labs and Chalet might have switched around there at one point, but either way, Nighthaven Labs is now the least played map in the entire map pool, and it is effectively a coin flip map. But with only 21 rounds played through 2 separate matches, that's really not enough for us to say with any confidence how it should look. What we can tell you is that while Nighthaven Labs, like most maps, has trended to be more defender favored, it did hold quite a unique distinction for about a year or so. And that's that it was one of the most balanced maps in the map pool. It was pretty much 50-50 for 2 separate events. I believe it was SI and Manchester, if memory serves correctly. Now, obviously, those were quite a ways away ago, so things do change. And like I said, Nighthaven Labs has become friendlier to defenders. But if Cruelty is able to go up 4-2, or if the first half is a 3-3, that wouldn't be that abnormal. Same if Cloud9 was able to turn this one around and they could take 4 rounds as defenders. There wouldn't be anything strange about that too.
This is going to be a rush straight in through storage. Of course, they've got the Aurora to close the doorway in onto the top of the cargo stairs. I believe this was brought by, I want to say, BDS at Reload, where they played the Aurora on this window. They jumped in with loads of smokes. I think they had a glass when they ran it back at Reload as well. So they're going to run it with the Matumbo Fuse Shield. Let's have a look and see how this goes. It's about to be a lot of fun.
They'll block off one of those doorways as Ivan, who's having some troubles with windows and doors earlier on as he lost that gunfight a couple rounds ago to Giddy, as you can recall. We'll hopefully try to have less problems now. Matumbo is looking with all 4 cluster charges in back pocket to get the diffuser down. That completely falls apart. Cruelty had an idea. It wasn't a particularly good idea, it seems, but it was an idea nonetheless. Skimzy and Pyrox on the board, but then it's silent to shut the door, or if we want to keep up with it, clear the board entirely. As Cloud9 answers back. Cruelty, as I said, had an idea. It was not very fundamentally sound. You had a fuse walk in. All 4 cluster charges in pocket. You're running that fuse, not necessarily for the cluster charges. You're running it because all the other shields at this point have been banned out. So you don't really have a lot of other options. So you go in, maybe you get the diffuser down, maybe you get out of there, maybe then you use the cluster charges in the post plant. We've seen teams do that, but usually it's not based on a rush strat. Cruelty fell apart the moment that they got into the bomb site, and there was Kobilax taking down Mutombo, Ivan dying shortly thereafter at the hands of Giddy, and C9 just swept through these attackers.
They brought 8 smokes on that plant, Parker, and I'm pretty sure Kobe still had an angle from above where he could see at least a part of Mutombo sticking out from the smoke. So it's tough to be bringing that much utility just so that you can get the plant down and then still getting denied from above. There was no warden on the board there. I didn't see any bulletproof cameras feeding pings either, although there might have been some in there. There was still a bulletproof up. It's really tough to see that from Cruelty, where they've got all this utility. They've got clearly a game plan on what they want to do in that round, but that vertical pressure just coming way too strong. The fact that he planted just inside the doorway as well, I think made it a little bit too obvious where he was trying to put that diffuse kit down. Often when you've got that fuse shield on your back, it can be difficult to deny the plant from above, but not impossible. And so Cloud9, I think, reacting really well to that push. Again, I'm pretty sure we saw something very similar to that at Reload, so might have seen that before and might have known how to counter it, as they probably went over it in their practice.
No 2 rounds have played out the same between these squads, which is pretty understandable. Cloud9 obviously fighting for their playoff lives here. They are on the outside looking in, and the likelihood that they are the team that gets the final NAL playoff spot is quite slim, but it exists. Cruelty was disqualified from the playoffs earlier just because of their round count and their overall points totals, so they are ineligible to make the playoffs. They join Envy as the only 2 teams that will not, at the moment, be able to do it, but 2 more will join them. 3 remaining teams in the Hunter wildcard, who we saw earlier. They were the ones who doomed Envy's chances. And then we've got LFO/Orgless, and then this Cloud9 team. Nice pop-up by Packer. Down goes Fatal. Cruelty losing out early in that engagement. Half of the round to go and an advantage for Cloud9 as there was nothing lost by Packer on that engagement.
Another one for Packer. He's not done yet with a shot. He finds Skimzy. I was about to say it's fine they lost the ace because they still have 2 hard breachers with Mutombo and Skimzy, but now they're down to just Mutombo. Ivan from below also going to suffer a death to Dream, so this is all falling apart from Cruelty. They've, for the second time now, tried to push in through jungle and connector, but Cloud9 were very much ready for it. Cheeky spot from Packer doesn't get droned, and now they're in a really tough spot, praying that Packer swings them again from electrical, but I think he's thought better of it. The barrel of his gun was sticking out, so he's going to choose to rein this one in. They need some miracles from this Ying or something, because this just looks like an impossible push now, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Nuisance Ops still up, but how are you going to pick your engagement here? Dream lost a bunch of HP very early on. That's really been all they've had to show for it. Pyrox takes care of Packer, almost finds a second in Dream, but Mira's just, she's too thick, Jesse. And like that, Mutombo is last man standing against 4 players from C9. Inside of electrical, working his way closer and closer to the bomb site. Good patience from Cloud9 as they deny entry by just simply waiting, and Kobilax will allow that last Ying to hit the deck as the Kiba barrier explodes in front of them, and Cloud9 collects the final kill of the round to take the lead.
It's good to see Packer making plays to get Cloud9 back into this game. I thought there was a really good interview with Hot and Cold yesterday where he talked about, as the IGL, you take a lot of blame for losses, right? When things aren't going wrong, a lot of that kind of has to rest on your shoulders. And I think that applies very strongly to Packer. You see him after the games tweeting on social media, talking about how things aren't going their way. Again, Cloud9 on the largest losing streak outside of APAC in the world. So he's had plenty of opportunities to reflect on why things haven't gone well. And you know, Packer wears his heart on his sleeve sometimes, and he sometimes has some tough games out here and there. And I really do think that this is a good bounce back if they can continue to spiral things against Cruelty, get a strong win on the board, make sure they can have a strong round count going in the next couple of matches. That'll be huge for them. Even if they don't make it to playoffs, I think getting that mentality turned around, starting to believe in yourself once again, getting a couple of wins to end the season will be big for Cloud9. So I'm glad to see guys like Packer and the rest of the squad on Cloud9, Silent Dream and the rest of them making big plays against Cruelty.
Ivan held off the score sheet through 5 rounds. Not exactly for a player of his caliber what you want to see. And Ivan is on killing rolls. This is something that we should highlight here. Ivan is a player who should be getting kills. One thing that we've changed about our casting, at least you and I have done this, can't speak for the other talent, is focusing more on kills for the players who need to get kills. One player that I always kind of come back to, because I think it's easily relatable to a lot of people, and obviously he's very well known, is Canadian. Canadian is typically one of the lowest rated players with one of the worst KDs in his league. But he's also playing on a role where it doesn't really matter whether he's getting kills or not, and it shouldn't be a focal point. Now, if he's playing on a role on a particular map where he needs to be getting kills and he's failing to do so, then we'll talk about that. But there are players on both sides who shouldn't be getting these kills. Dream, for example, has 6 kills. He should not have that high of a kill total on his team. He is the 3rd lowest rated player right now in the North American League, and it's largely because he plays very tough roles. He plays that hard support. He plays your main hard breach. He's not going to be the one getting kills. He is right now, which is excellent, but he shouldn't be. Somebody like Ivan should be getting kills. There's really no excuse for it. Mutombo dies at the hands of Kobe Lax, and now it's Pyrox jumping on in as out had gone one of those boogies. That's it for Gadgets on the side of the Ram. We hit the halfway point, and Cruelty will take out Silent. After punishing Kobe earlier on, now Packer will get a kill of his own. Down goes Skimsy. Fatal trades that right back. Jesse, I was just about to toss to you, but I guess both these teams had other ideas.
Yeah, they called the logic bombs and decided let's go in for the push, and everybody on Cloud9 stepped up to fight. I don't think Packer's done either, chasing these guys down to the basement where Dream is waiting. It's a 1v2 until Packer can get back and help his teammates. It's going Animus, but it doesn't matter. Dream is already dead, and now it's a 1v2 for the captain of Cloud9.
It's definitely doable. Packer wearing the Cloud9 branded golf hat. He's got a tea time later today. He's going to need to get in there. He's got time for a quick back 9. Maybe the full AT, depending on how quickly this goes. Ivan will break the donut and avoid going out of the first half. Killless. As Cruelty answers back after 2 were put up back-to-back by Cloud9. These 2 teams no closer to a resolution as the first half goes 3-3 for both.
Little 2K from Ivan in that round. We speak his name. It sounds like he heard us and decided to start getting active. So credit where credit is due. That was a good round. I like Cruelty's decision-making there to, first of all, recognize where they saw a gap, pop the logic bombs, make some chaos on the top couple of floors, and then just say, screw it. Let's head straight down to the basement so that we can isolate these last 2 players in the 2v2, force it to be 2 separate 2v1s instead of a 2v2 directly on the site. Good game sense, honestly, coming out from Team Cruelty in that round. I'll go back to Ivan just for a minute here because we do talk about his roles. He described himself as a primary entry before this season started, which is fair enough. But despite that, it feels like he's playing very solo in a lot of the rounds that they've had so far. This is something that Spirits touched on in his interview yesterday when he talked about how the guys on Cruelty tend to play sometimes, and he maybe took advantage of that with a little bit of Cav play on his side of things. So it's been weird to see Ivan maybe trying to fill this primary entry role, but doing it in a very unorthodox way, a way that you don't see from a lot of other teams, where he is playing very solo, and then he does end up kind of taking fewer opening engagements than you might expect from a primary entry. But if he's getting active, I mean, that's how things turn around from Team Cruelty. You get your big gunners into it. Ivan starts fragging. Pyrox starts fragging. We start to see some different looks from Team Cruelty.
Both of these teams showing at the moment that they are very evenly balanced, which again, just pointing to the standings is something we should know. While it's Envy at the current moment with the worst round differential in the league, Team Cruelty is in 2nd place with worst round differential, and Cloud9 is just behind them. So Cruelty and Cloud9 sit right now in the standings 2 spots apart. Cloud9 in 8th, Team Cruelty in 10th. Their record is ostensibly the same. The only difference here is that Team Cruelty has lost 6 games in regulation. Cloud9 has lost 5. They went to OT and lost, and that is the difference in the standings for them. That's why Cloud9 sits 1 point above Cruelty. That overtime loss, by the way, came at the hands of LFO/Orgless. Will be playing in our last match of the day against M80. Up next, we have the two titans of NA set to do battle. The perfect Dark Zero, sitting 7-0-0-0 with 21 points out of a possible 21 points. They will put their perfect record on the line against a team that might not be their arch nemesis, formerly the Sonics, now playing under Shopify Rebellion, but it will be a grudge match between DZ and one player in particular on the Rebellion. Their former captain of DZ captained them to a major Canadian. Those two teams will do battle for what will be first. If Shopify Rebellion wins, they will take first overall. If Dark Zero wins, they will hang on to it, at which point Dark Zero will be nigh uncatchable. Dark Zero will be in action against SSG in our very final match of the game tomorrow. Shopify Rebellion will be in our second match of the day tomorrow up against M80. As for these two teams that are doing battle right now, if Cloud9 wins this match, they will have their hands full against Oxygen tomorrow. Team Cruelty, who's already been eliminated, who has a chance to knock Cloud9 down a peg, will start off the day going up against the other team at the bottom of the standings, which is Envy. That'll be our very first match tomorrow in roughly about 21 hours from now.
Important to note as well for Cloud9's chances, they need to get 3 points here. They cannot go to overtime. If they do, they will be eliminated from playoffs. The reason for that is because tomorrow Wildcard and Orgless play each other, so one of them is guaranteed a minimum of 2 points, and so 10 points is currently the minimum threshold to make playoffs. And if Cloud9 go flawless through the last 2 games, they will just hit those 10 points. So desperate to win this before we hit round 13. They'll get to move to the attack this time around. And as you said, this map could be kind of 50-50, so going to the attack is not the end of the world, but top floor is one of those sites that tends to lean a bit more towards the defenders. This can be one of the strongest sites in the game. A little bit less strong with Bandit Kaid both banned because it's harder to keep that IT wall closed, and Cloud9 get it open with no issues. And they're rushing straight in through Fish. Kobe finds the pick after Packer makes space on the blitz. Really good teamwork to be able to take down Fatal and get the early man advantage for Cloud9.
Team Cruelty really suffering through these opening losses, and despite that, the scoreline is still not wholly unfavorable to them. But if you continue to sustain losses and you continue to play at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, it will eventually catch up to you, whether it's in this particular match or something a bit more strategically sound. Skimzy losing a befuddling fight to Kobe, as now Kobe also has the lineup on the Goyo, who wants to engage in this. Mutombo just biding his time at this point. Kobe going for the swing. That's a 3rd kill. Pyrox now with 2 of his own, but Giddy will seal the deal, and C9 feast upon Team Cruelty in C9's maiden voyage on attack.
Big round from Kobe playing in behind Packer on that blitz once again, finding the space. He got to abuse 2 different shield operators in that round. First with the entry from Packer, and then playing behind the Clash shield as well, which assisted him in getting that second frag. Kobe has been super solid for Cloud9 so far. He has the highest headshot percentage in the North America League at 77%. So you know his aim is going to be good, as it always has been. He's definitely fitting in with this Cloud9 team a lot better than he was previously on Dark Zero, finding a bit more success personally, even if the team around him isn't finding the same level of success, isn't quite finding those same wins. It's a big round. It's a good momentum starter for the second half, right? It means that you can start with attacks against Team Cruelty. You just beat them on the strongest site of on the game. It's going to be a really good boon for them going forward.
Attackers.
This is a very confident entry by Cloud9. And again, this map is a bit of an enigma when you compare it to all the other maps in the map pool. So we're not in uncharted territory here, but we are just simply in an area where we don't have enough stats and an idea of the way that this map plays in this region to say with confidence whether Cloud9's on the better side or not. They're assessing the situation at the moment, and there'll be a downstairs defense by Cruelty as Cloud9 assembles their forces by those walls. There's one of them which is soft. Okay.
There is one reinforcement that wasn't used as well. It could just be a reinforcement they're holding, especially for the top floor. You sometimes see that, although they're not roaming on the top floor, so maybe not. They do have some castles set up over here. I guess they were just fine to let them walk into Animus because they've got this cool castle setup. I don't think it was a mistake from Team Cruelty. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They've set things up with Castle, with Fenrir as well. Of course, as we're getting this information, Silent is too. So Cloud9 will have a lot of time to work through this, but Team Cruelty aren't so stressed with these players getting inside of Animus because they've got so much utility to counter that. Now that Cloud9 have the control and they're starting to work through the castle barricades, it should be very obvious to Cruelty that this is where the brunt of the push is coming. And so hopefully Fatal and the rest of these players, Matumbo with a Nitro Cell, can all be looking this direction. A plant in through Animus can be easily denied by some good Toxic Babes.
And Packer is just blind to Pyrox in this position. Drone work for C9 has been good up until about 30 seconds ago, and that's when those secondary gadgets, as it's not a primary gadget, began to disappear. Kobe Lax is having a terrific game. He's been a standout here on C9, and he's playing on a very aggressive role. Cloud9 does suffer through not having as bona fide and dedicated entry fraggers as some of the other teams do. Puts a lot of stress on a player like Kobe Lax, as he needs to be the main point of a spear that doesn't have as many tips as other teams do in the region. It was a nice catch by Silent, as Dream was attempting the diffuser, but he's choked out by that noxious gas, and he's inhaling way too much damage. He's on a single point of HP. That was Fatal saving the round, but he's bought a lot of time. Down goes Fatal after all those gas bags had been used. Giddy taking care of him, but not before Fatal trades it out. Now into a 3v3 is again the Glasgow quarterback. The cross being held by Silent, eliminating Ivan. Now he's looking for the slow peek from Matumbo. Kobe taking down Skimzy. Diffuser goes down, shield extended by Dream. And Matumbo with 2 kills will have to start saying his own prayers. A 1v3. Asmira, not exactly the operator you want in this current point in time, and it's double digits for Silent as he picks up kill number 10, and round number 5 is won by Cloud9.
Such an important round for Silent. That should have been a lot easier for Cloud9. If Dream just sticks the plant at the start, then I think he gets it off before the Toxic Babe even does enough damage to worry about that plant. It was a beautiful catch from Silent shooting that Nitro Cell. Unfortunately, Dream didn't trust his teammate, so he got off the plant. Nervous about that Nitro Cell. Didn't matter in the end. They waited out the Toxic Babes. They eventually found the kill onto Fatal. That was Giddy, I believe, that got the frag. Yeah, they traded one another, where Giddy shot Fatal, Fatal shot Giddy. But that was good enough to clear out the smoke. Only one Nitro Cell brought. We even saw the goo mines being thrown out by Ivan to try to stop the plant, but it just didn't matter. Dream, with 1 HP, gets it down, and then great cover again from Silent. MVP of that round, in my mind, was doing a really good job covering through the smoke on the glass. I was a little nervous when Packer died because he was their only hard breach, and he didn't breach anything before he ended up dying. But as you mentioned, Animus wall was soft. They didn't really need to get the other wall from the outside into control. They didn't really need to worry about any of the hatches, so didn't end up biting them, but could have been worrisome if they wanted to go for any of the other pushes.
We're starting to have an answer here, by the way, as to whether or not we are looking at an attacker or defender-sided Nighthaven Labs here in NA. Again, it didn't start the day as the least played map, but the other maps have been played since then, which has now left Nighthaven Labs at the very bottom of rounds played. They will eventually leap over what I imagine will be Skyscraper's total. They will escape that position in the basement, but the attackers are doing quite well. Cloud9 showing far more confidence on attack than we saw from Cruelty. Cruelty did have some good looks when they were on attack, but their ability to get inside the building was particularly troublesome. This is not a problem unique to them. This is something that lots of teams struggle with on Nighthaven Labs. You have to either go through a reinforcement or you have to hop into a window most of the time. There are a couple doors that you can use, one of which is on that catwalk that connects to garage, but guess what? You can't just walk in there with impunity because somebody is usually playing in an angle where a wall's shot out and they're watching you, or there's barbed wire, or there's Kiba barriers, or there's any number of gadgetry that's used to slow you down. So even when doors are present on Nighthaven Labs, it can be very challenging simply to get through them. That leaves your next best options as going over windows, which makes you obviously very exposed and vulnerable, or cutting through reinforcements, which teams can rightfully use a mute jammer on or some type of electricity to hold you at bay. It makes attacking a little bit challenging, which is all the more impressive that Cloud9 has been as strong as they have through these first 2 rounds.
So round 7, last time we went to the top floor, we saw Skimzy on the Clash, and it really didn't do any favors for Team Cruelty. So he swapped that up, and he's gone for the Valkyrie instead. Gonna be playing down below, ratting in the basement at the moment. Watch out for him late round. He's the only player with explosives on his team, so his Nitro Cell will be the only thing that can really use those Valk cams to get a round-winning play at the end. But it's going to be his decision to switch things up. Probably won't have any impact until the last 30, 45 seconds of the round, but just something to watch out for. In the meantime, the defense looks pretty similar to before for Cruelty. Still got the smoke, still got the Azami, some of those powerful operators up there on the top floor. Kobe going down below actually might be getting engaged with Skimzy. He has no idea that Skimzy is down here with him, hopping on the cam. This could be devastating unless he finds him on a drone.
Slow creep back up to the top. Pyrox is dead, and that's Dream finding the opening for Cloud9. Somebody from Cruelty will need to trade this out. It falls on the shoulders of Ivan, and he does so adeptly, taking down Giddy. Now it's Silent, taking some damage from a goo mine, finished off by Ivan, who's just doing double duty at this point. Out will go a Toxic Babe, too. Ivan struggled to get on the kill feed, but is 4-2 since that final moment of round number 6. C9 now staring down a deficit, Jesse, with 45 seconds left, and they'll wait out the utility. Diffuser in the hands of Packer as he gets out of that position, and somebody else from C9 will have to walk in and start the killing.
Yeah, without connector control, this gets really awkward. Now that's why Packer's going to try to take it, but he's got to go up against a smoke. What do you do against this guy? You get close range and blind him. That'll do it. Now they can get a plant spot in behind the pillar.
Ivan is down, bleeding on the floor. There goes Fatal as well. Packer doing the job that needs to be done. And while the rest of the team clean up, it's left to Matumbo, who gets a single kill before getting traded out himself. Cloud9 were in a scary spot just 30 seconds prior. But they snap their fingers, and instead of 50% of Cruelty disappearing, 100% disappears. Match point for C9. They've secured themselves a single point. They've got 3 rounds to get the other 2 before overtime.
I think that was really good game sense by Packer. He recognized that the only control the attackers had were IT and rafters, 2 parts of the map that are right next to each other. And if you try to push in there, there's a lot of angles the defenders can get, which are all looking your direction that you can't get good pinches on. So there could be a player over towards the fish hall. There could be a player behind the desk inside of the top floor. There could be a player behind the pillar, as there was. There could be a player inside of electrical as well. So Packer realized this is not a good strategy, so I've got to make a decision. Even though he had diffuse kit, he went solo in through the electrical window to make that space, got the pick onto the smoke, got the second pick then as he pushed deep into his plant spot towards pillar. Really smart game sense from Packer to make that happen and save a round that I don't think was going their way. If they just try to push 3 players through IT and rafters, I don't think they walk away with it, but it's that smart game sense late round that really paid off for Packer.
Some good decision-making being brought by Cloud9, especially in that position. I think you nailed it, but I mean, when you're in a 3v4 and you've got a site that works against you when you're down in numbers, that's what makes it even more impressive. A bomb site that we used to talk about that was similar to that was that top floor of Oregon. If you remember, even if you were defenders who were outnumbered, the bomb site would still work in your favor. That top floor bomb site can be really challenging to deal with if you do not have enough people to cover, say, electrical, say, rafters, say, somebody from over by IT. It just, there's too many angles that the defenders can very safely play, and they can excel. Nitro cells, impacts, gas canisters, etc. It's unfortunate for Cruelty that they lost some of those final moment operators so early into the execute, but even in that situation, they still should have been favored to win, but Cloud9 overcame those obstacles and took the round.
We'll go storage for round number 10. The goal is going to be just get in and plant through the storage window. They've got Dream, who's already opened up both the garage wall, and then up top, he's likely opened up the wall as well. Already, Silent finds Ivan, and the plant has started.
I'm stunned. Packer's going to be able to walk away from this one. Logic bomb's going out as well, but Cruelty fighting back, and they have chewed their way through this C9 obstacle. Fatal has to pop off as Kobe and Giddy go for the swing. It's all up to Giddy now upstairs. All on his lonesome. Matumbo gets on the diffuser, but Giddy wins the fight, and Cloud9 is unstoppable on attack. They punish Cruelty and win every single one of their rounds on attack to secure all 3 points, and they're still very much in the hunt for that final playoff spot.
Silent actually just said, I fear nobody, and jumped in the storage window, rushed down Ivan, who is the only person playing on site, which is typical for this bomb site. You often have a lot of players playing up above instead. Packer followed him right close inside the window, was able to then put the defuse kit on the ground. Ivan was supposed to have goo mines in and around that window, but nobody seemingly got hit by the goo mines, so it didn't seem to matter. They got in, they got the plant down. Even though Silent got so deep, that was really well done.
Well, if they want to make it into the top 6, Cloud9 needed a win here today. They got the job done with all 3 points. Unfortunately for Cruelty, that means they're on the wrong side. Still got about 2 more matches to go, so we'll not hold you up. We'll be back in a few minutes.
yellow side.
Get it, stay up.
Getting. Off.
Off, you got her. You have 2 flashes.
Nice!
Let's go.
Good shit. Nice job, guys.
Good shit, boys.
Cloud9 managed to keep their playoffs hopes alive. It's slim, but it is certainly possible. So we'll welcome in Dream now to congratulate him on this victory and ask him a little bit more about that. Dream, first of all, hello. Congrats on the win. It's good to see you. Tell me a little bit about the messaging as a leader on this team that you are spouting right now as you're in this pivotal moment. Like, what are you communicating to the team in this playoff race?
Honestly, it's just about us staying composed and taking it game by game. Anything that's what the other teams do, how they win, how they lose, none of that matters. Just focus on us. We need to win the next 2 games of regulation, and then after that we'll see what happens. So we finished step 1 was today. We won, we got our 3 points. We got to come back, do it again tomorrow. Nothing else matters. That's it.
Well, Dream, congratulations. Obviously, you guys have been pretty great when it comes to the entry and the start of games. The preparation has been showing. So obviously, kudos to you guys in the preparation room and your guys as coaches. That being said, obviously, got to address the little bit of the issue of the mid to late round. You know, obviously today's a win, but for yesterday, for example, and obviously in week 3, when you guys get to those mid to late rounds where things kind of go awry, what do you feel like is the issue? And has that been something that you guys have been focusing specifically for going into the Super Week?
Yeah, it's been something we've been talking about like every day in practice and like leading up to the Super Week, obviously with that week off from the 4th. It's just us staying composed in that mid to late round. I think we let the time and the pressures kind of get to us. And we sometimes maybe don't make the best decisions or like make a bad decision because like, hey, we only got like 30 seconds left. I have to make a play. I have to do something, when we should be focusing more on like working as a team and like getting the job done together instead of just being like an individual hero.
Right.
For sure. Well, Dream, obviously, congratulations. You guys are still in contention of making playoffs. But I do want to talk to you in particular. I mean, kind of how have you been doing? Obviously, the stage hasn't been going the way that you guys have been wanting. You're the most experienced player on this roster. Yeah, I just kind of want to pick your brain and just kind of how you've been taking this whole stage in as a whole and kind of just tell us how you've been doing.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, Lex. It's been rough.
Yeah.
It's nice we got our second win today, but with the team just has a lot of growing pains. You know, we're really trying to come together, like work as a unit, and just kind of get over these humps we're having. I do think like if we fixed up a few of those mid to late round like engagements or fights, whatever, like who knows, we could have locked in playoffs already. Like we were neck and neck with some of these teams, and I'm just happy today, and I think yesterday for the most part at least, we kind of showed like we did improve. We are a better team, and we just need to carry that forward into tomorrow.
I do want to ask, just again, with you having the most experience, like what really has been the biggest struggle for you individually with surrounding yourself with rookies?
It's kind of some of the stuff I thought was more default and like that people would know, that maybe they just didn't know and like it needed to be like explained or like understood. And certain like reactions to things happening or like how like basically how to like work together and like form plans always as a team. When you're thinking aggression, don't think just, oh, what can I do? Think what can we do as a team? And it's those kind of things that I'm trying to like teach these guys and like bring to the table. Yeah,
for sure.
Well, Dream, again, big win today, and you guys stay in the race. You told us
the dream is alive.
The dream is alive. The messaging is clear.
Not dead. Let's get it.
Let's get it. We will hopefully see you tomorrow. Best of luck in that final match, and maybe we'll see you in playoffs.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dream. As he said, it's tough this stage for Cloud9. Nobody is avoiding that point.
I've been there when I was on Parabellum, but we didn't even have the chance of making playoffs. We just suck. So the fact that there is a chance for Cloud9, they're already doing better, and I can totally understand where Dream is coming from with being around rookies, just thinking to yourself, how is that not something that is mandatory in your brain that you understand that you then have to teach? And the fact that he's taking on a lot of that and trying to teach those players and still keeping their dream alive here, it speaks a lot lot just about his character.
Yeah, and it's a very sticky situation for Cloud9 as a whole because we can see how much preparation they put in it, how good that they've been getting. Obviously, way more consistent of a matchup, especially once the sides swapped against Cruelty here today, but it was Cruelty. If they just were able to muster out some of closing out those opening kill rounds against SR, you know, even in week 3, I think week 3 was probably the biggest blunder because losing to LFO, losing to Envy are not games that Cloud9, a team of that caliber, that we expected to be losing to them. So obviously, it's a little bit of a bittersweet moment. Yes, the playoffs contention is still alive. They still have the ability to win it. But at the end of the day, it could have already been said and done if they just were able to figure things out a little sooner. But obviously, you have to go through ups and downs to figure it out when you are a brand new team. You got to teach the rookies some simple mistakes. And one thing that I really enjoyed seeing was that last round. I don't know if anyone noticed, but Giddy was alive upstairs.
He was the last one alive, which that's how it should have been played.
That's what I'm saying. So obviously, played it great. He learned from the SR mistake. A good team will take advantage of those little hiccups. And obviously, sometimes you just have to experience getting shot through a floor by Ambi to understand that maybe I shouldn't peek, no matter who's on the other side of that floor.
Well, after 3 games now, we'll give you a brief recap of how we got to this point. Day 2 of the Super Week. We are already underway and only have 2 more games to go. We started with a big one for Wildcard. Lacks a game that put them temporarily at least over top of Orgless and giving them sole possession of that 6th playoff spot.
Yeah, it was a statement game out of Wildcard. Definitely the best we've seen them, also the best result we've seen in terms of a 7-2. They've always kept games close. They've gone overtimes. They've lost. I mean, this was the best that we've seen out of Wildcard. Now it's just a matter of, again, everything's on the line going into tomorrow. Even with this Orgless game, there still is a chance. But again, it's good for Wildcard that they are hitting the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard needed that win. Same thing with Cloud9, they needed that win. Now, at the end of the day, obviously, we're going to get to that M80 Orgless game, and Orgless could just shut it out right there with a win. But obviously, everyone's going to be favoring M80, but I'm really excited for the next game to come.
You know, spell it out as clear as possible for our viewers right now. This chance, this miraculous circumstance where Cloud9 makes it to the playoffs, it works like this. If they get a regulation win tomorrow, Orgless loses tonight, and the Orgless wildcard game tomorrow goes to overtime, all teams would be tied, well, 2 teams would be tied at 10 points, and then it would come down to a round diff tiebreaker. So the margins are as slim as they come, but it is possible. Our next game, the big one that we've been waiting for all stage long. It's DZ and SR, both undefeated teams. Only one of them will be able to stay undefeated after this next game, and only one of them will claim that #1 spot. Don't go anywhere.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rose their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blackout!
Available now.
Over the last 3 weeks of the NAL, two teams have been circling around and towards each other. It has, of course, been the behemoths of Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. Welcome back, everybody. Jonas Willinger here with Foxay and Laxing for a match, Laxing, that we have been waiting for since the stage began.
It's the Battle of the Titans. I mean, both these teams have just been dominant in their own right, topping the charts. The only thing that set them apart was just an overtime win. But outside of that, they both have shown their resilience. They both have shown how strong they are. And again, this is going to be Titan versus Titan.
I mean, you just look at the stats. I mean, DZ first in all respect, and then Shopify Rebellion just on their toes. I mean, both teams, regardless, they have just been performing so well. Obviously, Shopify had a little bit of hiccup going to overtime first game, but that's natural. And now both teams firing on all cylinders. They've been so strong, so consistent. One of them has to lose today.
Well, in their win over Cloud9 yesterday, Rexon for Shopify Rebellion, he had a few choice words about this upcoming matchup with Dark Zero.
Yeah, no, of course, like it's like a one-sided rivalry. We always beat DZ. I'm planning on doing that tomorrow, and then we'll play them again in the playoffs, and it'll be a close game. But I'm playing, so I don't have to see that guy make a stupid tweet. That's what I'm really playing for, and I mean, it'll be a really good game. It'll be a really good game. Like,
well, Rexon said it. Historically, this is a battle that Shopify Rebellion have won. 7-2 in series since 2023. That is a very one-sided affair.
No, it's definitely one-sided. But again, this is a completely brand new Dark Zero. This is a far more aggressive paced team. So I'm expecting, I mean, even when you look at the numbers, they're fairly close in that round count. But again, this is a completely different Dark Zero where we've talked about they've improved a ton. Where on the other side for SR, we've talked about their consistency, which when both those clash, it's a question of who comes out on top.
Right, Dark Zero has always been a slow team. Sonics has always been a very fast-paced and aggressive team than going to Shopify Rebellion. So now, Dark Zero is a lot better prepared.
Well, one of these guys that has been lights out for Dark Zero, and there's so many people that we could talk about. Spirits was the man of the hour yesterday, putting up some insane numbers and making, well, Cruelty look a little silly.
I mean, since Dark Zero making this change with getting Spirits and also Citizens, but Spirits has been the most impactful player, and he was so overlooked since previously joining Dark Zero. The meta obviously has transitioned into a place where he's been able to thrive, and he is exactly an X-Factor player that Dark Zero desperately needed because they've always been slow. They've never really had that spearhead entry, that player that can play all these wacky ops, that can constantly pull rounds out of thin air, essentially, from being so good. And these are all the operators that he's been able to play so far for Dark Zero. And it's not just the fact that he can play these operators, but he's bringing out so much creativity. I mean, everybody saw the Cav shotgun yesterday. We've seen him play Jaeger shotgun. We've seen him play Ying shotgun. He plays so many different operators in different ways that nobody has ever done before. A trendsetter, if you will, and to the point that it's not just him being able to do that. Obviously, he has amazing success and he has the confidence to do it, but it's the fact that the team can set up around him and make him thrive, being able to try these creative strats, essentially, so that they don't look down. It's not washed away. Any idea is a solution, is a potential round win for Dark Zero.
I mean, you have so much in your arsenal when you have a player like Spirits who can flex that many different operators, play that many different roles. It just, like I said, you have so much left in the tank. You have so much on paper in the books for strats to be able to play around, win. And like I said, you have a player like Spirits that is so versatile on those roles.
Well, as you mentioned, we've been gassing up DZ all stage long, but if it wasn't for that single overtime, it was an overtime win, that single overtime performance from Shopify Rebellion, they would have been at the top of these standings as well.
I mean, there's nothing that you can't say about Dark Zero that you can't already be saying about SR. I mean, this is a team that has shown nothing but dominance. They have ferocity. They have tenacity. They are resilient. They are one of the best teams in the league as of right now. And what we've seen is creativity in their play. They are quick to adapt. For me, in terms of the comparison of aggressiveness, I would say SR does go a little higher in terms of a more passive-aggressive play style. They know when to get aggressive. They know when to play passive. And again, for me, this is really going to come down to who is really better, consistency or improvement over the stage, and I cannot wait to dive into it.
And we talked about the statistical dominance that both of these teams have had, something that we hit on in our pre-show yesterday. 7 out of 10 players in the top 10 are from these two teams. They can be compared almost directly head-to-head, one-to-one, some of these players on DZ and some of these players on Shopify.
I love that you talk about it because we got to talk about the top 4 players, and let's talk about the top 2 in EPS. Ambi versus Pamba. They are practically playing the exact same role, exact same operators, and you see the stats. They are neck and neck with one another. This is 1 and 2, and it makes perfect sense. You can't paint a better picture for these players, and these are 2 players, if you're coming into this game, watching it now, these are 2 players that are very key pieces to both Dark Zero and Shopify's success.
Yeah, they've been so perfect on the entry, and when it comes to Siege, being the entry is that important, but also being that backline, the supports that you're always looking towards, that's just as important. And obviously, you can't go without mentioning Citizen and Rexon for both teams. They consistently show up for each of their respective teams. Citizen just flexing to every single role possible, making DZ gel, whereas Rexon essentially being that hard support on Shopify, but always putting up amazing numbers, always being that stat gatherer and getting the job done when it matters most.
And that's really the interesting part about, comparison of Rexon and Citizen is Citizen is really in your face. He's that player using that Deimos, getting in your face. Whereas again, Rexon, you talk about playing that support. He's playing those long angles with those DMRs, with Twitch. And then they switch to the shotgun. They switch to defense. They play that more supportive style role. They lock down those sites. You have these two players, 3 and 4 in EPS. I mean, both these teams, this is the reason why it's so hype and why we're so excited, why I'm so excited to see them brawl it out and really see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I know we're not doing a great job of keeping that excitement contained because we are feeling so good about this one. And now we just have to figure out where this brawl is going to go. So many different places. We've seen both of these teams excel across every map they've played. Where are we going now, Foxy?
I mean, it's such a disservice that we're not going to see a best of 3 here, but obviously just a little bit of a taste at what we could see in playoffs. Both teams have been so good. I mean, when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'd imagine they try to take DZ to a more aggressive-sided map. Lair, very untested, unproven map, but both teams have been so comfortable on it. I'd say Shopify Rebellion
I would say they look better.
They've definitely looked better because you have such an aggressive lineup behind Canadian. It's a map where your IGL can sit in the site, set it up, and position every single attacker or defender wherever they need to go because you need to rely on time management, taking a lot of position very quickly, and Shopify Rebellion does a great job at that. But for Dark Zero, the shields, the Ying, spirits, the X Factor.
Well, you said they looked better on it. Shopify did on Lair. The scoreline was similar. What jumped out to you?
Well, the biggest thing to me is Shopify really, and when we talked to Rexon after the game, they let Cruelty get back into it. It really came off of a big 1v3 from Ivan that then allowed that snowball and that trickling effect to be able to bring it back. But it realistically should have been a 7-1 from Shopify. So going into this game, when I'm looking at the bans, I am curious if Troy is looking at that X Factor, of talking about spirits, of possibly removing the Ying, getting rid of the Blitz, because we don't see him too much on Monte. We see a lot of that pressure coming off of the Blitz. So I am genuinely curious to see what the ban phase is going to look like coming outside of Shopify.
I mean, I love the diversity in Dark Zero's play, especially when they're attacking around the missile stairs. I mean, Spirits is going to get there somewhere, whether it's the Ying, the BB, the Blitz. We even saw him bring Glaz a time or two and be able to smoke his way to get a pick. So he's such a player that you have to worry about. But in the last time that Dark Zero played Lair, it was actually Citizens from the back end that had no focus on him because everyone was so worried about Spirit. So if you're Shopify and now you can have 2 polar opposite VODs, one game, Spirits was the main reason DZ won. And then the next one, because the team was so focused on Spirits, you had to worry about Citizens in the back. If you're Shopify, how do you directly counter Dark Zero? You just have to be able to get the picks when they come in, shut Spirits down before he gets into the door, or else you're going to have to worry about him, which allows the backline to open up.
Well, I'm stoked to get into this one so quickly. Let's get predictions. The prediction to end all predictions.
My prediction
first.
I'm like Twitch chat. Let's get this game underway, Shopify.
DZ, NA Furia.
All right, it's as clean as that, NA Furia. The 2 undefeated teams go toe-to-toe. We'll see it. The match of the stage starts now.
Everything on paper shows us that these 2 teams will dominate both the NA League and also in the playoffs. But Jesse, they have to get through each other first. One of these teams will lose today. It's a 7-0 record for Dark Zero where they sit literally perfect. Shopify Rebellion went to overtime against Envy in week number 2, and what would actually have been day number 2 technically, and since then have gone back to their winning ways. Do you expect fireworks? Do you expect theatrics? And most importantly, do you expect overtime?
I mean, you have to, Parker. This is the one we've all been waiting for. The social predictions back that up, 54-46. The best teams in North America head-to-head here, Playday 8 in groups. A preview of a likely grand finals in playoffs, although we'll see how things do turn out. It was almost a full year ago now when Dark Zero dropped Canadian off of their roster. Canadian said that he was disappointed in how most of the team handled that situation. Nafe then responded saying that Canadian had crossed a line. regardless of how that ended up going down, we know that there is no love lost between these two teams, and now they sit 1-2, the best and second best teams in North America. Dark Zero have been looking better than ever with how good they've looked with this kind of half British, half North American squad that they've assembled. Spirits and Citizens sliding in really well to this DZ team, and Shopify Rebellion looking really good too, with of course Surf, Spoit, Canadian, everybody firing on all cylinders.
The very aerodynamic Canadian who has decided to buzz all of his hair off. And I actually went out with him last week. It was my birthday, and he's, as you can see in the Shopify office, he's in Toronto. So is Spoit. So we linked up. We went out for some lemonade, of course, and
yum.
He told me that apparently the hair change is permanent. So we will be looking at aerodynamic Canadian moving forward. He's built for speed, but is the rest of his team. One thing I will say, with Canadian as IGL, most of his teams are not known for their speed in the server on attack. Shopify has flipped that on its head. Dark Zero were the team that were always a little bit more lethargic, but they've also shown that they can be significantly quicker with this new lineup, and that could be because Nafe as IGL is getting the most out of his players, or maybe they're just more familiar and more comfortable with their roles. Operator bans are coming in, our first wave before bans at the end of round 3, and you're laughing in the background.
NJR, the menace on Tachanka has been silenced now, as that is not gonna, I guess it's a shot at a DZ ban. Okay, I don't even know where this is coming from. Historically, NJR has been the guy that has repped this operator by far the most. Shopify won't have it available to them in this first half of the game. Interesting bans coming through. I know Laxing was excited to see what the bans might be. This is a strong map for Tachanka. The top floor, he can be really effective, so it makes sense to take it out, but it's certainly a curveball. They'll take it out alongside the Clash, which is one of the most commonly banned ops for attackers on Lair. For Shopify Rebellion, Laxing wanted to know which of Spirit's operators would get banned out. How about none of them? As it looks like they'll take away the Deimos, which is traditionally going to be played by Pambazoo, and then the Buck as well, which has been seen by a couple of players. I don't know who exactly has been playing it the most on this team. I know Nate has played it a little bit. Pamba plays it here and there as well, so most likely not a specific player being targeted with that one. Just want to be able to survive both above and below when they're near the bomb site.
The biggest map in the map pool, Lair, sits pretty comfortably towards the top at this moment of play. But I mean, for the most part, everybody here in North America are playing Consulate and Cafe. They are far and away the two most played maps. Lair is third, but just some brief numbers for you, by the way. The most played map is Cafe Dostoevsky. It's been played for a total of 90 rounds. The least played map is Skyscraper. It's been played 28 rounds. Lair is in third at 48, which means that Lair has 20 more rounds than Skyscraper in dead last. Yet, get this, 42 fewer rounds than Cafe in first place. So Lair is closer to the least played map than the most played map. That is bonkers. It shows that teams just keep going to Consulate and Cafe over and over and over again.
Well, here on Lair, we're going to get a strong defense from Shopify to start things off. You've got Spoit holding down operations, playing on that Azami will kind of be the first line of defense. A lot of DZ are set up to push more towards Skybridge, over towards Green as well. So they might not actually care about where Spoit's positions. That's why we see Spirits making so much space up here on the Blackbeard. Often it's the smoke that plays in this position. That does seem to be where Canadian is at, hoping to stall out this Blackbeard once he sees it. But instead, he's just the opening death.
Not exactly what you want from Canadian. He sits towards the bottom of the standings, the lowest rated player on Shopify Rebellion. But again, we even talked about this in the previous round. He's not somebody who's going to be tasked with getting a lot of kills or frankly a high rating at this point. But DZ, knowing this team so well, they're making their presence felt, and up Spoit will come. Rexon down but not out as Spoit gets the very first kill for Shopify Rebellion. Ambi and Pambazoo still with pulses on the, or Ambi and Spoit rather, still with pulses on their side of things as Pambazoo opens up the wall. Rexon bleeding out. He'll need to be retrieved at some point. Ambi down for the count. It's all on the shoulders of Spoit. He finds kill number 2. The newest player to Shopify Rebellion will have to clutch out. Adrenal Surge still in pocket for Citizen. It'll be available in just a moment. Rexen seems unretrievable as he's being watched by what appears to be the silhouette of Pambazoo, but hard to tell. There's utility on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and they're going to try to gain valuable intel as Spoit sees where one of the players happens to be. 2 more remain. Rexen will finally bite the dust. And now it's Spoit to try and stab them in the back. He loses the duel, and DZ didn't break much of a sweat there at all. They take round number 1.
Spoit got an ace on that very bomb site back at the 6th Invitational, so he knows what it takes in those positions, and he had him lined up at the end, but it was too much to handle. Fast reaction coming out from Dark Zero, and I want to bring that round all the way back to that first engagement we saw coming out from Spirits. Really smart with the Blackbeard. Heard that Canadian was chucking the Toxic Babe, so he knew he could just swing out, pull down the shield, take down Canadian for the opening pick, get that space that Dark Zero were really looking for to open up that round, and Spoit did a great job taking it back. This is the kill I was talking about for Spirits. We'll get to see the kill from Spoit as well, I'm sure, coming back to answer, rushing down Spirits, getting in his face, because you've got melee priority now as a defender. But this kind of comes back to the banning decision from Shopify. They know how good Spirits is on these aggressive shields. I would argue, and I've said this before, that Spirits is the best aggro shield player in the world. I think when it comes to Blackbeard and Blitz, no one does it better. Shopify didn't think that was going to be an issue they needed to target in the bans. They said we'll remove Deimos and Buck instead. Round 1, felt like that decision kind of came back to haunt them. We'll see if that keeps up.
I mean, DZ is just a runaway freight train at this point. They are a team that is banging on all cylinders. Everybody is playing their role so well. And I mean, the desk talked about how these players tend to dominate the top of the standings. So heading into today, by the way, let's see if we can find some updated stats. Heading into today, Citizen was the overall highest rated player, though he was tied with Rexen. Number 3 best rated player was technically Pambazoo, and he's tied with Ambi. Those are your top 4 players. Surf is right below him, and then about 4 rankings below, it's Spirits. Directly below him, NJR, and 2 below him is Nafe. That is bonkers. All 5 of these players are in the top 12 highest rated players. And I mean, when you were 7-0, that's to be expected for at least 4 of them, Jesse, but not all 5. The fact that Nafe, who has historically had some struggles with his own rating, is providing such value shows that everything is clicking with this team.
Yeah, they look like a really well-oiled machine, and now as the second attack comes through into the mid-floor, they've got a lot to deal with. Here comes Spoit up on the Azami, sees the Blackbeard once again. Can he find the head? It's a tough shot, but Spoit's known to hit those. Gonna face the other direction with that nade. He's gonna be forced out of the position, but still somehow alive. Ambi covering his teammate. Good work from the entry duo of Shopify.
Look at how well organized that was by DZ. They'd sent Pambazoo into the Isle of Danger. If it wasn't for Ambi there, that would have been a dead Spoit, and they would have had so much free access on the side of DZ to that part of the map. Canadian, the only casualty so far. He dies a bit too early for a smoke. He'll be without those Toxic Babes for the Execute, an Execute that will be weakened at the moment. Spirits, Nafe, and Citizen are the last 3 standing. Nafe holding on to the diffuser. Spirits will watch in that aggro role with the Blackbeard shield, as you talked about. But he's low HP. This is where a Toxic Babe would do so much work here, but look at the side of Shopify right now. They have no tools to deal with this. No C4s, no impacts, no gas canisters. They're just going to have to shoot away at Spirits.
It'll be a 2v2 top floor. Rexen and Surf up against Citizen and Spirits. DZ need to win this to enable a plant. You can't plant on this site if you don't have top floor control, especially versus Solus.
He's just fishing for something at this point. Excellent patience on the side of Shopify Rebellion right now. Surf hears the incoming approach of the Blackbeard. He has to walk away as out goes a nade, daring him in a duel. Spoit and Rexen on the board. Spirits was the last one to be found, and Surf will get the final pick of the 3 to answer back. DZ looked indomitable in round number 1, while Shopify Rebellion were firmly in the driver's seat for round 2.
We've had some great games for the North America League, but this is clearly showing to take the cake. You can see how close together everybody's playing. There's no such thing as a big individual moment. It's not just one person playing by themselves. When something happens in this game, it is players working together. From the very beginning where you saw that entry trying to clear out Spoit, but Spoit had teammates, to kind of that late round where they're pushing in through the top floor. Yes, at the end, Spirits ended up being kind of solo, but that's because they had two players, so they had to hunt down and find. In the end, Shopify had the positioning, they had the numbers. That was going to be good enough. That teamwork, again, really shining in the early round so they could keep their players alive and have that 4v3 advantage.
I'm going to tech pause right now, but you can see it's clear night and day how well these two teams know this game. And there was much that was said about the hierarchy of North America before we played a single match. Internally amongst talent and externally as well on both social media and through queries that had been sent to the pros, it did look like there was a very obvious top of North America versus bottom of North America. You look at some of the teams that are in here, DZ and Shopify Rebellion were obviously two of the names that were on the tips of everybody's tongues. But then you also had the usual suspects. You had your OXG, you had your SSG, you had M80 included in that, and would you believe it or not, but those are the top 5 teams at the very moment. Wildcard obviously made a statement with their top 4 finish at Reload, but I think people were right to be a little bit hesitant regarding their capabilities. Then you had the other teams that were either unproven or were relatively new rosters or were dealing with organizational struggles. Or in the case of Team Cruelty, coming from an entirely different league to compete up against stronger opponents. But there's actually been 3 tiers here in North America, Jesse. You've seen DZ and Shopify Rebellion very clearly a cut above the rest, and I'm not sure if people were quite expecting that.
Yeah, I think that these two teams being so far ahead, it was a big shock to players coming in to this season. I think it just comes down to how much time they've had to work as a unit, right? We had that off season after the 6th Invitational where players and teams had the chance to gel. They had the chance to figure out their roster, and then there was Reload as well. So it took a lot of time for the season to really start. Throughout Siege, it's often right after SI that teams go through these big rebuilds where they make a couple of roster moves, and we saw that. Obviously, Spoit going to Shopify, that's a huge change. DZ picking up Spirits and Citizen, that's big changes. But now that there's a bit of a break after SI, teams get a lot more time to gel, to figure out what's working, what isn't with their rosters, and I think these two orgs in particular took that time to heart, and they really got good value out of it. Now we see them 1-1 to start things off as the tech pause has been solved and will go to the basement for the third round in the site rotation. This mirror setup has been popular recently, I'd say ever since SI and Reload, where you're playing 1 or 2 on the top floor. Your goal is to hold down Armory for as long as you can. You're trying to extend. It's a big map, so it's hard to roam across the entirety of it. But if you can just hold on to Armory, that's going to make pushing down through Filter into Office a lot more difficult. So this will be the goal from Shopify.
I'll look for DZ's pace to match what we saw out of the first 2 rounds. Even if they weren't as successful in the second round as they wanted to be, they still were more than quick enough. And certainly beating a lot of the DZ sluggishness that has been present through previous iterations of this team. DZ has always been an excellent team that has competed among the top of the world. Though they just have that one major to show for it back in Charlotte, that's still more than most teams have. But the one criticism that DZ has carried for quite some time, a well-deserved criticism, I would argue, is their speed. They're quick to the punch this time, too, though Nafe is the one who unfortunately loses that brief bit of pugilism. So the first kill comes in on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Look at the kills on the side of SR right now. Spoit and Ambi leading the way. Spoit's primed and ready with a Nitro Cell as we hit the halfway point of this round.
Goes out, doesn't find a mark though. The Toxic Babe doing more damage to Spirits. This Armory hold has become a huge issue for Dark Zero. Already losing 1 Nafe over towards range. They're looking to filter. It's a great crossfire. Even with all the smoke, it's still really awkward to find an angle. Another one, Spoit and Ambi each a piece. They are not slowing down. And with a huge man advantage, they can just drop. Doesn't get out if you're Spoit, but everybody else happy to rotate back to the bomb site. Nearly a perfect roam from Shopify Rebellion.
Spoit knew exactly what was going to happen there, which is why when he saw Pambazoo, he stepped back. He understood that DZ would work together. Pambazoo and NJR are usually tied at the hip when it comes to these final moments of a lot of rounds. I don't know if that will be the case here, though. As Shopify Rebellion sit with 4 to the 2 of Dark Zero, and Dark Zero will have to get themselves out of a bad spot. Neither player from DZ hold the diffuser, so kills will be the name of the game unless that case can be retrieved. The job of finding these remaining players on the side of Shopify Rebellion will get easier thanks to the logic bomb used by NJR. Pambazoo now just hunting for it as best as he can. 4 drones remain on the side of DZ, but who knows what intel they're collecting. Right now, some aerial support from Pambazoo, but he has some difficulty fighting his way through the beams. NJR is punished by Canadian, who gets on the board, and Ambi gets the final kill to give the lead to Shopify Rebellion. Layer is an intriguing match, and these two teams match up so well that we've got quite the showdown, and I expect this one to go quite deep.
I want to see a High Bear video breaking down that roam from Shopify Rebellion where they played so perfectly, not just with a Spoit and Ambi locking things down inside of Armory and Weapon as well, thanks to that mirror window, but the player top filter stairs as well. All the angles were covered. Even when Nafe on the ace was trying to counter that castle barricade, the reactions from Ambi were just too quick. I think through watching Shopify Rebellion this season, it's easy to get lost in how many crazy kills Rexton's been getting. Ambi as well has been really, really sharp. But that duo of Ambi and Spoit, it's a new duo this season, but those are the primary and secondary entries. Those guys playing together, I think, has been one of my favorite parts of watching Shopify this season. And it's not been the highest kill stage for Spoit. Obviously, he's a big player. Everybody loves to talk about Spoit. He's often top fragging the previous teams that he's been on. Not so much with this team, but I think the teamwork is really shining through in a way that I haven't really seen from him on previous teams. Maybe not since the Rogue days, to be honest.
That's a throwback. You know, I was getting very cozy talking about these old teams. Rogue as an organization has such an intriguing history in our esport. They showed up when there really weren't that many big orgs, and I think Rogue was the very first shot fired outside of Brazil, because we forget that Brazil is in a bit of its own ecosystem. Like Font and BRK and Pain and all of that weren't huge organizations to the Rainbow Six folks, but I mean Pain in particular is a humongous org shortly after Rogue joined, picking up that vertical gaming roster that King George played on for quite some time. That's when we saw EG follow suit very quickly. And then you had Team Liquid and FaZe and all these other teams that started pouring in, and the esport has been in a significantly stronger spot since then. And then, of course, for most people, Rogue isn't even NA. Most people will think of that EU team with Spoit on it before it became Koi that won the Berlin Major.
That Berlin Major was the first event where Azami was legal. It's been, I would argue, one of Spoit's most primary operators.
Was she illegal before?
She was, because the stage before she was in the game, but she was quarantined because we had quarantines for a stage back then. So she wasn't legal the stage before, but in that one she was. So anyways, Spoit's played a lot of Azami through his career. Some of his best moments have come on Azami, and he's playing that operator once again over by Ops, which is where he played it in round number 1, although he didn't really find much of a contest because that just wasn't the direction DZ were pushing. It's going to be a very similar push for Dark Zero. Canadian hoping to stay alive a little bit longer this time, though, as Spirits makes the same move he did previously.
Canadian likes to play on those support roles that are oh so integral to the teams. He cannot die early. It is just a bad look through and through. This time he'll be on Echo instead of the smoke that had died earlier on. Surf absorbing a bit of damage as these teams came to blows, and once again you saw Citizen have to get out of harm's way. Spirits has not moved out of his spot either. Worried that Dark Zero might have hit a snag at the moment. Oh, they're gonna get better, Jesse. They've just lost Spirits.
Yeah, it keeps falling. Rexton racking them up now. Pamba falls next. They do answer with Surf, but still, Rexton's not leaving Cerber. He is happy to keep fighting from storage, I should say, where he's been finding these kills so far. Somebody on DZ needs to make a move, but now Shopify can just play passive and wait for these guys to walk in.
A dangerous spot for DZ to be in. They lose Nafe, they lose NJR. It's all up to Citizen, who you saw was involved early on. Ambi rotates around and will find the second kill, and Shopify Rebellion doing quite well here. We briefly touched on the stats of Layer before the first round was played, and we talked about how much it's been played in comparison to other maps, but it's effectively a coin flip map. 48% of the rounds won by the attackers, 52 by the defenders. So anything is possible here. A 5-1 half is definitely doable based on those numbers. I guess 50-50 is what's most likely. But again, it depends on the operators that are banned. It depends on the teams and how they match up. If DZ is a team that has had struggles in the past attacking, then they might not excel until the side swap comes in. As for Shopify Rebellion, they look quite comfortable at the moment. After that first round that was well earned by DZ, the Rebellion have been in full control.
Yeah, it was a good adaptation in that second defense, too, from the Rebellion on the top floor. Recognizing that Canadian being the first dead on the smoke inside of storage isn't really what you need, so let's just move him completely out of that position. Rexon can play there instead, and Rexon with a gun in his hand is going to be 10 times better than Canadian mid-throwing a Toxic Babe getting swung by a Blackbeard. So it's a little bit more aggressive from Shopify, right? They're saying we're willing to take more of these gunfights early, even up against the Blackbeard that we knew was going to be coming in from Spirits. But it was a good answer. Very similar push from Dark Zero on both rounds. Maybe not anticipating that Shopify Rebellion would be able to counter it quite as well as they did, but quite a strong effort. And now we'll head right back down to that main floor where Citizen will actually pick up the Blackbeard, just so that Spirits can play his other favorite operator of the game.
Well, look at that. Spoit back on Azami yet again. And escaping the bans, Smoke taken out by Dark Zero really is an interesting one, and we'll have some reverberations. That explained why Canadian was on the Echo as we talked in the previous round. If you're going to run any types of shields and you're worried about being a bit sluggish, Smoke is the perfect operator to punish these teams. Legion, when paired with Smoke, can be a very deadly 1-2 punch, so don't need to worry about it. On the side of DZ, as Legion is absent. Knave with his hand up looking like a conductor as he tries to orchestrate and execute on the side of Dark Zero. And only thing right now is that there's no real symphony being played. It's more just a lot of noise as DZ tears through the defenses laid out by Shopify Rebellion.
Canadian aggressive coming in with the Ellis shotgun. Playing inside the Skybridge hallway. Oh, with the pistol, too. It's just a Blackbeard on the other side of it, so he doesn't be too worried. Pamba does, though, as Spoit now finds the angle, playing the same position he played last time. Good coverage still from his teammates. The Kivas are so strong. Finally shut down by Citizen on the BB, but I think Spoit's done his damage. Happy to waste so much time and kills.
And around the corner now with the shotgun in hand, Canadian and Citizen will do battle. Down goes Surf, and all the advantage that was had by Shopify Rebellion has completely evaporated at this point. A 3v3 with Spoit and Surf in the ground. But again, all 10 of these players in the lobby, a threat in some capacity, 9 of them when it comes to having weapons in their hands. You still got Rexon and Ambi on the board on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They can do some serious damage. But DZ now back to their slower ways as they suss out what they can do with the remaining players and utility they have.
They're all focused on site. Nobody's going up above. It's going to be a 1v3 versus Ambi, which he loses.
Ambi's pounced upon. And now it's Spirits with Diffuser at the halfway point. Rexon and Canadian repositioning, but neither of them any the wiser. They let DZ walk in. They let them take the site. And now, unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion fans, it's going to be a mighty obstacle on the side of DZ for them to overcome this. Canadian now will attempt his best, but he attacks Spirits, who's on the ground with a shotgun in hand. And the round goes in favor of DZ as they close the gap to 1.
Rare misplay by Canadian, the oldest and most experienced player in the North America League. While that push was coming in from Dark Zero, Canadian thought there were going to be players top floor pressuring, because usually there are on that bomb site, right? Usually you've got 1 or 2 players pressuring the top floor. So Canadian was jumping out the display window, trying to catch somebody, trying to find somebody that was watching over by that angle. But what he should have been doing was holding the vert angles, because every single player on DZ went down below. I think that's really good from Dark Zero to recognize that situation too. They had smokes to enable that plant. They had the Blackbeard to cover for the plant if they wanted to. They knew that they killed the Solus, so that threat of being denied from up above, even in the smoke, wasn't quite as strong. Those 2 players on Shopify, they were meant to be locking down the top floor. They got so concerned with what pressure might be coming towards them, what players might be pressuring them, they just didn't even think so that all 3 players might be focusing the bomb site, leaving Ambi completely helpless. That was really smart by Dark Zero and just not a good read by SR.
Both of these teams are so evenly matched that there are going to be rounds that come down to inches. And one small maneuver going one way or the other, and that is going to be it. Ambi, for example, flinched. He looked in the wrong direction for a second as he heard the advance of two separate players on DZ. Just as there have been issues with target prioritization before, it's going to afflict everybody in a certain way. Ambi is a terrific player who has leveled up since there were some leadership and coaching changes on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and now it's safe to say he's meeting his potential, but even he is going to make mistakes. And a team like DZ, they are going to punish you 9 times out of 10 when you make the smallest misstep. And really, there isn't much that separates these teams in terms of round differential, in terms of stats, in terms of pedigree so far in the NA League. So if you're making a tiny mistake, all of your opponents are eager to exploit that.
They're really focused on Armory, and that's where the big pressure was from Shopify last time. But now Ambi is lurking top floor with the Boss G. Spoit up there as well from Armory, finds Pamba, which was a vert angle. This could be really big now with Shopify holding even more of the map than previously they were showing. Dark Zero are really focused on Armory on range, and I'm not sure if they know that there's a Boss G lurking up in Skybridge. In 2025 of all times, they'll recognize that there's no Miro window, so they know it's a bit of a different push, and maybe recognizing that there are a lot of roamers say, screw it, let's just go hit the site.
Ambazoo down obviously is not ideal, but now DZ will look to avenge him, not Citizen though, as he maybe tries a bit too hard, and Shopify Rebellion hasn't lost a single point of HP. They're on the verge of a flawless round now, Jesse. It's just a tiny bit over a minute to go. Spoit has finally dealt damage, but that's all DZ has at the moment.
Surf is the only player that was on the bottom floor. Ambi has joined him now, but didn't seem to matter. Shopify from up above, we're finding really good value. And they finally gets a pick, planting just in front of the doorway, in from lockers. Let's see if he can get this down. It looks like he will. Post-plant engage for Dark Zero.
And there was a Goyo canister right across from him too, but there was no line of sight from Shopify Rebellion to punish him. So now they find themselves, their backs against the walls. 2 players on the side of DZ, keeping all 4 at Shopify at bay. Now Nafe and Spirits will simply look over top of it. Their Spirits take down Ambi. He's only good enough for a single kill, so now Nafe needs to go bigger than he has so far in this entire game. He, too, is afflicted with the same thing that Ambi had in the previous round. Canadian shotguns him away and hops on the defuse kit. And that'll be the first half in the books. Shopify Rebellion take it 4-2, and they'll swap sides.
Competitive half, though, you got to say, for Dark Zero in that previous round. I don't hate the decision to rush into the basement. They were correct on the read that it was only Surf all by himself. Very similar to the read they made in round 5, right? There's one guy on site. Everybody else is above. Let's just go rush site with everything that we've got. This time, though, I think the vert angles were a little bit better. Surf did get one for his troubles inside the site as the lone anchor. And then I believe it was up top. It was Spoit that got some vertical angles, managed to take down NJR in the midst of that push, leading into the 2v5, which was pretty much unwinnable for Dark Zero at that point. So good attempt. I think the post plant would have been their best chance, and they got it done there. But end of the day, not quite enough. We'll get straight into the operator bans for the second half. Should be Kaid Bandit coming out on this side. Generally, the idea with Lair is you either ban Bandit Kaid, or you leave both of them up and you take out a Clash plus something else. Shopify decided to take the electricity route. They ban out both Bandit Kaid. Dark Zero took the other route, taking out Clash and then 2 other operators. So a bit of a different philosophy. Both are quite popular in the current meta.
Strong operators, and I mean, this is something that internally we've talked about with the EU lads over on their desk about how Bandit and Kaid so very rarely escape ban phases that they might as well not even be in the game most of the time. It is a bit unfortunate. They're strong operators, but still good to see. But there is fluidity when it comes to these bans, and teams get rid of the things that provide the largest headaches. In this instance, on a big map like Lair, you want to get rid of Kaid for those hatches and for those walls from afar. From Bandit, it's just because dealing with those Bandit batteries, as always, are a huge nuisance. You know they're going to be on the board. It kind of traps you in if you're an attacker. You have to bring either EMPs or some type of soft destruction to shoot away at the floor or the ceiling or what have you. Easier to, instead of problem solve by having to bring an IQ or a Thatcher or a Dokkaebi with pocket EMPs or whomever you want to bring, you just simply say, let's get rid of them. And that's exactly what Shopify has done. It will likely make their attack easier. Shopify on the other side will be without a Grim. and a Glaz on their attack, as those were the operators that Dark Zero removed.
Yeah, historically, teams ban almost permanently just shields for the attacker team. Neither of these squads wanting to remove shields, which is really interesting. Might show that this game is a bit higher level than some of the other games that get played, even within the pro circuit. It's just what happens when you get the best of the best. Things start looking a little bit weird when you get to the operator bans and such. Tachanka obviously left on the board. Usually NJR's favorite operator. It's his most played so far in the NA League, but Spirit's taking control of it this time. I guess a little bit too bold to pick Caveira up against this opponent, but who knows? Could always see it going forward. This is going to be an explosive push from Shopify. They've got Ambi with Diffuse Kit on Amaru. They've got the Finka boost as well. The Sens Wall from Spoit. He's not popping it yet. This is just a bait. It's not the push yet. Ambi's going to rush up that hatch when he can. That hatch right there. Thank you, Observer. So that he can get the plant down. The exact same time, all that $10 from Surf, all of the stims coming in from Rexon, all of that flash from Canadian are going to make so much chaos.
And they're prepped and ready to deal with Surf. As you can see a shotgun get ever closer. That was Citizen wearing the Jinxie bundle, in case anybody hasn't seen that. Yes, Jinxie has his own skin in the game now. Almost like Black Ice, but in pink. It's quite nice. Ambi off to the races, and with the Supernova out, clears his way by dropping Pambazoo. Canadian outdueled by Spirits on that Tachanka. Ambi still in a really tight place, but he's got a rodeo of his own. Give him the cowboy hat, Jesse, because he's the one that's holding court at the moment. Shopify Rebellion now in a 4v2, and Ambi will hop on that Diffuse Kit. All 9 kills, and now an objective to his name. Heavily guarded now as NJR and Spirits are the only 2 players remaining for Dark Zero. Shopify wanting desperately to vault to first overall. Picking up a single point by getting to 6 rounds would be quite the way to start it. And they're looking at round number 5 right now. Dark Zero needs 4 kills to get out of this alive, but right now they are suffering through far too much damage and taking way too long. Rexon with a single pick, and now it's NJR trying to jiggle peek, but he gets swept up from behind, and Shopify Rebellion take their first round on the second half.
If you're gonna do it in style. Ambi up the hatch, shotgun out, 2 huge picks. I think he forgot he had the diffuser for a moment there. He was just looking for more kills with the shotgun. Might have been Canadian who said, Ambi, go plant. We gotta get this down. Regardless, the space was made. The play caught them completely off guard. Such a creative push coming out from Shopify Rebellion. That's been the real difference maker this game. Feels like every round they're bringing out something new, something flashy. They're holding nothing back. It might not be playoffs yet, but they are treating this like it is one of the most important games that they have played. And that's because it really is means so much to them with how much pride is on the line. Really cool strat from Shopify. That's one we're going to have to see broken down from a top-down POV at some point.
While Dark Zero seemingly met their match at the current point in time, they have not been slowed down by any team that they have had to do battle with. Again, if you did not tune in to the pre-show, before we got this match started, DZ has avoided overtime in every single one of their matches. Look at their results so far. Day number 1, OXG. OXG got 4 rounds. LFO got 3 rounds. M80 got 2 rounds against them. C9, 3 rounds against them. Wildcard, 4 rounds against them. Envy, 3 rounds against them. Cruelty, 3 rounds against them. No team has done more than 4 rounds against DZ. Shopify has now broken that by getting a 5th round. And the other thing, too, is that Shopify are the closest to victory against DZ that we've seen up to this point. DZ are capable of bleeding. Both of these teams are. They rightfully are the top 2 teams in the NA League. But at this present point in time, unless things change, Shopify Rebellion are on track to not just win the match, but take over first overall in the region.
Canadian on the Monty, trying to lock this down, push it to match point. A lot of pressure top floor, a lot of good droning so far as well, where they're spotting out that utility. We saw Nafe in a cheeky position down to the first floor, maybe going to react if there's ever any hard breach being thrown at the main bunk's wall, but I haven't seen any yet. Pambazoo, what is this? Amonte's about to sprint through that window. You got to get out of here. There goes the Gersmont mine, and he's out of town.
Down goes Spoit, opening pick for Dark Zero, something they've not really succeeded at on DZ's side, so it will be very welcomed by their fans as they now sit in a more powerful position, lording over what remains of Shopify Rebellion. And the big thing about Rebellion is that only got one logic bomb off. That really powerful nuisance op of Dokkaebi will not be able to do much more than that. Pambazu wanted to fight against Surf. He'll get it. Surf, though, walks away quite wounded from the engagement. There's a nitro cell on the board. There's 3 gas canisters on the board. Oh my goodness. Surf could easily die to any of them. Ambi dies in the hands of Spirits, who now pushes up to the Monty of Canadian. That leaves Rexon and Surf as the escorts. DZ are in a great spot for the final 50 seconds.
Looking for the feet of Canadian. He's exposed himself, but it's through the hatch that Spirits falls. Rexon down below equalizes the man count. 40 seconds to make this happen. Top floor held by DZ, but NJR gives it up, so it's just Citizen up top. Still players from Shopify pressuring there as well, but they will start to make the rotate over to the bomb site as Canadian's looking for a plant.
They'll extend the shield yet again. A very crucial round for Dark Zero. Numbers have evened. Shopify Rebellion will look to try to ride this one out. Canadian does not seem to be aware of Citizen's position. Citizen is an excellent player at finding those exploits, getting into positions that you don't expect him in. Now it's Rexon to try to do battle with him, dropped by NJR, and NJR will find the final 2 to prevent Shopify Rebellion from getting that 6th and critical round. DZ would have to pull off quite the comeback, but for a team of their caliber, it's definitely doable. The gap between the two is now 2 rounds. Still great for Shopify Rebellion, but they're still just a little bit too far for comfort, I wager.
Canadian just can't get a read on this Bunk's bomb site, man. On the defense, he was expecting players up top when they were all below. And again, on the attack, he's playing the Monty. He's staring at the ceiling. He's like, surely somebody's going to try to stop my plant from up above. Every player from Dark Zero had rotated back down to the main floor. Canadian didn't realize it, so while he's looking up at the sky, his back is exposed to the door to Green Hall. And that's when Citizen goes for his swing, managed to take down the captain. If Troy had just walked in the breach, held F, I think they win that one. There wasn't great plant denial on the side of Dark Zero. There was one Toxic Babe from Citizen, which maybe could have stalled it out. It really would have been close on the timer there. But even still, that's got to be a better option for you than trying to get on deep. It just wasn't a good read, unfortunately, and that will be Dark Zero on their first defense.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Far from over. These two teams with undefeated records will witness one of them lose today. They cannot draw, though there was a period of time where draws were possible. It was years and years ago, if you remember, Jesse. I don't even know if you were casting at that time, actually.
I think I was watching. I wasn't casting.
That's okay.
I was probably casting Go-Force at the time.
Yeah, we've all been there. It's a rite of passage for wannabe casters and those who wanted to start to climb the ranks to do Go-Force. I mean, I did Go-Force before getting called up to my professional debut. There's nothing unglamorous about it. It's a necessary part of the job, and it's a great way to show off your skills. These two teams will be in action tomorrow on our final day of the group stages. They've both clinched a spot in the playoffs, so at this current point in time, they're just playing for standings and for them to be undefeated still. Shopify Rebellion will be in our second match of the day up against M80. They've also qualified for the playoffs. DZ will cap off the final match of our group stages up against another playoff team of Space Station Gaming. So both of these teams will have decently tough adversaries tomorrow, but neither will have to do battle against a team as tough as their current opponent. Halfway point of the round, Shopify Rebellion still cutting their way through these reinforcements to try to get ever closer to the DZ defense.
Dark Zero had a good number of roamers at the start of this round, but once they realized that most of the push was just coming in through Garage, they dropped a lot of their players back. Now it's just Pamba lurking around the top floor, currently in Medical. Ambi's up above, Rexon's here on the main floor too. Shopify have some players pressuring up above, but most of their push is going to come linearly through the basement, through Missile, through Locker. That's going to be the big point of contest. There will be 2 separate fights going on during this push. It'll be Pamba dueling with these top floor players of Ambi and Rexon, and it'll be the site players as well. Pamba might get aggressive early though, which will put him in a great position to stop the plants.
E1D will freeze things in place as we just hit below the 1 minute mark. DZ striking first yet again. Nafe will get traded out shortly thereafter by a nade, hucked by Surf, and now it's Spirits in a perilously dangerous position. Reduced to a single point of HP, but with the sidearm takes Rexon down first. Now it's NJR getting softened up after Spirits had been punished by Spoit. These two teams back and forth. Left hook, right hook. Surf taking down Citizen. NJR still very low on HP, but he's fighting away. Sidearm out, and Surf will learn that the hard way. 9 kills in the hands of Ambi. 9 kills in the hands of Spoit. A 10th now had for Ambi, but that's all she wrote. An opportunity for Spoit to break double digits. But first, the objective. Pambazoo heading back to the bomb site. Spoit should have all the time in the world to pull this off. He does so, and he hears the door open. Pambazoo versus Spoit in a 1v1, and the Pamba party will begin as DZ wins the round. Phenomenal stuff. As Spoit and Pambazoo colliding is one hell of a show, but this time, it's Pambazoo with the better aim.
One major MVP takes down another in the 1v1. Brilliant play by Pambazoo. I told you before that push, there was going to be 2 separate fights going on. It was going to be Pamba versus the Roamers up above the site, or the Roam Clearers, I should say. And then it was going to be the Execute going on in the site. Dark Zero won the gunfights up above. That was solely Pamba, who managed to control the top floor of that map. And then just barely, Shopify were able to edge things out down in the basement, left it to that 1v1, Spoit versus Pamba, 2 of the most mechanically talented players in the entire world going at it. And with Pamba coming out on top, this game creeps closer and closer to an even scoreline, 5-4. It was 5-2 not that long ago, Parker. Between these two teams, nothing is certain, and it should be no surprise if they are going to bring this as close as they can.
I expect overtime between the two, so we will see if we actually make it there. It is, I know that I'm not a predictions guy. But I would not be shocked to see this go all the way, at least with you look at the way that the teams match up and with these players playing up to the standings that they have and up to the standards that they've set for themselves. Well, overtime would be a nice little treat.
10 seconds remaining.
This isn't our final match of the day, by the way. If you're tuning in for our match of the month, which I think you could call it, there is still one more game to be played, and it does have pretty strong playoff implications. M80, a team I mentioned that will be playing up against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow, have already clinched their spot, but they want to ensure they remain towards the top of the standings. They started the day in 3rd. They have slipped down, but through no fault of their own. It's just because the other matches that have been played. They will be going up against LFO in our final match of the day. If LFO wins that game and gets all 3 points, they will jump back to that 6th and final playoff spot and be in an excellent position to hang on to make it to the playoffs. And not to downplay the abilities of the LFO Orgless players, but making playoffs was something that did not necessarily seem possible at the start of this stage, especially when their organization pulled out unexpectedly days before the league was to begin. That'd be quite the Cinderella story, wouldn't it, Jesse?
Certainly would. They've had a real season of improvement, I would argue, over on Orgless. It's been great to see. Still not quite the level of these two teams, though. Dark Zero and Shopify, our main event of the day, playing here on the top floor once more. We saw Spoit earlier engaging with Keepa barriers and operations. Not so fun being on the other side of it, is it, Spoit? Ambi down below and one of his favorite operators, one of the best Deimos players that we have here in North America. If he can find the Clash, that would be massive. They can get a ping on the Clash with that drone there. And playing Clash when there's a Deimos tracking you from down below is an absolute nightmare. That's why NJR is going to have to stick on that mute jammer. Don't expect him to wander too far from that, because as long as he's sitting on it, Ambi will not be able to track him.
Up come the shields. Flash on the side of DZ, Monty on the side of Shopify Rebellion, in the hands of Canadian at this point, who picked up 2 of his 3 kills in the first half and has been more focused on helping the rest of the team succeed on attack. There has not been as much success for Shopify Rebellion on the attacking side of this map. Again, Lair is a very close to 50-50 map, so anything is possible just based on those numbers. Right now, it sure looks like 4-2 on both sides is most likely. Canadian has found safe harbor, by the way, and he's just going to truck right through that gas. It's thrown a bit belated by Dark Zero. Nath gets on the board, but Diffuser is down, and with 9 players still alive, now it's incumbent upon DZ to get to the case in the next 30 seconds. Down below, Shopify Rebellion prep the case. That was Ambi with the sidearm out on the Demo. Still 1 death mark in pocket for him. Meanwhile, everybody from DZ is still alive, and at the current point in time, they're not able to get to the bomb as quickly as they want, neither to the case. They look like they were going to hop on it for a second. Spoit has been downed amidst the fury, but we're about to run out of time. There's no way. They're past it. Surf sweeps through 2. There were 8 people still alive when the diffuser was at 8 seconds, and almost half of the lobby lives as the clock ends. My goodness. DZ didn't want to overcomplicate things or overextend, and it ended up biting them as they were too slow to get to the case. And a 6th round will be had for Shopify Rebellion as they pick up a single point and now sit on match point.
When Nath died on the disable, there were still 7 players alive, which was after the 7-second mark. So at the time that the round was technically over, at the time where it became unwinnable for Dark Zero, 7 players were either up or in a downed but not out state. Ridiculous round coming from these two teams, and probably the first big blunder that we've seen from either squad. Dark Zero not quick enough with those toxic babes. It should have been obvious where the push was coming from Shopify. They had a clash staring at that push as it was coming down, but the reaction not quite out from Dark Zero. The other players on the map not able to respond to that either. When DZ were attacking, we saw Skybridge push after Skybridge after Skybridge. That was the only part of the map that they wanted to focus on. Shopify flipped the script a little bit. They go over towards Ops, and they show just how powerful that can be. If you can get through the Azami, if you can open up the wall, you really do put yourself in a strong position. They got that extra safe plant spot that's just inside the mask wall, which has pushed them up to match point. Dark Zero now will have to win back-to-back just to force the overtime. Dark Zero have never in team history lost a match on Lair. They've admittedly only played it 3 times, and those games were against D+, Kia, Fnatic, and Oxygen. But still would be hoping to keep that streak going, even against a team as tough as Shopify.
It's a rather ridiculous round that we just witnessed, but we've casted an awful lot of Rainbow Six Siege in our lives. I mean, I've casted just about everything there is, and I think I've seen most of it, if not all of it. But that round was something special. It is very rare that we see such calamity inside the server on such a tight window of time. Kudos to Shopify Rebellion for pulling that off, and a valiant effort by Dark Zero to deal with a situation where, yeah, they had all 5 players still alive, but you have no control over the bomb site. You don't really have an idea of where it's happening, and you don't know what your next move is going to be. You act too quickly, too brash. You get picked apart by Shopify Rebellion's setup. You lose the round. You go too slow. You run out of time, which is clearly what happened. So it's a really challenging spot to be in. Win or lose, I would have loved to have heard how Nath would deal with a situation like that. Still an opportunity for DZ to get that winner's interview, but they'll have to do it through overtime now, as Shopify Rebellion have secured 6 rounds, and with it 1 point, which will now tie them in first. It'll come down to round differential as to who sits on top, which right now, by numbers, DZ still hangs on to a favorable round differential, which gives them first. But if Shopify grabs all 3 points, they will have sole control over the top of the scoreboard.
A tense round, 60 seconds remaining and still 10 alive. This is how Rebellion like to play it sometimes. As soon as Canadian chucks out these smokes, that's going to prompt the push as they come into the top floor. They have players up above to try to pressure, but really this is going to be all about can Canadian get the kit down.
He's going to do it again. There's no way they allow him to pull it off. No, DZ has figured this out, and NJR will pull out the Soulless. Down goes Canadian. Rexon had died moments before. Spoit, the first one on the board for Shopify Rebellion. That diffuser's been surrendered, and this is where it's going to get real challenging. They need to pick it up. Nave slaughtering Spoit. It's Ambi and Surf as the last 2 alive. It was a similar situation for DZ, But they had made a small change, and that's NJR was very well positioned to tackle that defuse kit going down. Now the remaining players from Shopify Rebellion will wander in one by one and get picked away. DZ learning from their mistake in the previous round. They will not repeat it again. They pick up yet another round, and we're going to go to round 12 of regulation.
Textbook soulless play coming out from NJR. Sometimes a player who gets pigeonholed into these, smoke, hard breach roles, and he plays those very well. But when he needs to flex around to different operators, he can absolutely do it. And just didn't see a whole lot of pressure from the Rebellion up on that top floor. I think they were supposed to have Rexon up above that was supposed to be pressuring those players to deny that top-down denial, but in the end, Pamba got the opening pick onto Rexon, and so that was halfway through the kit going down. Canadian with the fuse kit was the second person to die, so Dark Zero never really allowed an opening for Shopify Rebellion to apply pressure or make space up on that top floor, and then planting in the smoke against the Sola is just not a recipe for success. So couple of strategies. Shopify Rebellion trying to sneak one past DZ to end the game. I think they're going to have to go for a bit of a stronger execute than what we just saw there. Round number 12 might just have it in spades. It's going to be a basement bomb site once again, and it looks to be a decently heavy roam game with Armory heavily contested by Dark Zero.
Huge map. Great roam presence from Dark Zero, and if Shopify Rebellion tries to do what they've done before, which is get into the site and go for a defuse quickly for the third round in a row, it might come back to haunt them. Only one shield being brought by Shopify Rebellion, and it's on the Blackbeard. Ambi has a read now on Citizen, who for but a second appeared on screen. This is going to be a tough fight. There's a drone position to give intel to Ambi, whose patience he's hoping will be rewarded, but you can't spend the entire round just sitting there waiting. Sometimes you need to make things happen. In this instance, Ambi is waiting for a mistake to be committed. Citizen is giving him nothing. All the while, Rexon. Extreme Home Makeover Edition on that mid-floor of Lair.
Yeah, and as Ambi holds from outside the map, it kind of gives Rexon that freedom to move around and start causing some chaos. Might have been able to bait some movement out of Citizen too. This looks very similar to the last time we saw Shopify attacking on this bomb site. It's once again a two-player combo. Rexon and Ambi on the top floor doing their best to open up the floorboards and make some noise, have some chaos, while the brunt of the push from Shopify Rebellion comes into the basement. Last time, DZ won this round thanks to Pamba top floor being able to win those fights. He will still survive, but he won't have a Citizen alongside him, as Ambi did eventually find that angle he'd been holding the entire previous 90 seconds.
A devastating position for DZ to be in, but they will have an answer back as Rexon on that floor gets blown up by a C4 and numbers go back to even. Rexon has not made as much noise this game as he usually does, but everybody across the board is pitching in on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Now Pambazoo needs to be wary of where they will come from. He had a good idea on the one read. Now he'll have to tussle with Ambi before hiding. A Claymore had taken out Spirits as there was a bit of ambition on the side of Dark Zero. Pambazoo's good for one, but Canadian reads him like a book. Advantage swings back in favor of Shopify Rebellion. One player on the side of SR will have to retrieve that case. The rest, with the drones are available, they have to figure out where NJR and Nafe are before they can pull off this execute.
That was the double Claymore in the drone hole that we saw getting placed up earlier, so that's a big brain play to be able to get the man advantage. Toxic Babes, one gets used, but then NJR goes down. It's Nafe in a 1v3 to save the game.
And it won't happen, Jesse! Shopify Rebellion will slaughter DZ on Lair. Oh, to be a fly on the Shopify wall as Canadian blows up like a volcano. First place goes to the Rebellion as they hand DZ their first loss of the stage.
Canadian remains undefeated up against his former team. This just seems to be the squad that DZ cannot get a handle on, and you know how much it means. Currently, the best team in North America, Shopify Rebellion.
In indisputable fact, they will take first overall of the standings. There's still a chance they could drop it. It's not set in stone. Shopify Rebellion will do battle against M80 tomorrow, DZ against Space Station, but for a team that hadn't even gone to OT, a regulation loss for Dark Zero will be a bitter pill to swallow. A huge game from the Rebellion as they take first in the NA League. We'll be back in a few minutes.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Road their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crowd from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Nash. I'm
K2.
smoked off. Smoke that,
Yeah, yo,
smoke
last
that.
one towards Neon. Last one towards Neon.
I'm coming
Neon,
to
Neon,
help.
on the hard wall. Let the shield
Fired it. Fired.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You dropped me! You dropped me! Let's go! Fucking joke of a team!
Guys,
Let's go! Fucking got 12 0, you fucking dog shit motherfucker! Let's go!
There is just nothing like that. I mean, we're just sitting here laughing. Troy being
Troy being Troy. Troy being Troy.
Troy being Troy. Clearly a chip on his shoulder and, well, delivering a swift victory. We'll bring in Rexon to talk a little bit more about that victory. We talked to you yesterday, my friend. Congrats again on yet another win. Now officially the first place team in the NAL. You told us after your win against Cloud9 that this was exactly what was going to happen, that you would win against Dark Zero. What is it about your team that is so consistently better than Dark Zero?
The players.
Well, Dark Zero is a good team, obviously. Like, this is the match everyone wanted towards the end of the season. But it really comes down to not only work ethic, but again, like player for player, like, whether it be me, Pamba, NJ and Ambi, like player to player, we were better in every margin. So, like, they could be good, but we're better players, and that's really all there is to it.
Great. I mean, well, you definitely showed it today, and obviously you don't got to worry about that tweet coming out. So that was, one thing not to worry about. And another thing I wanted to know if you guys were worried at all was obviously going to Lair. We know how Spirits likes to get on the shields and how he likes to be able to be creative on the stairs while the team is taking from the opposite direction, so to say. Was there ever any worries about those players specifically, or I'm assuming you guys had a game plan? Maybe talk to us about what that game plan was to shut down Spirit specifically on the front end, the rest of the team on the back end.
Well, the game plan going into it was just like, this team is typically pretty slow unless they have like a coordinated rush. So wherever Spirits is going is where the push is going to be. So obviously, he's on a shield most of the time. Wherever the shield is, fight that and hold the zone. You don't give it up. You don't fall back. Just fight and contest the entire time. Pull it down to a 3v3 and then play the round out. But that's pretty much what we did. Like with DZ, it's you have ban on Deimos, like Deimos tracking, and then Spirits will sit with the shield, and then Pamba kind of runs in. The other two guys are on cuts or lurking. So that was our game plan going into it, was just contest them. They're really slow, so just play crosses and trade with the boys.
Well, Rexon, obviously, congratulations. You guys are sitting at first. I don't think it's locked in just yet. I think there is still a chance that you maybe can fall out of that, but still, a really good performance. I really more so want to give you guys a compliment. I talked about going into this map. I was curious if you guys were going to ban out the Blitz, ban out the Ying, especially off of Spirits like we were talking about, but you guys went for the Deimos. You went for the Buck to alleviate that vertical pressure. And one thing that I really appreciated, you were talking about, knowing where Spirits was going to be with that shield, that spearhead. You guys were using the Echo very effectively to stop that spearhead of Spirits trying to make that threshold, trying to get into the site. Like, again, I just want to give you guys tons of props and credit to just alleviate that pressure and really just eliminating Spirits' X factor of just being able to get into the building and, again, being that spearhead.
Yeah, thank you. I memean, Spirits, Spirits is a good player, and he plays the stuff that I don't like, the annoying stuff, whether it be the Ying or the shields, like the Vigil Boss G. He's kind of the one that pioneered that. But pretty much I think you give the guy the respect he deserves, ban out some of his stuff and then let him play the shield, because you can't get rid of everything. So get rid of what makes you uncomfortable. I said, the Bug, the Deimos, and then fight the shield head on. Because as you said, we have Echo, we have Elo, we have Smoke, we have things to utilize to kill this guy. And so even though shields are really, really strong, if you have a crossfire or play numbers into them, that guy still can't shoot you. He has to close the gap on you. And so that was pretty much.
I'm assuming the Deimos and the Buck was essentially to just have more comfortability in the site, so you don't have to worry about it, so you can have more of a hard focus on shutting that shield down, having the crossfire set up there.
Well, yeah, if you have the verticality in play, and then with the Deimos, they're just gonna go they'll have the cuts go below, rip the floor up. Yeah. They're gonna get rid of these like storage, for example. Like when we're fighting in storage against the Blitz, they have no Buck, they have no Deimos. They can't really do much there. So if we just stand our ground and fight them, play the trades. You have to kill them with pre-fire, or you have a trade, and that was the goal, and that's what we did, and it worked very well, as you saw. Whether it be the LMI and the Echo. But if they had the Deimos to Buck, for example, rip the floor up, then you lose a power spot. Now they have the Z control, they can rip the wall open, they have ops, then they start pinching you out. But if you can prevent that, which is what we did, then pretty successful.
I gotta say one thing. Round 7, when Ambi went up the hatch with Amaru, I don't know if you could see his POV or see the situation he was in. I'm sure he was screaming because he was just playing it so well. If you could just relay to Ambi that was such an impressive round from him to keep his composure and stay within that round and give you guys that pressure into the site to go for the plant. It was a masterclass performance from Ambi.
Yeah, I mean, again, like as I said, like, just with the players, right? Like that's, you know, he's a rookie. He came in here, well, about a year now, Yeah. He's gotten a lot of experience. He's really good. I mean, you know, he's a good kid. Has big B's, and he's really looking his composure, especially in spots like that. Because some spots he plays like are that spot player, or he's just always like, you know, in the middle of everything. So I know he's going up a hatch, just flashbangs, the chonka fire, you know, sense wall, like, and I see Solo just like spinning around, killing people.
That's literally what was going on. It was insane to watch. You should go back and see it from his point of view. We captured it, and it was honestly impressive.
That is amazing. Yeah, I botched a nade, so I'm really glad that was not caught.
Thank you so much, Rexon. Lots of insight as always. A big win, and yeah, now it's tomorrow and playoffs. #1 team. Congrats, man. It's been a hell of a stage, and we will see you down the line.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
All right, see you, Rexon. What a match. I mean, this one was back and forth the entire way. We hyped it up, and deservedly so, it delivered.
Again, I mean, there's really nothing that you can pick apart negatively from both these teams. Like Jesse said, the one round that you could say that one team blundered was that execute where they couldn't get the diffuser. It was 8 players still alive, I believe, with 8 seconds left in the round. It really just came down to Dark Zero just getting too flustered and maybe playing a little too safe, where Shopify ended up playing it perfectly. But again, both teams were doing such a good job at countering, where then they immediately understand that Shopify wanted to go for that rush, so they brought the Solus to alleviate that rush. But again, talking about the Echo to stop the shield play, it was just a well-rounded match where we saw SSG versus M80 was nothing but aggression. This game was a constant back and forth in terms of adaptation and bringing it to the other.
No, absolutely. It definitely was a chess match, and I think the operator bans, finally we got to see them, the new bans edition, really be limit tested essentially, because we didn't just see shields, we didn't just see the basics. Going for the Deimos and the Buck forced DZ to have to bring something new to the arsenal. We saw them trying to respond to it. They brought the Ram. They were trying to bring different ways to accomplish the same goal, but it just didn't work out the same way. And obviously, both ways, both teams were adapting constantly to play back and forth. Shopify Rebellion just did a really great job at shutting it out. Their preparation going into it from both teams was amazing. Shopify Rebellion obviously was just very confident in understanding, hey, we're the one team that can look at Dark Zero and understand how we can break them apart, because no other team has been able to say, let's attack Spirits head on and get rid of characters that would just enable Spirits, instead of just trying to deny Spirits directly.
Well, this was as near perfect a performance from both teams as you could have imagined, and a perfect playoff preview for next week. We're going to close out the day with another good one. As always, some playoff implications on the line. M80 and Orgless. Orgless with a chance to deny some Cloud9 hopes. We'll see if they can do it against M80. We'll bring you that next.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Hi, I'm Kina, and this is Operator Tier List with a Mayday.
We're going down the line. Azami.
Azami.
Azami's S tier.
Azami is an easy S, I'd say.
Debatable.
Best op in the game. Best op in the game. S tier. Best op in the game.
I would say A. I would say A tier. I would say A tier, especially since the cans got rid. Yeah.
If we're not doing S tier,
A tier.
B.
A tier.
A tier.
No, B is rage bait.
I think Buck's A.
F.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
It's not even an F tier.
Just keep her down there.
D. This is an easy S.
S, but in front of Azami or behind him?
What are you gonna do to counter Azami? Just shoot it?
I would say it's in front.
In front of Azami. Easy.
Yeah.
Rook S tier. He literally gives you
No,
more
yeah,
health.
no, it's C.
D tier.
D?
Rook is
No,
D
but
tier.
Behind Kev.
what about the rook glitch though?
He gives you extra health.
I think he's worse than Jaeger right now. I would say even C. I think his kit blows.
Okay.
S tier.
I think he's a top of C.
Whoa.
Honestly,
Really?
it might be.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Four matches down and one to go on our second day of the Super Week. It is play day 8, and we end with a good one. Welcome back, everybody. Jonas Willinger here for the final time with Foxe and Laxing. Before we dive into this one, it is M80 and Orgless. Orgless riding a nice bit of a win streak, 2 wins under their belt as they look to build some momentum getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, they look to be one of the better teams that we've talked about at the bottom, finding far more success than we've recently seen. Well, at least Cloud9, they did find success today. But a big factor here is playoff implications. They need these points. Maybe not in a desperate situation need these points because they are tied with wildcard at 8. So even if they lose today, it really is going to go into tomorrow. But at the end of the day, you want the points. You want to lengthen that gap. Even if it goes OT tomorrow, then they would be at that threshold of being able to qualify for top 6. As for M80, their chances of getting top 2 and getting first are still very possible.
Yeah, M80's right in the fight, and as you said, no matter what with Orgless, it's going to come down to that match against wildcard tomorrow, so that's a big one. On the M80 side of things, for the success this team has been having, Foxe, their biggest win of the season, fair to say, I think it came yesterday against SSG.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is fair to say, and obviously we always look to M80, and they're always kind of up and down. Consistency has always been a problem, but the consistency this time around is under a different metric. It's not because they just aren't putting up to expectations. It's the fact that since Reload, they've completely changed the way that they want to be able to approach entrying, and that's something that we've been able to see them struggle with, but they've been able to find some success. They went from being a primary aggressive entry system with, you know, Gavin and Gunnar on the Ashe, on the Dokkaebi, on the, you know, essentially those operators that can just headhunt. Now they've changed so that everybody's playing more utility-based operators, essentially setting up and then going for the attacks.
We mentioned Gavin and Gunnar, part of the reason this M80 team has been trending up in recent playdays, especially yesterday. They were on a tear.
I mean, they were 2 of the biggest reasons on why M80 was able to come out of the win, just because of how important they were for setting up that utility, especially against an aggressive team. You see why this utility-based siege is so important, because they're still entering like normal, playing a little safer, but they have the utility to set up the gridlocks, the bees, the nomad jabs, just because they can set it up, because they know that a team like SSG or aggressive teams will play reactively, try to go for those flanks, try to go for those pushes. And once the utility's all set up, that's when you can see Gavin and Gunnar unleashed, go for those entry picks that we would normally see on Ashe. But now they just have a little bit more setup at the start. You could see, you know, Gavin being on the gridlock and obviously Gunnar being on the Grim. So exactly what we'd like to see from them. They've been doing it very well.
And continuing to trend upward, as we said, a big reason for that M80 success. On the other hand, right, one blemish on that record has been maybe the direction that Kino has been going. I mean, you never like to single a specific player out, but over the last few days, his performance has left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, he's been put in a position where a lot of the utility-based operators, he's no longer taking. Since Hot and Cold joining, he's no longer playing the shield. So he's trying to find his footing on this roster. And obviously, as you saw throughout the stage, M80's had ups and downs. Some players underperforming and then turning up. And that's what we saw Gunnar and Gavin essentially be the reason why they won against SSG yesterday. Now it's Kino's time. He's the last remaining member that just hasn't found his footing yet. Obviously, when your entries are doing so good, as a support player, you're not going to be necessarily getting a bunch of the kills. But if we can just see him just feel a little bit more comfortable in this new system, and maybe not only can make that run for top 2, but look that much stronger going into playoffs.
Well, they can get a win over Orgless today, and it would really help solidify their position and, again, great momentum going into that playoff week, but Orgless are riding some momentum of their own, 2 wins in a row, and in the battle of the young teams yesterday against Envy, they came out on top.
Yeah, hope is a very scary thing to instill into a team that has been at the bottom, and they are finding success. And we talked to Fens after his win yesterday, and he was the MVP. He talked about bleeding picks has been an issue, but it's the constant reps and the not trolling in scrims. And I think that's something that we've been hearing specifically coming out of Packer, calling out some teams saying to stop trolling in scrims, start playing like you need to. And Fens has definitely recognized that. And even in yesterday's performance, we hyped up that match saying, Envy, Orgless, this is going to be a game that was going to be neck and neck. It was the total opposite. If anything, Orgless was the one who looked far more impressive and was actually taking from each and every single game and applying it into their match.
Well, they were in control. There were some moments where, you see it, locked and loaded, really showing their prowess against Envy.
Yeah, and these attacks, I mean, this was the first time where we truly could get behind Orgless and say, wow, that was an impressive take. There was prep that went into it. They executed flawlessly. And then in this round, for a Garage Raptor take, again, Orgless has struggled with the basics, which is why we have to highlight the basics, because they're doing it now as a team, and they're doing it so in sync and being so flawless in these moments. And then we get into the last round. This was really defining for me, because when you're a brand new team, something that I see struggle most with T2 is just the inability to stop moving, to understand we don't need to get aggressive. Let's play our position. Let's close out the game in the fashion it needs to be closed out, and this is exactly what they do. It gets hectic in the beginning, but then they get the man advantage. It falls into that 3v1. Everyone is sitting still because all they need to do is wait for the enemy to walk into their line of sight, close out the round, get it done convincingly. That is what they done, and I do believe this is off the backing of hope.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, and obviously to see them slowly improve and finally realize in the areas where they need to get aggressive, but also where they can rally it in, especially a team that we've been talking about doesn't have much veteran leadership. So it's all about improving, but we need to be able to see that much more effort because they don't have the experience behind them. So being disciplined, especially in these moments when they know they're going to win, it's the first step in the right direction. They have 2 wins behind them. Obviously, I mean, we'd look at this maybe a couple weeks ago and think M80 was going to run away with it, but I would like to say that the way Orgless has been playing, it'll be a lot closer in the server than it is on paper.
Momentum is a big deal, especially so close to playoffs in Orgless. They'll be looking to harness that. As far as map pick goes, this is definitely something that Orgless are going to want to be very careful of. You guys have been critical of that coordination, of them getting through the basics. A lot of these maps, you're going to really have to be neat and tidy.
I think if you're M80, you're really going to get rid of basics here. You are going to want to limit test your opponent and really bring it to them and try to expose gaps on certain maps. So I have no doubt seeing Clubhouse already being removed makes sense. Ending on Cafe, this is an interesting one. M80 is expanding their pool. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, they are the only team currently that has now a 6 map pool that has been shown so far throughout this stage. Whereas for Orgless, they have already played this. They lost it to Oxygen, and I believe it was a 7-5, so it wasn't the best, wasn't the worst game. But again, what we saw from the previous, which game was it? Where, I'm blanking here. It's been a long day. Regardless, what I'm looking at M80 to go for here is exposing those gaps, understanding where Orgless went wrong against Oxygen and really exploiting them. And again, for Orgless, they need to be better. They need to be consistent. We need to see the performance from their Envy match be displayed here where they were playing together. They were cohesive on their attacks. They understood the priority and the necessities to get to the end goal. That's where it's really going to start for me when it comes to Orgless.
What I want to see from M80 is not them just trying to win 1v1s and trample over Orgless, because that's not what they've been practicing for. And when you get to playoffs, if you're playing against a weaker team, there's not going to be really weaker teams in playoffs.
Especially in a best of 3.
Exactly. Yes. So you're not going to be able to just get away with bullying out another team. Yes, they have amazing players, but I really like the fundamentals and the groundworks that they're building with this new ideology, utility-based siege, being able to play off of each other. The way that they beat SSG was focusing on the team play. I need to see them keep that going into this Orgless game, because yes, M80 should be the favorites going into it, but if we see them just abandon it like they did against Cruelty and not show respect to a weaker team, yes, they may still win, but obviously it just goes with the discipline. We're talking about Orgless needing more discipline and them not having veteran leadership. M80 has the most veteran leadership, Hot and Cold and Fabian. If they don't have the discipline displayed here, obviously it just doesn't bode well for the practice and the effort that they've put into changing since losing to Cruelty.
It sounds like you think M80 are going to win this one.
I do think M80 is going to win this one. Obviously, they're the favorites. favorites. They've been playing really great, and their matchup against SSG proved it, but that's because they showed respect to SSG.
I am going to go with LFO, and I need to connect the dots. It was the Wildcard versus Envy game. Wildcard exploited all of Envy. I am looking for M80 to do that, but I am also looking for Orgless to reenact what happened, but change the flow of things. Maybe bring a different operator. So I'm going to go with Orgless just to change things up.
All right, changing it up over here. Let's see if Orgless can keep up that momentum. Cloud9 and Wildcard watching this one very closely, as will we. M80 and Orgless starts now.
I want to say that M80 should walk away with this, Jesse, but M80 has proven time and time again that they can be their own worst enemies than their actual enemies. In this case, it would be LFO/Orgless, a team that under not ideal circumstances lost their org and representation moments before the NAL started. I will say, I have nothing but the utmost respect for these players and this team because they have persevered despite being fed some pretty awful circumstances. Do you think they have what it takes to overcome M80 today, though, Jesse? That's the question.
Well, Parker, if you look to history, you might find that Orgless actually are the biggest enemy of M80 because under their old organization, they actually have a 4-game winning streak up against this team, beating them all 4 times they met last season. Now, the M80 roster has changed quite a bit in that time, but some of those wins from Orgless, previously LG, were against a similar lineup to what we see in the server now. Fens with an interesting proposal saying that if Orgless win, they swap orgs. I'm not sure M80 will take that, but you never know. Add a little spice to the game, could be interesting. No, I do think Orgless are capable of winning this game. They've been on the up and up. They have had success over the last couple of days, and the desk have really highlighted just how much better Orgless look now compared to at the start of the season. So this is, I think, going to be closer than a lot of people expect. Orgless have been firing really, really well over the last couple of matches, and M80, it feels like any game they could end up losing.
Yeah. I mean, it's so tough for a team that has effectively won a major, right? Because while M80 hasn't themselves, 4/5 of this roster did back in Manchester under the Beast Coast name, which then merged with Cloud9, albeit briefly, then was either fully cannibalized or spun off, and now it's just Cloud9 again, which has a completely different team here in the league. But yeah, I mean, you've moved Spirits off, you've brought in Kino. This is still a major winning squad effectively, but sometimes they seem to struggle under some mysterious weight, whereas Orgless has honestly beat my expectations. On paper, I had this team in the bottom 2, maybe bottom 3 of the region, and there's still time for them to finish there, but with the way they've played lately, it sure seems like they're not going to end up in that position. So kudos to them for that. M80 should, on paper, beat them. But you don't play games on paper, you play them in the server.
Well, first of all, these operator bans are about as standard as they come. A Zombie Castle, the most common bans that we see on Cafe, and then Ying plus a shield, also the most common selection, with Bino mostly picking the Monty this season. So it's not surprised they chose that shield of the 3 options. Top floor defense is typical to start things off too, so it's been really standard at the beginning here. Gavin playing a little bit aggro on that dock, a bit of a weird pick, playing just behind the bar at the moment, playing inside a freezer. They've of course got players extending over around bathroom as well, which you see currently being played by Kino on that mute. Cigar not really being contested, so a little bit of space being given up to Orgless, but as always with Cafe, it's not going to be free to clear things out. And a lot of Falc cams still surviving into the final 75 seconds, which is a little odd considering Epic is on that IQ.
He's going fishing right now as Kixro is looking for the opening pick against M80, and he'll find a player prone as Kino has to get out of that position. Amazingly, M80 somehow all survive. Kino taking a whole host of damage. First casualty, though, is Kino inside of that back bar as Gavin finds kill number 2, and Fens, who was shown on the pre-show, did some talking, did some interviews. Now he's got to make his voice loud and heard in the server, and he won't be able to get the job done. M80 very swiftly sending this Orgless team back out the windows that they came into that top floor cafe through.
Big opening pick from Gunner. You wouldn't have caught it as the opening pick because we had so many kills right at the same time, but Gunner inside a cocktail found Bino on rappel on the White Hall window. And that's important for two big reasons. One, because Bino had the defuse kit. So even if M80 hadn't followed up that with 2 more frags immediately after, I think they still would have been in a strong enough position to close out the round. But 2, because it continues the trend of Bino not having a lot of success so far on the attacking side for Orgless. Thus far through the North America League, he has averaged just 1 attacking kill per game. Now, admittedly, he's played a lot of shields, more than 50% of the rounds on shields, and he is the IGL for the squad as well. But he's not been a guy that's really been able to get into the server. And when he's playing on the Capitao, he's on rappel, he's holding the defuse kit, dying in a situation like that isn't really what you can afford to be losing for Orgless. So, opening pick, something to watch out for going forward between these two teams. Can often really tell the story of a match, and I think in that first round it definitely did.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. I expect you to perform like a well-tuned engine.
We talked about map stats heading into today, and I want to take a moment to talk about Cafe Dostoevsky. It's a cold map, Jesse. It's based in Russia. It also happens to be far and away the most played map in North America. With the start of this first round that had just played, that was the 91st round of Cafe Dostoevsky. The map that's in second is Consulate, a full 21 rounds behind it. I also said this same stat about Lair. Lair is now in third. It was in third at the time, but Lair has 59. 31 fewer rounds have been played on Lair than Cafe, and Cafe will very likely eclipse the 100 round mark. I imagine we're going to see 10 rounds between these teams. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess if M80 plays the way they played in round number 1 and are now starting to play round number 2, maybe we don't hit 10. But Cafe could break 100 while the next closest map would be 70. That is bananas. Now, Cafe has a huge amount of play on it, and guess what? It is very attacker-sided. Almost 60% of all of those rounds played have been won by the attackers. If Orgless cannot run up the numbers here on attack, they're in deep trouble.
Back-to-back opening deaths from Bino outside the building with defuse kit. Again, hard support players, we don't expect them to get kills, but you can't be dying first outside with kit. It wastes so much time, and Eddie has to go get that. Now they're in a 4v5. Air jabs won't be able to place other than, I believe, the one that he had placed before he went down. A lot of camera information, too, from M80 with the bulletproof, but also, of course, those Valk cams, which still seem to be quite strong. A lot of them surviving into the final 75 seconds once again. The kills continue to rain in.
Betrayed one apiece. Gavin, who had a double kill that ended up being, I believe, a triple kill in the previous round, got on the board this time. He's silenced. Diffuser will drop now, too. And that diffuser that was shown off by the observers has been picked back up by Eddie. That's epic to find yet another. My goodness, M80 just giving him tons of free picks. Down goes Fens. It's Epic and Eddie as the last two alive in a collision course with Gunner and Houghton. Houghton trading out some of his HP to find his second kill in a row. And Eddie, with a very excited look on his face, will try to steer his team away from the rocky shores of M80. Doesn't have a ton of information, so he'll just go for the plan, isolating that rotate through fireplace. Houghton and Gunner will approach Eddie, peeling off of the defuse kit, as he heard their elephant-like stomps as they approach the bomb site. He's very worried about somebody over towards red, but bullets had whizzed by him in the other direction. Gunner and Hot and Cold are giving him nothing at the moment. They will just sit patiently as time looks to run out, and there's no way for Eddie to get the objective planted. And with it, M80 will persevere and then win, with the time on their side.
Good effort at the end there from the young rookie from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, but end of the day, M80 too smart in the 2v2. I really liked that rotate coming out from Hot and Cold, going down below the bomb site. He knew he had time, right? The plant's going to go down inside of mining. You've got time to go over to the red stairs, and now you're in a pinch position. Now, if this last player on Orgless tries to hold F inside the bomb site, you guys can pinch together. Even if he gets it down, I would favor M80 in that 2v1 because they had such good positioning set up for that. Didn't need to get to that situation. Obviously too nervous to plant on the side of Orgless, and so they ended up just playing out on the time. Couldn't quite get it down. Really tough to win from that situation. It's those opening picks that have continued to tell the story, and we have a very early sack timeout coming from the coaching staff of Orgless. That'll be Froshi. Major champion, I should mention, alongside 4 of the players playing for M80 at the moment. Froshi was the analyst for Beast Coast when they won in Manchester. Now he's head coach of Orgless, so hopefully he's got some insights to maybe rein things in the early game for Orgless.
Both of these teams get to talk to one another. But I mean, if you're Orgless, you're pretty unhappy with how that started. Not that the season will be over for Orgless with a loss here, but you'll have one remaining day to guarantee your spot in the playoffs. It's been said through many of the matches today, but bears repeating for those that have not tuned in up to this point, or maybe those who didn't listen as well as they would have liked. Tomorrow is the very final day of our group stage, and there is but a single spot remaining in the playoffs that is yet to be spoken for. The other 5 spots all locked in yesterday. Shopify Rebellion, Dark Zero, Space Station, M80, and OXG have all clinched their spots in the playoffs that will be starting next week. The final 3 teams that have a chance to be that 6th and final playoff team are Wildcard, Cloud9, and of course, this LFO/Orgless team. Now, starting the day, Orgless actually had that spot, but because Wildcard won their match and because of the round differential and point totals, Wildcard has jumped over them into 6th place. It's anybody's game, though. Wildcard and LFO both tied at 8 points. Cloud9 1 point back with 7. Tomorrow, Wildcard and Orgless will do battle. The winner of that match, if they gain all 3 points, assuming that Orgless doesn't get a single point here, the winner of that match will effectively clinch the spot.
Yes.
Cloud9 will be playing against OXG tomorrow, who will have their hands full with a team that might not be playing as hard as they need to, because if you've already clinched the spot, maybe you save strats.
Always a possibility. No shame in that when you've already secured your spot if you've got nothing to play for, but that's all really contingent on how this game goes. Orgless still have everything in their hands, and Epic asleep at the wheel. Gunner finds another pick outside and does get traded back with Gavin and Diffuser both going down. So the train of kills is all going the way of Orgless. Another Nitro from Hot and Cold answers back on offense, and it's now a 2v3 with just the support duo of M80 left to hold things back, but they don't know there's a clash here. Oh no!
That was beautifully played by M80, though. Not expecting that Hot and Cold would be in tow with Kino, and Kino on shields, as much as we've joked before, can do an excellent job when working with the right set of tools around him. And Hot and Cold, not quite a tool himself, but he can be a tool for M80 if they so need. Hot and Cold 5-0 at this point in time. He's yet to die through the first 2 rounds. Can he make it through a third? The next minute will answer that question.
You've got to find some way to work a pick if you're Orgless, right? If you go 2v2, you start to plant, the Clash is walking up with you. That's going to be bad news, but they're playing very passive on M80. Super smart from Hot and Cold. Knows he can't go down. He can't leave Kino in a 1v2 because in that spot, it would just be game over. He has to be the one to stay alive. He's got Kino to protect him. That's why Orgless are spending their time up above, hunting for a pick, trying to find a vert angle, but Hot and Cold's giving nothing to them. So Kixro will have to go to get aggressive while Bino starts to get on the plant.
Kixro eliminates Houghton, and Kino's the only one left. Houghton's first death. A couple first deaths across the board. Gunner as well dying for the first time, and now it's a watch from Kixro as Kino gets very close to getting that diffuser down. Shield will go out, and he's got a read on it and some soft walls through which he can do some serious damage. Trying his best against these 2 players, but this is an awful lot for him to deal with. Bino will walk up and get the final kill after Kixro had pushed him through the hallway, and Orgless is on the board.
What do you know? When Bino's alive late round, he actually can have some pretty good value. I love that 2v2 coming out from both Kixro and Bino. Super smart the way they played that. I mentioned how they had to make sure they found Hot and Cold before they started for the plant. Otherwise, it was going to be really awkward trying to plant with a Clash on the board. So they took their time. They had loads of clock, so they used all of it. Eventually, Hot and Cold makes a mistake. He played so passive in that 2v2 for so long, but got antsy, ran underneath the laundry hatch, gave up his life to Kickstra, who has been on fire these last couple of games, and then Bino is able to hold down that plant. They win the 2v1. Super smart coming out from Orgless in that 2v2. Was a 3v2, I suppose. Almost got a freebie onto the clash there. If you're Eddie, that could have been an immediately round over, but made it a bit harder on themselves without able to get that frag. It's okay, though. You're on the board. 1 round in the first quarter. I think you're happy with that. You can go through the bans. The Valkyrie makes a lot of sense given how much value it was giving to M80 the last couple of rounds. And then the Blackbeard continue to take shields away from Bino, as that is his bread and butter.
Right now, Bino's the only player swapping off of one of these attacker picks. You don't need to be worried about flank watch if you got a gridlock on the board. Capitao provides a ton of value on a map like Cafe, and you try to sprinkle in general siege knowledge for the average viewer that is somewhat independent of the pro scene. Yeah, if you play at any rank below, say, champ, a lot of the things that you see in pro play won't apply to your elo, and I'm not saying that as an insult. Neither Jesse or I are champion level players, because our job is not to be good at the game in-game. Our job is to be good at talking about the game. So if you're somebody who plays at, say, even like a diamond level or below, or an emerald level or below, or something along those lines, there's a lot you can take from pro play, but try to employ it somewhat selfishly. Capitao is a great operator if you just want to be selfish. You can smoke for yourself, you can flame off angles if you want to take a certain point in a map or a part in the map where somebody might be, but you also gain extraordinary value for an operator like Capitao at just about any elo. If you duo queue, you play Capitao, you can smoke off or fire off an area that your duo can then take full advantage of. There's a number of operators like this in the game, but I find that when I play ranked, I don't see an awful lot of Capitao, and yet when you find somebody who knows how to play that operator, you can do some serious damage. So if you like some of the other casuals that are watching right now, don't play Capitao, maybe try picking them up in a couple of your games.
Look at on this top floor, too. We saw it be used in the first round to clear players out of Bathroom. That was Kino that was previously playing there, and he's playing it again, this time on the Clash. I think it was Mute last time he was here. They can use that once again, get on the window, burn out the Washroom's position, get a bit of space. That'd be huge for their team, but that is also where Bino died last time, so he's got to be careful with when he's using that utility. Sitting on the roof at the moment, could also just use those fire grenades through the skylight, another place that we commonly see them get used. Still on the roof, 60 seconds still on the clock. This has been a slow round from Orgless as they've had to talk about what they might want to do. Not really getting much space at all, even into Cigar. Kickstra the only one in the building, and Hot and Cold out of the building as he just hops into the arms of Eddie.
A nice set of strong arms to catch him. Isn't that a beautiful thing? But M80 obviously a little bit disappointed with that. Changes to Jaeger have vaulted his pick rate way up. The big one being that no longer are magnets the only thing that catch certain projectiles. Now the ADS catches it just the same. And with it, we've actually seen Wamai's pick rate fall off quite a lot. M80 now, as they had suffered through at the beginning, find no problem tearing through the remaining players on this LFO Orgless team. Fens and Bino are the last two remaining with a Clash and an Echo still on the board. Neither of these remaining players on Orgless hold the case. Fens is just trying to buy time. He's now picked it up. Bino will need to go for what I imagine will be a suicide drop, as there he goes. He's in through the hatch, but he's all by his lonesome. Gavin dispatching Fens, and Bino will run out of time as M80 yet again will win off of the clock, just as they did in round number 2. It was a rough round before this that M80 ended up losing, but it's all back to business, baby.
You often hear Siege fans, if you're maybe newer to the competitive scene, you often hear Siege fans talking about G2 and how good G2 is. That stands for the 2 Gs on M80, Gunner and Gaveni is what they're talking about when they say that. Big round from the G2 of M80, who managed to step up for, I believe, 2 kills apiece, just locking that bomb site down as the push started to come in from Orgless. The initial aggression from Otten wasn't exactly what they needed, but then as the push came in, less than 30 seconds, they were able to line them up, playing from over towards top white, over inside a cigar, getting a little aggressive when they needed to, but only doing it when they knew that Orgless were in a bit of a chaotic state, making sure that they could find those picks when Orgless were in the midst of their push and not able to communicate as well as they otherwise would be.
It'd be quite a bummer for a team like Orgless to get as close to a playoff spot and still ultimately come up short. I know that people watch sports, esports with different opinions on underdogs. Some people absolutely hate to see underdogs win. A good example of that is a former League of Legends caster, former Overwatch caster, and very briefly, one-time Rainbow Six host, Monte Cristo, who thinks that the best team should always win because that's the best storyline. You and I tend to have a fundamental disagreement here because I think that underdog stories are among the most compelling and easiest for casual viewers to grasp. Orgless are undoubtedly an underdog story at the moment, a Cinderella story, if you even want to call it that. You know, obviously the heartbreaking result of them losing their org days before the NAL was supposed to begin, but they banded together and they've hung in there. And again, they started today in a playoff spot. They lost it because of another match's result, but they have an opportunity to rightfully earn it. The problem is that, Jesse, when you get this deep into a regular stage, at some point your destiny ends up out of your hands. If Orgless loses here, they still will have their destiny in their hands because of their match against Wildcard tomorrow, but it'll be a much tougher fight. If you're a fan of a good story, or even fans of these players, you're very hopeful that M80 decides to sleepwalk their way through the remainder of this match.
It's an important game for M82, though. They are still in contention for top 2, which would give them a bye through the first round of playoffs. They need all 3 points versus Orgless if they want a chance at that tomorrow. So they definitely want to get their regulation win in. For Orgless, this is not do or die, as you said. Tomorrow is the main game, but today could definitely help them out. Top floor from Diffuser. He's hunting for a fight, and he finds Kixrow. Hits a body shot, but can't do more than that with the DMR. It's a game of cat and mouse. They can't quite find each other. It's Gunner, actually, who goes down on the white stairs thanks to a good angle from Eddie.
So swift, and it seems like every round is decided by these first bit of actions or first little bits of action that we see. Both teams very swiftly reducing numbers. My goodness, Kino getting a bit of a jump scare there. Who says Siege isn't a horror game? 2 kills for Gavin before he's removed, and Hot and Cold, who started off very hot, has gone cold over the last 2 rounds. 0 kills, 2 deaths. The target-rich environment in front of him. 3 players from Orgless, all waiting for the Hot and Cold special. That said, Orgless does tend to play quite well and very effectively together, so I don't imagine they're going to give individual fights to Hotton. They're going to have to work together to narrow him down, and there we go. Fends from above while the other 2 players on his team pushing through the mid-floor, puts Hot and Cold in a bit of a bind. And the vertical presence from Orgless secure them yet another round. Still a lead for M80, but it's close.
Good ram play by Fens. That was a dangerous situation with the defuse clock. Less than 30 seconds to go to get that plant on the ground. And up against Hot and Cold, the #1 most clutch player in the North America League. He's won 57% of his clutch opportunities. The only North American batting above 500 on that stat line. So always dangerous to go into a 1vx up against Houghton. They used the vertical pressure well. I think if they hadn't gotten that pick, if they'd gone to just go for a plant, could have gotten a little hairy. You never know where Houghton's going to walk to in that situation. So didn't get down to the desperate spot that it could have been, but nice from Orgless to clean that up. They've now been able to string together a couple of rounds. It's only down to a 3-2. If they get a 3-3 split on Cafe, they'll be feeling pretty happy.
This is an attacker-sided map. We said this back in round number 2, and it needs to be said yet again. Orgless right now is just unfortunately running behind the numbers, and there's no real opportunity for them to make it up. Now, again, just because it is an attacker-sided map does not mean that there won't be outliers. We've seen defender-sided cafes before. It happens. Is Orgless the team to do that? I think it's too soon to tell. Let's wait until we get into rounds 1 or 2 of the second half before we can really weigh in. But I will say, there have been great looks from Orgless here. The rounds they've won, they have looked very dominant, Jesse. The problem is the rounds they've lost, they have not looked great. So it's almost like this feast or famine style of victory. They either win and they win big, or they lose and they lose big. They're not clawing their way through scrappy rounds. M80 will demolish them on entry very quickly as M80 just sits there and waits, and it's either a lack of information or improper usage of their utility, and Orgless just falls one by one by one. Or they use their gadgetry great, get tons of intel, and they stomp M80 on the entry. Final round for Orgless to show which side of the coin they'll be moving on to in the second half.
Just disrespectful from Gunner. He does get droned and gets out with his life, so no harm, no foul on that. I would argue Orgless have been looking a lot better since that attack timeout from Throshi. It didn't immediately result in round wins, but it was good enough to kind of get the ball rolling. Some of the basic mistakes that Orgless were making are no longer happening since round 2, so you got to give some credit there. Looking for a pickup on the top floor, though, still. Eddie up above on this Grim Kickstro as well. There's not really targets to find, though. Every player on M80 has actually gone back down to the bottom floor, which has made things a little bit more difficult.
Fens has been in such a powerful spot up here on Rams, and every round that Fens has been allowed to exert his influence over that top floor has paid off extremely well for Orgless. So if he can continue to stay in this office above and nobody from M80 is recalled to do a late flank, then things will look really well for Orgless over the next minute.
Well, it's going to be tough to see what comes through with it. 5v5 as we get to this position. Hot and cold down below on the pulse could be a huge issue. He's the only C4 that hasn't been detonated so far, but that could be the one that matters. This clock has been very low for Orgless on multiple of their pushes. If Houghton has read into that, then it could be massive. There are almost no spots to plant on these sites where you can't get blown up by a nitro. There are some, but they're very tough to get to.
The trepidation now on the side of Orgless just to get into the building. You got to go through a window at some point. Kino with the very first kill of his stage, or of this match in this stage. Fens picks him off immediately. So only one for the support player on the side of M80. Gunner takes down Fens. Again, Fens has been such a powerful part of these pushes for Orgless, but is his job done? Gavin attempting to get close to the bomb site. Now Bino is carte blanche to walk right in while Epic should be able to cover him. Eddie is the one factor that we have to account for. Time is running out, and now Epic will grab the diffuser. Eddie covering. Gunner and diffuser, last two alive. Eddie to the right. Diffuser desperate to stop it, but he won't get it done. Gunner attempting to retake, but Eddie shuts him down. And the first half will be tied between these two teams.
Call him Ed and Eddie. That 3K coming in huge from the former captain of Orgless. Now, of course, able to focus on the frags. The plant coverage had to be perfect in that round, and it was perfectly done by Eddie. The way he was able to watch out for his plant coverage. They did lose Bino. Bino went down trying to get to that plant spot, but there was another player right next to him to pick it back up, get back into the spot inside of mining where he needed to be, and then wow, Eddie hit every shot that he needed to. I wish we got that fully from his POV. He might post it on Twitter or something later, because that had to be clean coming out from his side. Really well done. And that, I mean, they get a 3-3 half. They've got to be feeling really good. Cafe can be tough sometimes to attack, and especially with the way the bans go, it can be really, really awkward. M80 also not banning out some of those powerful operators on defense. Usually you're looking at Mira, you're looking at Azami as the two best ops on this map, but they go for Castle and Clash instead. So an opportunity now for Orgless. If they can get a win against M80, they are looking really good to start making playoffs.
In order to get into the playoffs, you're going to have to beat some good teams. That's just the way it works. LFO has some victories under their belt, but not many. Only 3 to their name, and 2 of those victories came against Cruelty and Envy, the 2 worst teams in the league, just simply based on numbers. The other victory came against the team that is 1 rank above those 2, which is Cloud9. So if you look at the standings of LFO, they have 4 regulation losses. They have 2 regular victories against Envy and Cruelty. And then they have an overtime victory against Cloud9. Cloud9's in 8th, Envy's in 9th, Team Cruelty's in 10th. This Orgless team beating M80, who started the day in third, currently sits in fourth. This would be a huge victory for them because all of Orgless's wins have come against teams that are below them in the standings. This reminds me of E1 back in Brazil, where all of their victories came against the very bottom teams in order to make it to the major. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you beat up on a bunch of the bad teams. As long as you get enough points to make it there, you've earned that spot. Presumably, the other teams above you would have done worse against those same bad teams. But a victory against a top 4 team, that's a huge feather in your cap for Orgless, and that would be a huge boost heading into tomorrow's matchup where they'll play up against Wildcard.
Leaving the Azami unbanned means Kickshrow will have free reign to play those Kiva barriers here inside Piano. That's currently where he's posted up. Piano, Cigar moving in these more aggressive parts of the map. He's got Fens and Epic to back him up on the top floor, while Eddie and Bino hold things down on the main site. More Capital bolts coming out. A Glaz from Kino as well. One of the best sniper players that we have in the league. Hoping to find a pick on a Kickshrow. He has one more Kiba to work with, but he's really facing the pressure. That Firebolt just missed, though.
Epic's been down and will need to be retrieved by somebody on the side of Orgless. They've scraped their way to an even standing, which is still not ideal for Orgless, just based on the way this map plays. And M80 will take no prisoners on their very first advance. Fens, who's been sensational so far in high-impact situations and with gadgetry, will only get a single kill before being traded out. Top frag on the side of Orgless is Eddie. He's also had some extremely impactful plays. He and Bino will now need to work together as M80 look to make up for lost time. M80 now on the favored side of Cafe, just based on all the rounds that have been played in this region. They've got plenty of time to work through this here as they're in a 4v2 with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, not free for M80 by any means, but full information. Hot and Cold just found both players, and with that, you've got to imagine they'll be able to put together a good execute.
I think so. Gavin with the slow peek over to Eddie, and Bino gets punished by Kino, and just like that, a very anticlimactic finish for M80, but they do as they need to do. It's business as usual. They regain the lead. Orgless has been trailing so far on this match, and I do fear, Jesse, that with the side swap, Orgless are just going to continue to fall farther and farther behind.
Yeah, well, I mean, an anticlimactic finish often comes off of some really strong starts, and I think that's what we had from M80. It was kind of an interesting clear through the top floor. Almost always a Cafe push, no matter what the site is, will start by dropping the red hatch. You drop red, you go to Cigar, and then you start to work either through bar or through piano or wherever you want to go. And that is what Orgless were, I think, expecting with the player in bar. Of course, the Kiba barrier is set up over towards Pixel as well. But instead, M80's support duo double swung in through the white windows. Kino came in through the white stairs window, and then Hot and Cold swung in through the window on the white hall. So both of them were able to pinch up towards planks. They found Epic at the same time Kickshrow went down. They got a really good clear of that top floor by working some unusual angles, some repels in that just maybe weren't being paid as close attention by Orgless. And of course, they used a lot of their smokes, a lot of their utility to make that happen as well. That wouldn't get done if they didn't have all the util that they brought to that round. So cool push by M80, got really good space on the top floor, and from there, excellent information work, was able to make that a clean finish to the round.
I have been very impressed so far with the way that Orgless has approached this map, and I'm hopeful that they're able to show a bit more teeth than we saw in their very first Defender round. They'd take some chances, though, as that was Eddie swinging the main door of Bakery. M80 are either wise to it or have already ascended the building. A very vertical map. It's not likely that somebody will still be sitting inside of spawn or even near that Bakery door. The closest, just based on proximity, did appear to be Gavin as he was up on that exterior portion of the second floor, but his focus is on getting to the top of the building to unite with the rest of M80. Start at the top, clear downward, and throw some drones in that spot to ensure you don't have a run out. Question needs to be is, could Eddie be more effective in another spot? He's just given his position away, and that's honestly great for M80, as now Hot and Cold is positioned to grab him should he head for the red stairs.
I believe Houghton already knew he was down there. He's been holding this position basically the entire round. Was either aware or was worried about somebody else going in for the bottom. They saw his feet just under the cabinet, so this will be a freebie for Gunnar as soon as he can hit his shots. There it goes. Good droning to come on in, and that's going to be Eddie down after the heroics that he's had over the last couple of rounds. Gunnar moves up to 8 and 3 on the stat line, but it wasted a lot of time. You know, this was not for complete free. They do have top floor now, so they can start working on the floorboards, but this comes a little bit late into the round. I think you're still happy with your position if you're M80, full top control, couple of shotguns to start working on the floorboards, diffuser, and then Gavin on the discount buck with the secondary shotgun instead. Feels like somebody on Orgless needs to make a play, either a nitro to come out from Bino or somebody to go for a flank, but at the same time, all of that is going to be watched, so it's really awkward to try to get that man count back.
I think it's funny you mentioned that because I'm old enough to remember when Jackal released, people called him a discount buck because he had the secondary shotgun that if buck wasn't available, you could use in a pinch. And I remember, I think it was Kix who said it, and he got laughed at for it. And oh boy, did he end up being right. Fighting will break out on both sides of this bout with the numbers staying even. That was Epic and Fens getting on the board. Diffuser going down in the hands of Gunnar as Gavin and Hot and Cold will watch through that amidst the Capitao smoke. Look at that. Great way for Gunnar to conceal himself. Gunnar with only 3 deaths through 8 rounds at this point. A very impressive number. Epic and Fens now trying to take from above. A great shot by Fens, continuing his hard work, finding kill number 7. They'll reposition over towards red stairs. Epic as well with one. And suddenly it's Hot and Cold in a 1v1. Sidearm out. Fens goes down. Epic will now be on the hunt, but he has to watch that clock. He'll hop on the defuse kit. He's not faking it. Houghton will drop, and Epic has now baited him into an engagement where Houghton will sit and wait. Epic will carry through. Hot and Cold almost bottling the recoil, but he gets it in the end and drags the cursor down to give the round to M80. They pick up yet another as they are skating towards victory.
I told you earlier about how good Hot and Cold is in the clutch. Again, the only player in the entire North America League averaging a more than 50% success rate in their clutch situations. Hot and Cold might have lost the one earlier, but he won't lose the 1v2. Excellent positioning, and I really like the way Orgless played that. They always had a good opportunity because there's so many ways to deal with that player outside the mining window. You know, you can jump out on that guy. You can swing him on the window, which is exactly what we saw Epic doing, be able to get that pick onto the player outside. But in the end, it just didn't seem to matter. When you're going against one of the GOATs, it is so hard to contend with him. So Hot and Cold brings M80 ever closer to those 3 points that they need in order to maintain a top 2 spot. And Orgless yet to find an answer on their defense. This will be the last round in the 3rd corner before they get a ban. Feels like they're a little bit desperate to get this one. They go to the bottom floor to try to make it happen.
5 seconds left.
Been enjoying today's games quite a lot, to be honest. And, you know, people might have written off this Orgless M80 matchup, especially since it's at the tail end of the day, but this is a far more competitive game than seems to meet the eye. Orgless has been quite a surprise so far this stage. There's a bunch of unknowns when we headed into the North America League here in 2025. To me, the big question mark would be, how does Cruelty look, given that they came from a completely different region? That was question number 1, but how would this LFO Orgless team rebound after suffering through, you know, external circumstances that had nothing to do with the rest of the team? And how would a lot of these players who don't have experience at a tier 1 level mesh? I had the same question about Envy, and I honestly thought on paper Envy would be a better team. Boy, was I wrong. But again, we can just speculate.
So far, the bait clear is going really well for M80. They got the wall open what they wanted to. I like this Surya gate because it keeps the player inside a bake a little bit more protected. They use the Rauer, though, and they just jump Kino inside the smoke, hunting for the player behind bake. Ben's not even aware of what's going on. Kino walks all the way deep and finds his pick onto the bakery player. Still able to use these smokes. Excellent use of the Rauer from Diffuser to let him get in, but he loses it to a headshot from Bino. Now things are starting to get spicy.
Ah, the old Kino Bino adversary that we see happen from time to time. Kino showing off why he gets put on shields from time to time. Gavin and Diffuser now with their backs against the wall in a really tough spot. And they've got a read on Kixrow's position inside a coat check, but they cannot allow themselves to get mobbed by the rest of these players. Bino gets very, very aggressive as an Echo, taking the fight right to Bakery. And now it's Diffuser all alone. Orgless poised for a round of revenge. Diffuser having a very poor game in that round. It will only get worse. Bino technically credited with the final kill, but Diffuser goes down. Doesn't matter who gets it. Orgless, 1 round away from tying things up.
Hot and Cold was the opening death in that round for M80. He died outside the building with Diffuse Kit, something that I mentioned when it happened to Bino, so I gotta mention it when it happens to Hot and Cold as well. It was a spawn peek from top floor. Eddie playing Tuberal DMR got the pick onto Houghton, which started off the man advantage for Orgless. I liked what M80 were doing. This Rora strategy has become very common for Bakery pushes on Cafe. It's honestly brought Bakery pushes kind of back into the meta, as it used to be a lot of top-down takes that we'd see on Cafe bottom floor. Thought it was executed really well with the Glass going in from Kino and then the Rora strat from Diffuser. Unfortunately, the headshot kind of went Kino's way and he ended up dying there, and then the man count never really got any better. Big pick on a gunner from Kixrow too. So it's those early picks that start to define the round. I said that in the early part of this game too. Orgless went down 2-1. They battle back to a 3-3 half. They then go down 5-4. And they're hoping to battle back once again.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, you just can't seem to get out of their way certain rounds. And Diffuser's having a really, really slow start to this match. I mean, Gavin is just doing Gavin things, so that's to be expected. But heading into today, Diffuser was the best rated player on this M80 squad, tied with Kansan and Ashen in 5th place overall. Crazy to think about, but Hot and Cold wasn't too far behind. Gavin and Kino were actually tied as the lowest rated players on M80, just below a 1. They're sitting at a 0.98, which is still a pretty good number to be had. If the lowest ranked player on your team is having a rating of 0.98, I'd say that's pretty decent. Obviously, you can't say the same for this LFO Orgless squad. The highest rated player on the team is Fens. Fens, Kixrow, and Eddie are all above Kino and Gavin. Epic and Bino towards the bottom. Bino, though, is on support, so we expect Bino to be doing poorly. But I mean, look at this. Gavin is technically the lowest rated player on M80. He's the best player in terms of frags at the moment. Bino is tied up with Fens, just a little bit behind Eddie, and he's their lowest rated player too. So up is down, down is up at the moment, Jesse. I don't know if we're playing in Australia or not, but here in North America, things seem to have flipped on their head. First kill comes in as Kino dies on the side of M80, and Orgless has a golden opportunity to find the next 4 players on M80 and tie up this game.
Yeah, still so much util too. They've got to burn through Epic with these ADSs. Still some Evil Eyes up as well that Fens is able to pilot. Explosives will start to come out from M80. They've got Ash. They've got, of course, Diffuser with the Gone 6 as well, but the camera remains. That should get it. There we go. Finally, the Ash Charge clears out that Evil Eye, but it's been over half the round just to get the first Evil Eye inside Piano, and there will be another as they try to push in through Cigar. So plenty of work to do still if you're M80. Hot and Cold looking for a shortcut as he walks up the brown stairs. If he can work a pick from down below, perhaps on the Maestro, which they'll have no doubt pinged out thanks to the Evil Eyes, could be a really valuable pickup. Once Maestro dies, he can no longer pilot and shoot those cameras.
This is a battle to the death now. Fens is being hunted down, and there goes the tracker. Hot and Cold desperately trying to do something. 2 kills from M80. Eddie, the only one on the board to rebuff them at this current point in time, but he's punished for it. And again, we find ourselves in a 3v3. Action has been so swift between these teams, Jesse. People are dying left and right. It's Kixrow's time now, as Epic could be next on deck, as he's chased off of his position but caught by Gavin. And now Bino will attempt something over towards Cigar, finding what little remained of Diffuser. Hunted down by Hot and Cold, but he'll have information on that. Gavin knew his whereabouts over towards Piano, and what looked like it could be a tie game has swung the other direction. M80 pick up a round that they desperately need, and instead of tying things up, M80 has guaranteed themselves one of a potential 3 points as they have secured match point against Orgless.
Massive round from Gav on the Ash. When it comes to just straight up aggressive entry players, I think there is almost nobody better than Gaveni, one of the best players in the world playing on that R4C when he has to. Really good stuff coming out from him. You saw how the focus from M80 was fully on Fens on the Maestro. They not only had hot and cold going down below, but then it was the long angle from Diffuser, which eventually got the pick onto Fens. That's a little former teammate on teammate action. Diffuser and Fens used to be a duo back in Tier 2 when they won Element 2 in late 2023, early 2024. That was on Team Envy, different from the Team Envy currently in the North America League. There's 2 orgs named Envy. Actually, that might have been an Orgless team. Regardless,
10 seconds.
nice to see some of these players that were in Tier 2 a year or two ago starting to bounce back into Tier 1. Diffuser, Rookie of the Year last season, already made his impact. Now Fens looking to do much of the same. Not as big of names that he's playing with, but still having big impact for this team.
You just heard a little bit of the dialogue between the operators. This was actually something new that was added during Siege X, by the way, but we don't really hear all that often on the broadcast, is that operators will now talk to each other. So a little bit more for the lore fans that are out there. If you've never come to a Siege event, you would not know how large the cosplay community is for this game. It is incredibly impressive what the cosplayers are able to do. Not going to go off and name all of the cosplayers because there's a lot of them, but if you do spend time helping our scene by talking about the lore in-game, whether it's through comics, whether it's through art, whether it's through cosplay, etc., you help keep our scene alive, and we thank you for it. It's nice that the devs have added more depth to it as well. Just something to talk about while M80 now sits 2 minutes away from plunging a dagger through the heart of Orgless. It wouldn't be the end of the road for Orgless, as we said. They will still have their fate in their own hands tomorrow in their match against Wildcard, but a victory here, even 1 point here, would be huge for Orgless. Not exactly an ideal start, though, Jesse, as Fens, who was terrific through most of the first half, has fallen below ground in the second half and is now dead, with about 1 minute and 30 still left to go, giving Orgless a disadvantage in numbers.
Not sure if Fens will get to play anymore in this game. They know Eddie's downstairs, too. It's where he was playing last time, too, that he likes to go down in the basement. Early C4 is getting used, means it's once again only Eddie's Nitro that will survive down in the basement. Bottom floor, I should say. Starting to work on the hatch. Mining Dining will be the bomb site. Full top floor control from M80. 70 seconds still to go. You see so much soft destruction being used by the Buck and the other discount Buck, I guess, the Ash. There are Evil Eyes and stuff that he's got to clear out, but choosing instead just to use them on these soft floorboards. If they can get a pick through that vert angle, then it's absolutely worth it. Once more, with a pulse down below, planting gets really awkward because there's almost no spot where you can not dodge those nitro cells. You kind of have to go in the corner of mining or maybe on the table and dining. But with information on Eddie, Gunnar can kind of pressure this guy. Bino is downstairs too. There's 3 players on Orgless on the bottom floor, Parker.
I mean, they're going to rely an awful lot on Eddie to make this call, as you said, and that singular nitro cell, the one that you referenced, will have to do some serious work here. The thing for M80 is that they've got these nuisance gadgets, right? And there goes one of them. Gunnar will use his logic bomb. They'll find Epic's position based on him killing one of those players. Kickthrow slaughtering Gavin. Diffuser going down, hot and cold, seemingly finding this opening. Kickthrow with yet another, and the advantage very firmly in favor of Orgless. Kino with 3 kills will need to double that number unless he gets hot and cold back. No, it's all up to Kino now in a 1v2 with Diffuser running away. He is the intel. He's got the bomb site and he's got the angle. Kino, stop moving. Stop moving. Let them come to you, Kino. Bullets will whiz by as he gets pushed behind as he tears some strips through Eddie and Epic, but there's just too many bodies and not enough bullets. Plenty of time for Orgless to sit on and counter disable, keeping themselves in this match. They'll find their 5th round, and with one more opportunity, will look to push to OT to pick up some much-needed points in the hunt for the final playoff spot.
I gotta say, it is rare to see a team like Orgless put all of their eggs in one basket, have that basket completely fall apart, and then still come back to win the round. They were playing Protect the President. They had 4 players out of 4 on the bottom floor while that plant was going down. They relied entirely on Eddie's Nitro Cell to deny that plant, and he didn't. No matter what they were trying to find, Hot and Cold got the defuse kit down, but in the meantime, Kixro got away with a pick on the Gavin. Looked like they couldn't find a frag with Diffuser as well, who ended up trading 1 for 1 as he killed Bino, then died himself. Houghton went down early in that round too. Well, after the post plant, I should say, early in the post plant. So they pull it back. The 2 E's of Orgless, Epic and Eddie, combining to make that clutch happen. Awkward round, not necessarily how you expected it to go if you're an Orgless fan, but it goes your way nonetheless, and it forces the tactical timeout Fabian to have a conversation with M80 to try to get them back on track. Once again, getting all 3 points here is critical if M80 want to have a chance at getting that bye round through the first round of playoffs.
We haven't really spent a lot of time talking about the playoff implications at the top of the standings because we've been so fixated on this Orgless run. M80 still have 6 points on the board that could, in theory, push them ahead of Dark Zero. Now, things would get obviously very complicated here based on the round differential. Right now, Dark Zero's round differential is a plus 24 at this current point in time. Jesse, I know you're the math guy, but explain to me how M80 can still technically finish second.
M80 win right here. They're at a +2, so they go 9 up to 11. Suppose they win 7-0 tomorrow. That'll be 11 plus 7 is going to be up to 18. And then if Dark Zero gets 7-0'd, then they're down to what? Then they're down to
17.
They're in the teens. Yeah, so they're below by 1. So it is still winnable for M80. It's going to require some miraculous play. But again, they play Dark Zero tomorrow. It'll be M80 DZ. Sorry, it's DZ SSG. It might be a little tougher then. But still possible for M80 if they can win this 7-5. They would have much preferred a better round diff, but the math says it's good.
It's possible. And the math, you're correct. The math would basically be M80 would need to either 7-0 or 7-1 Shopify Rebellion, and then DZ SSG would have to 7-0 or 7-1 them. You cannot bleed more than 1 round. If M80 7-0 Shopify Rebellion and DZ lose 1-7 to SSG, there is a chance that M80 finishes second, but I mean, I'm not a betting guy.
It's looking good for Dark Zero, okay?
Yeah, if you're a betting person, you're not picking a flyer on that one thinking, okay, M80's just got a 7-0, the only undefeated team at this point, and then DZ needs to win 1 round or less against SSG, and maybe there's a shot. The calculus essentially was M80 would have needed to blow out Orgless today and then blow out Shopify Rebellion tomorrow and then rely on DZ losing. Also, DZ would have had to lose bigger today against Shopify Rebellion. Basically, everything that needed to happen for M80 today has not happened. In fact, quite the opposite. DZ were relatively competitive against Shopify Rebellion, and M80 have been bled dry by Orgless to this point. A spirited effort from Orgless, and still the potential for them to pick up 2 points. They just need to win this round and then persevere in OT. But to get there, 5 kills for Orgless need to be found. They've started off by taking care of Kino, but Fens is now down for the count. Another nade will sail in. This might find Fens in his position. Yes, he's unable to crawl away from that blast. So the advantage that was there for Orgless is very limited.
Eddie's above somehow. He might be finding Gunner on the vert angle. At the same time, though, it's not going to help Bino, who's working his way out of this situation. Got the defuse kit down, but traded by Gaveni. Brings it to a 3v3. Again, 2 players, 1 from each side up above, and then 4 here on the bomb site. There'll be 2 very isolated fights. Looks like Gunner is aware that Eddie's up top, but Gunner's got multiple objectives. Looks the wrong way, and Eddie finds the pick. Now it's not only man advantage, but also positioning.
And Diffuser getting shot to death by Eddie from above, and Epic will join in. Both of these teams will secure a point. For M80, that is devastating and should at this point shut the door on them tying Dark Zero in second place. Obviously, numbers are something that we don't do live. But based on the numbers, Jesse, this should guarantee Dark Zero a second place finish. That'll clinch them and Shopify Rebellion at the top. We'll await word from the admins just based on the numbers, but in order for M80 to finish second, they would have needed all 6 points. They will not be able to get that. At best, they will get 5, which would be 2 today and 3 tomorrow, which would be 1 short of where DZ sits at the moment. This should secure Dark Zero's spot in second place, meaning that Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero clinch those top 2 spots. They get buys in the playoffs. That means Space Station, M80, and OXG, and whatever last team will be involved in the first round of our playoffs next week. LFO have secured 1 point, so they now vault back up to 6th. That's where they started the day. They slipped down because Wildcard picked up points today. LFO with 9 points will now sit in 6th. And if they win in OT, that would be an additional point, putting them at 10. That would be huge against Wildcard, who they have to face off against tomorrow. Don't discount Cloud9, though. They play against OXG, but Cloud9 could still easily take that final spot, too. What a comeback from Orgless, though, Jesse, to push us to OT.
We've gotten this game as far as it needed to go if you're DZ, but there's still plenty to play for if you're Orgless. Of course, if you're the fans watching at home, too, you still want to be able to get this W. Up on the roof, it'll be Cocktail to start things off in overtime. M80 will get to defend twice, which is usually thought of as an advantage, but not always going that way. Eddie has been fantastic, specifically through that last round, but through the game so far, you see 13-7. His play has been phenomenal for Orgless. Celebrated his 24th birthday yesterday with a win. Could get another one here, which would make it 3 in a row for Orgless. Talk about a comeback for a team that really struggled at the start of the round, start of the season, I should say. No real contention inside of Piano. The drones are here with no real problems. Cigar is cleared out as well, so M80 are giving up a lot of space. Part of that is because they know they've got Hot and Cold roaming down below, who could come for a devastating flank late in the round, but on the Jaeger, he's not going to have a Nitro or anything to rely on, so he's going to just have to make that push, likely through red stairs, but could come up white or brown if it suits his interests.
It's a big victory, though, to take M80 to overtime. Again, all the points that LFO have put onto the board have come against teams that are below them. By going to OT against M80, they will guarantee themselves 1 point against a playoff team, which is a nice thing to think about. Hot and Cold will jump out and down goes Fens. Kixrow dies as well, and boy, oh boy. Defenders are having a pretty good show of it at this current point in time, aren't they? Kino slaughtering Epic, and while Bino's able to get Diffuser down, it's just him and Eddie against all 5 players on the side of M80, none of which have taken a single point of damage. Eddie on Repel will be good enough for 1, and he has to reposition because of how vulnerable he'll be in this spot. Bino sitting on red stairs as down goes Eddie. The flank will come in. Bino with 1, but he cannot overextend. 2 players from M80 will watch as Kino takes down Bino, and M80 will easily grab the counter disable to go on to match point. Orgless pushed them to the brink, but M80 now punishing Orgless for taking away what could have been a full 3 points as M80 sought out that second place. They won't get there, but Orgless still in OT, good enough for 1. M80 now sitting on match point as now M80 will move to attack.
Really did feel like Hot and Cold was the difference maker that round. Playing down below inside of Restaurant, they never had a clue that he was on the bottom floor. So when he went for his run out, got the opening pick, that was good enough to start the aggression. It was a beautiful shot onto Fens. Then it was a long angle shot from Diffuser to take down Kixrow. And then from there, I just think Orgless started to panic a little bit. You saw Epic sprinting through Piano, trying to make something happen, but then got caught off guard by a shotgun from Kino. And after that point, 5v2, even with the post plant, is a really difficult situation. Yeah, and I think Eddie has been great so far today, and even Bino has been playing far above where he's been for the last couple of matches on the stat lines. But 2v5 up against one of the best teams in North America is never going to be a recipe for success, so they will have to win back-to-back rounds if they want to get the W here. That 1 point versus 2 points could matter a lot. The side of M80, I'm looking at some op swaps here, Parker, and it looks like it will get locked in hot and cold on the fuse for our last attack for M80. Going to be going for that top-down take. Those cluster charges can be oh so deadly if played correctly.
I mean, I look back to the, what was it, the Nighthaven Labs fuse that we saw, which was completely ineffective, and I do worry a little bit. But I mean, if anybody's going to be able to figure out how to use a fuse, I mean, I'm putting money on Matthew Stevens. Hot and Cold is not a player who's necessarily known for playing objective heavy roles, but he's become quite experienced. There was a period of time where as he got older, he could put on Hard Breach, and then that very brief stint on Mirage where he went back to fragging and suddenly became very highly sought after and has been doing quite well on a variety of roles ever since. He can flex, he can frag, he can support if need be. We'll see exactly what he's able to do on this fuse shield.
Both Monty and Blitz are available, so he didn't have to stick this. But again, I think he wants the cluster charges for that top-down pressure. Every round, Orgless have been giving them these top 2 floors for free, so why not use it if you know you're going to get it? Early pick on defense, too. Gunner just managed to find a pick onto the Kaid. Not sure exactly where that one went down, but that's going to be a massive one. That's a Nitro off the board, of course, and those Electric Claws can no longer be replaced, so that's a big value pick. Fens also, at least at the start of this game, was finding a lot of good frags for Orgless. Slowed down a bit in the second half of this game, though. And again,
it's been a rough go for Fens. We were talking about his impact that he had on that first half. He was huge for the success of Orgless. Don't quote me on this, but if memory serves correctly, Fens was 7-7 at one point, which means he's gone 0-6 since then, which is just the wrong side of this match. But with it, Orgless has still flourished. I mean, they're still winning rounds, even with him playing more objective, more utility, less fragging. Bino has picked it up. Eddie has continued to do well, and Epic has very quickly closed the gap on his own numbers, now getting to 8 and 10. Everybody on this Orgless squad, though, will have to pick up a little bit more weight than just moments before because of Fens dying. And for M80 to pull off this execute, they must be overjoyed at the fact that they have this advantage in numbers.
They get the Sens wall the way they wanted it second time around. That gets them a successful drop into Freezer, but the plant is still not going to be easy. One more Nitro being held by Epic, and he's just inside of Whiskey.
You hear the cacophony of explosions as Hot and Cold looks for an opening. Down goes Eddie, and I fear for Orgless. It's a rough spot to be in. They've got the Yokai drone still up. Bino needs to live to see the tail, but every single player on the side of Orgless is being fed to this meat grinder. The jig will be up in just a second, and you can see Bino disappointed as that Yokai is shot away at. They know exactly where the diffuser went down, and 4 players from M80 will all hunt for this final pick. Orgless desperately needed a win to stay in the playoff race. They're still in it, but they'll have to suffer through a matchup against Wildcard yesterday. 1 point for Orgless, 2 for M80. As M80's opportunity to finish second is all but gone, but they can still gain some very meaningful reps as they pick up a victory over Orgless today. They locked in their playoff spot yesterday, and M80 will be all smiles with that one.
Diffuser happy with the win over his former Tier 2 teammate, and although M80 did get the W, I gotta say you're a happy team if you're Orgless. Still very much in the fight. You're gonna have a slight point advantage over Wildcard when you face them. 4th game tomorrow. It's gonna be an exciting final day, Parker.
Yeah, 5 more games to be played in the groups and 1 more playoff spot to be decided. Who will it be? We'll find out tomorrow. A short break, and then we'll come back with the closing of today's games.
fucking job, boys.
Oh, I'm ass, guys.
It's okay, guys. We can blame Falcon for making us from Maverick.
Where's him at?
He's still
Come
right.
here, too.
Nice, boys.
I got it. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I'll be back.
Fuck you!
You guys are fucking terrible. How do you guys draw against these guys? That is so fucking pathetic. I'm gonna make you guys all have fucking homework.
Some inspiring words maybe from Fabian in the background there as M80 wrap up our final game of the day. They take the win over Orgless, and now we'll welcome in Gunner to chat about this one just a little bit. Congrats on the win. Some kind words from your coach there as you wrap that one up. It was clear.
Kind words from him too.
Yeah, kind words from him too. Gunner, clearly you guys were having a little fun with it towards the end, but you closed it out in overtime. As you move into the playoffs, was that the kind of game you wanted to kick it off?
I mean, I wanted to win, so that's good. But we kind of misread something on 6-5, and then we had to kind of just wing it.
Oh, is that is that what you're talking about, the Maverick?
Yeah, like we know that they do that setup, but usually they reinforce the wall off. But this time they just didn't feel like doing it, and we're like, oh fuck. So we just kind of winged it, and it didn't go well, so we went to OT, but we locked in.
I mean, congratulations on your guys' win. Obviously, tomorrow doesn't necessarily mean the most for you guys, but that being said, going into playoffs, what's the aspect that you guys are most excited for in best of threes?
I mean, obviously our biggest struggle in the best of ones and everything is our defenses, and I feel like we have all the pieces with how good our attacks are, how good our map pool is. So obviously we can show off more of the map pool in the BO3s. Cruelty doesn't have a life game and dog us, and that's it. We actually have a chance to bounce back a little bit.
Well, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to go through.
Well, that leads my next question. Obviously, you talk about flexing your map pool. You've now shown 6 maps, so there's obviously a few left for you guys to show. But I also want to talk about the life game from LFO. I kind of just want from your perspective, were you a little bit surprised at how well they played today, or just honestly the improvement that they've made throughout the stage leading up until this match?
I mean, LFO, we have scrimmed them maybe 2,000 times.
Okay.
They know us inside and out. We know them inside and out. So I knew it was going to be probably a closer game than people thought. They're talented. They have good shooters. People forget that, about Kixrow and all them, but they all could shoot. And I don't know if it's nerves at the beginning of the stage for them, or if they switch calling or whatnot, but they definitely feel more polished to play against than they looked at the beginning. So it was a good game by them. I think we had a couple major fuck ups, or on the attacks today, and then on the last defense as well. But I mean, they're not as bad as people think they are. They're really not. They're not on the level of MD.
Oh,
okay.
All right. Well, I mean, that paints the picture, but I mean, so does the results from LFO so far. So I mean, there's no lies being said.
All right, Gunner. Well, thank you so much for your time as always. We'll keep it quick and we'll get you out of here, and we will see you tomorrow to do it all again.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Gunner. Well, M80, they wrap it up. Orgless, of course, they still have to worry about wild card tomorrow. That's really all it comes down to. The only difference that this matchup really changes is that now the top 2 teams, SR and DZ, now there is no debate. They will both have the bye. That is locked in because this one went to OT.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it really says more about LFO keeping it close. Absolutely. And M80, Gunner specifically, giving them credit in the fact that they kept it close. Obviously, scrims, you get to learn your opponent a little bit more, so that's where the confidence aspect came out. But obviously, getting a little bit more consistent from LFO is what we wanted to see. And I'd say them keeping it close, there was a lot of great retakes in the way that when they'd lose that opening kill, they'd focus on getting those picks back and essentially free fighting for positions. There was a lot of retakes from LFO, which I'd like to see. So very proactive from them. That being said, if anything, if you're wildcard watching this game, I wouldn't be too comfortable. It puts you in a situation where LFO just went up against M80. They looked pretty good. And if a couple things just went their way, they would have ended up winning this game and closing out your chances. So going into the matchup, can't think it's too much of an easy game.
We talked about Gunner and Gavin coming into this game, and Laxing, they were the top performers again. Great performance from them.
Well, usually Fox is given caster curse, as it gets said many times. Whenever he hypes up a player, talks about players, they always perform bad. This isn't the case now. Vinny and both Gunner performing extremely well, and it's good to see because we haven't been able to talk about them too much in particular where we've talked about them in the past. And again, they've taken a little bit of step back in their roles, playing more passive roles, not being so aggressive like they typically have been. But this is what we need to see. We need to see life from that, especially going into the best 3s, like Gunner just said, this is where they're they're gunning for. They can show more of their map pool. They can show more of their hand in the best 3. And as we know, it's more important to find yourself in a best of 3, in a best of 1. The fact of the matter, you got through your best of 1. Now you get to focus on best of 3.
It's very reactive gameplay Siege, which in a best of 3 only is that much more stabilized. Obviously, if you're just going into it like a previous M80 roster where you're just hoping to shoot your way out of problems, we've seen it. Sometimes it's hit or miss, but now it's a lot more well-rounded. And that being said, I mean, if Gunnar and Gavin are both like doing well, it's a GG scenario. Get it?
I can't.
Get it?
I get it. The G's in their name. GG.
It works well. It works well. It's good. We'll bring that one out tomorrow as well. Well, that wraps up the day today. We'll give you the full picture if you missed any of the action. We saw some movement in terms of the playoffs. We saw some surprise, or at least better than expected performances. I think Orgless just now was a great example. But all the way back earlier today, 4 p.m., we started with Wildcard and Envy. And Laxing, really, it was kind of the tone setter for the day. We knew we'd see some movement in terms of the overall standings, and there it was again, Cloud9 staying alive with their win as well.
Yeah, it was a statement match from Wildcard. As for Cloud9, it was really righting their wrongs from SR to Cruelty, where we did see a big difference, especially in some of those retakes or those post plants. I think were the biggest factors coming out of Cloud9 and fixing their mistakes. But I would say every game really delivered today on all fronts, regardless of the expectations that we have had on them. I mean, again, the Shopify versus Dark Zero, that was a very fun game. That was a chess match, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone was watching for that one, and it did deliver. It was really exciting to see them both play, and I think, honestly, I don't want to necessarily say it's an upset, but I think the favorites were more Dark Zero in that situation. So, you know, Troy just coming back and just proving, you know,
I was a fan of Shopify.
I know you were a fan of Shopify. I just feel like with how consistent DZs look, nobody's really put a dent into them besides Shopify Rebellion. So, you know, we'll see tomorrow, obviously, because DZ, I believe, plays SSG. So maybe we will have another rock, paper, scissors at the top.
Well, that matchup certainly delivered. I'm glad that the game we were hyping up as the game of the stage was the game of the stage. And from that matchup, we also had our blacklight detail of the day, and it was Ambi bringing out some serious creativity and a little surprise up a hatch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something you typically see coming out of Ambi, but it just lengthens, you know, the depth of his play style. And being in this situation, I mean, it's hectic, it's chaotic. You are literally in the enemy's belly. You have to figure out the best case scenario of allowing your teams to get into position, help you set up while also staying alive, and Ambi does it so well. He gets that first pick, plays his life, pulls off a couple 720s, re-peaks, gets the next kill, which then that allows SR to really take full advantage of that round, get that plant, play post-plant, and get it done. I mean, Ambi really, in that moment, nerves of steel.
Yeah, I mean, the read as well from the rest of the team. Obviously, I'd assume it's a preset strategy, but the read to be able to drone it out, understand that nobody's there, give the call to Ambi. Ambi has the confidence that his teammates are not leading him into a death trap.
No one's able to trade him.
Yeah, and so he gets into the position, gets the first kill, allows his team to be able to push in through the other side, and then he just plays his life. He plays alive, and that's what I think since picking up Canadian, we've seen Ambi develop as a player, because, you know, in previous years, I would imagine Ambi gets the first shotgun kill and is swinging into the site, but he stays, holds the position, waits for his teammates, and it just so happens somebody else crosses to try to trade him. He gets that second one. So it was really methodical play. Even though it seems very, you know, brazen and crazy, he had a whole game plan set up around him and executed it flawlessly.
And not to mention that preset strategy, it's only as good as the team's ability to recognize that it's time to actually put that into action. So a big result there. And of course, as I said before, that locks in our top 2 at the top of the standings. That means that both Shopify Rebellion, now in the #1 spot, and Dark Zero, now moved down to #2, will have a bye round in the first round of the playoffs. At the moment, M80, Space Station, and Oxygen, as they were coming into the day, still locked into playoffs. Will not see any dramatic movement there. Once again, going into the Super Week Day 3, it's all about that 6th and final playoff spot.
Yeah, which is luckily for Orgless and Wildcard, they get to play against each other to pretty much decide. So obviously, it's going to be a neck-and-neck battle. Both teams have had, you know, their ups and downs throughout the stage, but I say Orgless has looked like they've
looked to be the best, in my opinion, in terms of overall improvement.
Yeah, they've definitely come out on the other end looking a lot stronger than we would have expected at the start of the year, which is, to say for Wildcard, I would say it's the complete opposite. We have been not only disappointed, but kind of embarrassed at their performance, knowing that they were Reload's best representative for NA.
that third game and that fourth game, they're going to be so impactful when it comes down to the overall result. Cloud9, if they want to stay alive, they need a win there. And then it just comes down to watching that next game, that Orgless wildcard game. We've been building it up all day long, and Laxing, that is what it's going to be all about tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting one. Again, we already talked about how the bottom is now shaping out. Teams were getting eliminated today. Now it's 3 teams really fighting for that one spot with Cloud9's hopes and dreams, you could say, realistically, that it goes to an OT that gives them the scenario of a chance of getting it, but they obviously have to get through their own hurdle of beating Oxygen and getting those 3 points.
They have to win and get as much of a round count advantage as they can, and then they also need, I believe, Wildcard to have an overtime win so that they tie points with Wildcard.
Yes.
And then
it gets a little crazy.
It gets
wild, but Laxing said it earlier, the dream is still alive.
Yep.
And that's all you need. Another great day, Super Week, day 2, all said and done, but day 3 is coming up tomorrow, and we hope you'll join us for that. For all of our crew here in the studio, of course, for our director, Ian, our producers, Ferme and Devin, and of course, for Foxe and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for Super Week, day 3, 4 p.m. we get started. Have a great night.